All right.
A bit more.
Oh. Oh, no sound on any of this?
I'm being told that they can hear me.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, there's no sound on Blitz. Yeah. I'm being told that they can hear me. There you go.
There we go. Right? I think that... Are we good?
Yeah. Can they hear y'all?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Sound is okay on TikTok. That's good.
It's just
All right,
Blitz is super quiet, but
yeah.
that's one person.
Oh, I should join on. Okay, looks like my audio is working. Okay, we're good. I just didn't have my microphone connected.
All right.
All right, let me just add each of us. Danny, feel free to hop in on TikTok if you want. If you don't want to,
Okay. I don't even. Should we pray before we start?
Yeah.
Praise.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a. Never mind. I was just myself twice.
Baruch atah, Doug.
Why am I hearing you twice now, though, Dalton? Give me some words.
Check.
I'm hearing you doubled.
I'm not hearing him doubled.
I'm hearing myself doubled.
Oh, I hear you double now.
Oh, I'm dumb. It's just because I had YouTube open. Oh, maybe? Nope, still hearing you doubled.
Let's see.
Okay, so I can do... This is always so hard. Figure out what's...
Check.
It's definitely on my end. Oh, it's better.
That looks good. That sounds good.
Oh, but now I hear... Danny, now I hear you twice.
I wasn't muted, and neither is Danny,
Danny,
on,
you gotta mute yourself.
on TikTok.
Okay, I just muted myself on TikTok. So.
All right. I think we're all good.
All good.
We're all good? Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay, we got this. We got it sorted.
go.
Look, honestly, our starting time is supposed to be 9 o'clock. It is 9 o'clock now. The audio issues were resolved significantly faster than they usually are, so I'll take that as a W.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Is everybody good to go?
Good to
I'm
go.
ready.
All right. Well, we do have a guest, but let us first... We have one super chat from C-Bar. Pull that up. There's no message. Just a big old $5, so thank you, C-Bar, as always. Let's bring up Washi Voix. Every time. Every time I get got every time.
Was that Dalton that did that?
No, it's just a guy.
That was Washi. Yeah, that's not the first time he's been on here.
Oh, okay. Sure. I thought you laughed before Blitz could react, so I thought it was you.
All right, let's bring up
God.
Dylan. We have Dylan in the house.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Hey, Dylan, how are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
We're doing A-okay. Dylan, do you believe in a God?
I do believe in God. I'm Christian. Yes, I do.
Okay, so look, I mean, you have three of us here. You have a science nerd, a Bible nerd, and a philosophy nerd. What would you say is your best reason, or the reason why you believe in God? The thing that might convince us, a whole bunch of atheists.
Whoop.
Oh,
Oh, he
Was
left.
he raptured?
that was too much for him.
It happens. Look, sometimes raptures happen. All right, we have Free de la Goat. Is that free? Is that the free?
Free PhD?
Yeah, might be.
Yo,
All
what's
right,
good?
Free. Hey, Free, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. Free, do you believe in a god?
Yes, I do.
And which one would that be?
I'm an Orthodox Christian, so a Christian God.
Okay, cool.
Like Eastern
So-
Orthodox?
No, Slavic Orthodox. Yeah.
Nah, I'm probably not gonna be Eastern. I'm probably gonna be
Yeah,
Oriental,
sometimes
but
they
I'm
say
fine with
Orthodox
Easterns.
Christian. Sometimes they say Orthodox Christian, they just mean like I'm mainstream, like I'm typical
Yeah.
Christian. Yeah.
Lowercase o.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I barely heard you. Because my headphones just dropped from my table. What did you say?
You're just mainstream Christian, right?
Sure.
So, what would you say is the best argument that you could give us for why we should think a god exists?
I had this cool argument. It was called the modal cosmological argument.
Mm-hmm.
It is derived from Thomas Aquinas's like third way of contingency, but it kind of I think deviates a little bit from it because it is more recent. But it goes something like this. So there are contingent things. If there are contingent things, then there's either a brute fact which actualizes them. There's an infinite chain of contingencies, or there's a necessary being. Not a brute fact, not a infinite chain of contingencies. Hence why there's a necessary being. And there's then the second stage argument that says the necessary being has to be God, which I'll get into after.
Well, let's
Yeah,
just
where my
grant the whole
headphones
thing.
go?
Let's say there's necessary being. Why is it God?
Because well, there's an abductive case that I was working on. So if you have a necessary being which has a form of causal power or explanatory power for all these contingent things, then I think there's like three options for those necessary entities. At least that I'm familiar with or that I've seen in literature. So you have one, a form of axiom or like an abstract entity, for example, like math, logic, which actualizes these things or explains all of these contingent things. One, which is just a necessary being, like a non-physical necessary being, which has causal power and nothing else. Or three, the God hypothesis. Now, this is not like a logical trichotomy. You might be able to add something else as a necessary thing, but this is like things that I've came up with or that I've seen people hold to. If you have something else to add to the trichotomy, I'm fine with that.
Why couldn't the natural world be necessary?
Why couldn't the natural world be necessary?
Yeah, just like you think God is necessary, why couldn't the natural world in its initial state be necessary?
Uh, Depends what you mean on the natural world, like space-time?
Just whatever can be described in principle by patterns of causality or regularity or physical. I mean, just use your normal notion.
Oh,
of
just
natural
natural.
world.
Okay, just natural explanation. Yeah, I feel you. I don't think explanations, as far as like as far as like methodologies and stuff like natural means, I don't think those have causal power.
The
So that
natural
wouldn't
world
really
doesn't have
work.
causal powers.
Well, the things which like the methodologies that are used to explain certain phenomenons within the natural world, I don't think that something has causal power. So that wouldn't really work.
I don't get what you're saying, right? There's the initial state of our universe or the natural world that, we'll say that at least partially explains or why we're here right now. I don't see I don't see anything wrong with that initial state and that natural world being necessary anymore. I don't see anything that I'm losing out on or something that I would gain in including adding God in that mix as necessary.
Well, if by initial state, well, depends on what the initial state would be. Like, depends on which one you're proposing.
That
But
would
let's
be
just say there's like a
analogous to
form of
God's initial.
space-time.
That would be analogous to God's initial intention to create. Because you can't just have God, right? You have to have God's intentions.
Uh-huh. So if it's like, yeah, but given how like you would interpret that as like an atheist, I would probably assume that you would be referring to something different than I would be referring to as a theist. Like you would probably be referring to like a form of initial state of space-time, and that's something you still wouldn't have a form of causal power.
I don't. Why wouldn't that?
Because
Why
space-time
wouldn't
doesn't
that?
have causal
Why
power.
couldn't you appeal to that state, just like you could appeal to the state of God's mind before creation? Why couldn't? I don't understand why it would have no causal powers.
Space-time doesn't have the space-time, at least to me.
I'm not saying space-time, but look,
just
the initial state. Think of the starting conditions of the universe, right? Okay, that's
Sure.
going to. We could appeal to those starting conditions as to why we're here, at least in part. Okay, so I don't see anything wrong with that. So this whole like it has no causal power stuff. I don't see why we have to buy into that.
Well, if it has an initial state, a form of initial state, then there had to be something in that natural world that you're appealing to that has causal power, or some form of causal power to explain these things. Every
I
single
know.
starting
What's
point
the
that I've
argument
seen
for? What do you mean in
from
like?
that
Look,
point,
is there something in God's intention that it has causal powers? Or is it just God's intention and intentionality have causal powers?
that's a different discussion because that gets into
It's
stuff like divine simplicity. But I think God's intentions, or anything that is intrinsic to God, will probably be equal to Him, in some
look.
weak
Does
sense of
God's
divine
initial
simplicity.
intention?
So,
Does God initial intention to create have causal powers? Yes or no?
like thoughts, is that what you mean by intention?
God created the world intentionally, right? He didn't do it by accident.
Sure.
Okay,
But
so
do you by
okay, so
intention mean like
that
some form of
intentional
thought?
state has causal powers, right?
But depends what you mean by intention. Do you mean a thought?
What you meant when you signed off on the fact that God created it intentionally, what you signed off on.
Sure. If you and me mean the same thing, uh, sure, I guess.
Okay, so in the same,
I
so
would assume so.
then there's the initial state of the universe that proceeds from that intention, right? There's the starting conditions of the universe on your view, right? You have those conditions that came about from God's intentions, which led to a second set of natural order, which a
Yeah,
third
but
set,
then
and
you're
it
not understanding me. I don't think. I think God. You're not. I don't think you're understanding me. When I say nothing about the initial state of the universe has causal power, what do you think I mean?
means that it can't be appealed to explain anything.
But explain to causally, yeah. But what do you think? What do you think? What do you think the initial state of the universe would be, and why do you think it would have
It
causal
doesn't really
power?
look. It's just think about it on your view, right? God's creative intention, and then you have the natural world, right? And there was an initial. It's not like we were here. It's
Yeah.
not like God's creative intention, and we're here right now. There was all these states prior, okay? And so those states sort of cascaded into what the state that we're in today, okay? Of course, they're causally connected on your view, okay? So to say that they don't have causal
Yeah, they're
powers is
causally
kind
connected,
of
but
I don't
there's
get
a
it.
causal beginning. Yeah, but
There's a causal beginning.
to the causal chain.
You were saying earlier that that initial state has no causal powers, which is silly because there was a preceding state which eventually led up to the state that we're in now.
Yeah, but I would understand God having causal powers if he's something if he's somebody who is causally efficacious and all powerful, or whatever is attributed to God in this context. But I don't understand what that is under another worldview which doesn't appeal to an infinite
What
chain
are
of
you talking
contingencies
about
or
right now?
brute
What
facts.
are you talking? Look, you agree already that there's a state of the world
What are you not
we're in.
understanding? Wait, Danny, what are you not
I'm not.
understanding?
I'm explaining
It's
to
a
you the
simple
very simple thing that funny you said simple. Look, there's the state of the world that we're in now. Now, could you appeal to a prior state as to why we're in the state that we're in right now? Yes or no?
Wait, sorry, repeat that? Can I appeal to a
There's
prior
the
state
state of our world right now. Could you appeal to a prior state as to explain why we're in this particular present state?
Sure, like one.
All right, now there's an
Right now,
initial
sure.
one. Okay, now it's very clear. So there's the state that, and it goes back all the way to the initial state, and then to say that state doesn't have causal powers is silly, because you could appeal to that initial state as to why you get the subsequent states.
Sorry, but Danny, what is the initial state? This runs back to the same thing.
Now,
What is the initial
now we're
state?
changing the subject. You first made the claim.
No,
that
that was the subject from the
shut your
start.
mouth.
What is the
Shut
initial
it.
state?
Shut it. Shut it. Shut it. You first made the claim that the initial state has no causal powers. Are you going back on that claim?
I never said that under my worldview.
Okay,
My-
maybe
my
Blitz can
worldview,
explain to
under my
you.
worldview, there's
I don't
obviously-
have the prerequisite degrees to explain this to you, because it's very simple. Maybe someone else can explain it to you, right? Because it's very simple to
Look,
me. Yeah, go ahead, Blitz.
So look, the issue is that, would you say that whatever the current state of affairs are right now, they have causal power to give rise to the state of affairs in 3 seconds?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so that's all Danny's talking about as far as causal powers are concerned for the initial state.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll explain this one more time. I understood that from the start. I'll explain this one more time. If you were to go into a regress, and let's just say you do agree that there is a first point, whatever that first point is, I already said this, but whatever that first point is, I would not understand it to be able to make a relation between some and state after that and in itself, because that something wouldn't have causal power.
But
So
you just agreed
can't
that
make such a
you just
relation
agreed that a
between
state
the
of
initial
affairs
state
can-
and the state after that.
You just agreed that a
Like,
state
I
of
don't know what's
affairs.
complicated.
You just agreed that a state of affairs can have causal power for the next state of affairs. So the state of affairs now has causal power to produce the state of affairs in 3 seconds. You just agreed to that.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know
because
why
there's
that's no
already some-
longer true.
but
I don't know
there's
why
a-
that's no longer true if you wind the clock back.
Because there's already a form of state of affairs that was initialized, and there was already a state of affairs that was brought up, so it can bring another state of affairs. But there
Okay,
would have
so-
had to been a first one which has causal power to bring that that state of affairs into motion.
Look, so suppose that exactly 13.8 billion years ago was the first moment of time. Suppose that that's the case, right? You know, maybe we're wrong about that, but suppose that that's the case. We agree that
Sure.
0 minutes ago now has causal power for 3 minutes from now. I'm sure that we agree that yesterday,
Sure.
the state of affairs yesterday had causal powers for today to produce today, and a whole bunch of other stuff too. That 5 minutes from now and so on. A year ago, the state of affairs a year ago had causal power for now, and the state of affairs a billion years ago has had causal power to produce now. Why does this chain break when you get to 13.8 billion years ago?
I'll explain, but I think I'll answer that. But I think you were wrong on what I was referring to when I said like a causal chain. I'm obviously not referring to some state of affairs that stays, for example, the same over time. Like I could imagine that there was like a first point in time, but that point in time staying the same after like 13.8 billion years or whatever the time is, and it never changes. The only thing that changes is time. Time progresses. Like obviously that's something I could understand as like form of change, right? Initial state being able to change into further state of affairs. The thing that I'm referring to when it comes to the causal power and the causal chain is obviously going to be in reference to stuff like contingent things, stuff like
Oh my
I
God.
don't know whether you think matter to be like something which
It's
is
not. This is
infinite. I don't
not a
know
hard
what's
point.
your views on that?
You're just missing. Look, does
But
the
it's-
the starting look? You understand that the universe could have different starting conditions to where we'd have different present outcomes, right? You understand that, right?
Sorry, what? Repeat that?
You
Sorry,
you
repeat
can
that?
understand that if the universe had different starting conditions, right, then we'd have different outcomes, right? As to today, that's possible, right?
Yeah, that's possible. Sure.
Okay, so then why are you saying that the starting conditions do not causally explain as to why we have particular outcomes today? Why are you saying that?
Sorry, what do you think? What do you think I'm saying? Repeat that.
That you're denying that the starting conditions of the universe, the initial state, right, has any causal efficacy, when obviously it does, because if those starting conditions were different, we'd get different effects today, potentially.
But Danny, look, I don't think that the quote unquote initial state of space-time or initial state of the universe, I don't agree that that something has any causal efficacy.
He's too
That's
dumb.
not
I can't do
well,
it.
I'm obviously
Uh,
making.
Wait, but you agree? So okay, the initial state of the universe was just a way that matter and photons and all these things were arranged, right? You know, barring confusions about singularity, just suppose that the initial state of the universe was just a particular way
Sure,
the universe
I'll
was
agree to
arranged.
this. I'll agree to this. Yeah,
So
I'll agree to that. Yeah.
So there is a particular way the universe is currently arranged, and we agree that the universe being arranged that way means that it has causal power to become a different way. You know, there's laws of physics, and things have a certain disposition to do things given a certain arrangement. Why is it that the initial state, which is just a different arrangement of matter and photons and all of this stuff, doesn't have a disposition to be some way, and thus will inevitably be that way at some point in the future?
Because wait, so let me get this straight. You said right now, because I think I might have missed that. You said that there was like and what you were referring to initial state of the universe or whatever was just photons and matter being arranged in a certain way.
There's space-time and there's matter and there's photons and stuff, and they're just arranged in a certain way. Suppose that that's the initial state. Why does that not have causal power in the same way that matter being arranged in a certain way now does have causal power?
I'll answer that, but I just want to ask a quick clarifying question because I think this can clear a lot of stuff. Do you think that there was like that like photons and whatever this is, like space-time, do you think that between the initial state and let's just say Big Bang or whatever the point you think like the universe expands in, do you think that photons just rearrange themselves? Like they were rearranged?
Well, look, so I mean,
because
like
of something else, or
the whole details of like what was going on at the Big Bang and what was going on before the Big Bang, if there was a Big Bang, all of that stuff is like secondary and it's not really relevant to the question. Just that like there just was some physical state of affairs, like there was stuff arranged in a particular way. Now you might not want to call it photons because maybe photons didn't exist yet or whatever it was. There was stuff arranged in a particular way, just as there's stuff arranged in a particular way now. The stuff arranged in a particular way now has causal power. Why doesn't the stuff arranged in a particular way 13.8 billion years ago have causal power?
Because this current state of affairs or the state of affairs, let's just say 3 seconds or 6 seconds ago, that something was already set into a form of motion, and this something is already
okay. Now, by the way, you're mixing Aquinas' ways. You presented the third way, which technically actually has very little to do with causal powers or anything like that. It has to do with contingency, explanation, necessity. Okay, so you're just mixing Aquinas' first, second, and third way together. Yes, I'm telling you. You said you're giving a kind of modal cosmological argument, and you appealed to something like a PSR, right, which doesn't have to do with causal chains, like in the first and second way in the
Coulomb. I didn't appeal to PSR, but that's fine.
You can't run the third way without a PSR. You can't do it, okay?
You absolutely can. You can just say that you don't have
this
to
is why I
accept
retired, by the way,
contingencies
everyone.
for a different reason. I mean, you can run Danny, you can definitely run
you have to appeal to a principle. You have to appeal to a principle. No, you hold on. You hold on, right? You hold on. You have to appeal. Shut. No, you. I don't care. I'm going to interrupt the middle of your sentence because it's ignorant, right? You have to appeal to a principle for why contingent things. You have to. Excuse me. You have to. You have to. Shut your mouth. Shut it. You shut. No, you shut. No. Someone mute him. Shut. Mute him. Right. You have to appeal to a principle, right? To get to say that contingent things have to be explained in terms of another, right? That principle is just the PSR, right? That you have to. Otherwise, we can just say there's brute contingencies and what are you going to do, right?
Danny, you're insanely confused. Do you think that a person has to appeal to PSR to tell you that you cannot hold to brute contingencies?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the PSR is. The PSR is basically stating that there are no brute contingencies.
Holy. So if a person was to appeal, let's just say you were in epistemology.
What do you think the PSR amounts to?
Hold on, no, you're not.
I don't think you know what the PSR is.
You're not going to run from this question. So if a person was to debate you on whether you can hold beliefs with no explanation, whether you think that's plausible or whether you think that that's something which is even going to be more probable or whatever, do you think that they would have to appeal to PSR to tell you that you cannot hold to beliefs without
Yes, the
explanation?
PSR is just the denial of bruteness.
No. Sorry, do you think Klein? Sorry. When Klein brings his objection to foundationalism,
Quine? Are you trying to say
coherentism-
Quine?
Klein.
Okay.
I'm not appealing to Klein.
I don't know who Klein
When
is.
Klein brings his objection to foundationalism and coherentism, saying that holding beliefs without explanation or circular explanations are either arbitrary or just going to be violating a principle of circularity, do you think that he's appealing to PSR there, or do you think that he's running something completely else?
I'm not familiar with the dialectic. I can only guess, but there it has to do with justification, which is not quite the same thing as the explanation that's being talked about in cosmological arguments.
Sorry. So when we talk about beliefs without explanation, and when we're talking about brute facts, what do you think the meaningful distinction would be if we're
Well,
trying to determine,
some people have preferences, some people have beliefs, and when you ask them why do you believe that, they say I don't really have a reason. Right? They're not saying that there's no explanation because it would be a psychological, biological, sociological explanation. What they're saying is they don't have a justification.
But wait, sure? No, they can't hold to beliefs that they don't have
I don't want to do this.
explanations for. But if you
I don't
have,
want to do this.
So
Save me.
oh my
look,
god,
look, is
oh my
your
God.
so to be clear, what is the distinction you're making between, say, an initial state of the universe? It's just some physical arrangement of matter, and not having causal power, and a divine being having causal power. What prevents an initial state of the universe being arranged in a particular way having causal power that allows a divine being to have causal power?
Sorry, that completely went over my head. I'm so sorry. Can you please repeat that again? Just one more time. I'm
it
so
seems
sorry.
like the main contention is that you think that it's impossible, it's nonsensical perhaps, for an initial state of the universe to have causal power, whereas you do think that it's possible for a divine being to have causal power. What is the distinguishing feature here?
Between the initial state of the universe and the divine being?
Yeah.
I think the difference would probably be just the sole fact that if by God we mean that a mind that created a universe or whatever we mean, God would have a mind. So meaning that he has intention, meaning he can cause intentionally. And
Why does cause
I
need
don't
to be
think
intentional?
photons, why does cause, I mean, it doesn't have to be, but I'm saying that it would make sense to say that if God was like, let's just say the first entity, right? He could go from point A to point B intentionally. He could cause something from point A to point B intentionally. If there's nothing, if photons are the first thing, let's just say photons, for example, I don't know what you hold to, but if photons are the first thing, like the initial state in an arranged way, if there's nothing else to cause like a disruption or cause them to rearrange, and they do not have a mind or anything to change intentionally, they're always in one state of one state.
I mean, that just
You
it
make
just
me
doesn't
nauseous.
follow.
from point A to point B to point C to point
make
D.
me
It just doesn't
intellectually
follow,
nauseous.
right? Like imagine that the initial state is like a pair of just for the sake of argument, this isn't how it was, but imagine that the initial state was just a pair of electrons that are separated by, a centimeter, right? The initial state is them at rest, separated by a centimeter. Well, then we know exactly what would happen next. What would happen next is they would repel each other, because that's the disposition that electrons have. Electrons have the disposition to repel each other. There's no reason to think that the state would never change just because there's no intention behind it.
So sure, but like, to say, so I understand. Let's just say you said that. Let's just say electrons were like 1 centimeter away. What did you say that would happen? They would repel each other?
Yeah, they would repel each other. That in
Yeah,
the next moment, their distance would be slightly greater, and the moment after, their distance would be even greater still.
But wouldn't that still? So how is that inconsistent with what I'm saying? Because that would still be like.
The state would be changing. You made the claim that if there were initially just photons in a particular arrangement, that the state would never change. But no, I mean, like we have like these photons are not like dispositionless things. Electrons are not dispositionless things. Part of being an electron, part of being a photon, is that they behave in certain ways in certain
I
conditions.
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, actually, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Yeah,
In
that's
which
fine.
case, why can't you have the initial state just be the necessary thing? And then it just follows that you have causal relations between the initial state and whatever happens next.
I mean, but do you think like like that arrangement of photons or whatever the view is, I'm not gonna dig that deep into it if it's not necessary, but do you think that arrangement of photons is like it could be a compelling explanation, or it could have causal power for the other contingent things?
The other contingent things being the next state of affairs that happen later. If by contingent you just mean kind of like ontologically dependent or something like this, or causally dependent, not by like contingent as in
yeah, the facts,
possible
the
world
facts,
semantics.
the
Yeah.
state, the subsequent state could be explained in terms of facts, and those are going to be contingent and explained sufficiently by the prior state, the initial state.
So, like, okay, I'm actually fine with that. I don't actually have contention to that. That's fine. Can I
right.
run something else though?
I'm glad we made progress. Oh, you're going to bring something else up? Do we have anybody else in the queue?
If so, we do. If you can bring something else up, if it's not philosophy, because if it's otherwise, the Philbro timer has run its course.
Okay. I wanted to ask just like one quick question. Well, does morality debates count as like fucking philosophy?
It
I
depends.
think they do.
Do you get your morality from the Bible?
Well, it wouldn't be like, well, sure, but that wasn't the argument I was trying to run though.
Okay, but surely
But
you understand that
if-
getting your morality from the Bible probably leads you to a non-objective view of morality, right?
No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with like ideal observer theories. I don't care about like the objective morality, not objective, or sorry, subjective morality. I think both are compatible with God's existence.
No,
I'm just saying that,
I
like,
have to give you a W for that. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're not sucked
I
into that
wouldn't-
distinction.
Yeah, thank you so much. The thing that I actually wanted to talk about is that when we talk about like the nature of morality, since I think that pure like standard subjectivist theories are false and anti-realist theories are also false, and I don't think that other objective morality theories like non-naturalism and non-naturalism are sufficient for the grounding of morality. I think that you can make an abductive case that like the ideal of observer or like God is going to be like the explanation for moral facts or whatever they are, moral truths.
Well, look, I'm willing to talk about this more, maybe when there's nobody in the line. But just I'll give you a quick response. By the way, there's ways to be an atheist and hold a divine command theory. Like even if you're right, you could think an atheist could say, yeah, God doesn't exist, but hypothetically, if God exists, he would command me to do this, and so I would be obligated, right? So that's even if I were to. So that that's
Fascinating.
Because so that's my quick thought on it. But we'll talk more. We can talk about it more
Yeah,
when
yeah,
there's nobody.
I got you.
Unfortunately, I do have to let you
Before
go.
I
Thank you
go,
for-
I'll just want
Yeah.
to say.
Go ahead.
Before I go, thank you, Blitz. I'm sorry that I interrupted you. Bible guy, I'm sorry me and you weren't able to talk. And Danny, we can definitely talk about this later.
Later, yeah. All
but
right, see ya.
Yeah,
Bye.
see you though.
Look, I tried to bait him in, Dalton. I tried to, but he didn't want to take the bait. Orthodox, especially Orthodox, they never want to talk about
They
the
don't
Bible.
like talking about the Bible. No,
They really
because
don't.
the Bible is detrimental to their Christian worldview. That's the thing.
When I
Like,
was,
the only way
I was. Go ahead, Dalton. I cut you off.
I was gonna say the only way they can maintain their belief is by relying heavily upon like philosophy or like a bad understanding of philosophy and science, and it's definitely not going to be the Bible that like supports their worldview.
People don't know, but I used to be an aspiring Christian apologist, and the Bible was like a liability in my whole project.
And to be fair, if you're Orthodox, like I actually can understand why you don't want to talk about the Bible, because Orthodox, they don't hold to sola scriptura, right? They're like, oh well, we have these church fathers who do the interpreting for us, so I'm not going to try to understand. Who cares if there's a contradiction? Saint Joseph of
Zero.
London or whatever, he answered that 1700 years ago. Like, right? They can just appeal to that and be like, I don't have to deal with that, right?
Yeah.
Now, we do have a few super chats from C-Bar with the $10 saying, thank you so much, C-Bar. Danny is really quite something, isn't he?
Oh dear.
Yeah, well, C-Bar is not nothing, but, you know.
Definitely. Right. Very generous guy, too.
And from Kamran Kermani with the $5, damn, I missed Danny's fire and energy. Yeah, we all did, but Danny, did you retire? Is this a
But
permanent
these kind of
retirement?
conversations make my blood pressure go up, right? That's what y'all miss, right? You miss the
Is
rage.
that is what
blood
people
sport.
miss. Like, you understand that, right? That's what people want. People want blood
I know.
sports.
I understand. They want me to die early, right?
I mean, it's bad for your heart, I guess.
From all the toxic stuff coming out of this app,
The sludge.
right?
Yeah. So are you telling me your retirement is permanent?
No, I don't know. It's complicated, but yeah,
You need a break
Fair
at the
enough.
very least.
yeah.
That's
I
fair.
haven't streamed in like 6 months, so
Has it
on my
really
platform.
been?
I've been there.
It's not been 6 months.
it has. I've been in other people's YouTube or occasionally here and there, but I have not. I don't remember the last time I streamed on TikTok.
I took 9 months and then I had a comeback, so maybe you're in for
But
it
I'll
too.
probably come back. I just
We just gotta wait for you to get fired too. Then you'll be like, well, I
none of
guess I'm doing
that.
this
None
full
of
time.
that. I have a family to feed. Me and
Yeah,
my
I
wife,
know.
right? My wife and I.
And we have one more super chat from Herbie with the £5. Thank you so much, Herbie. Saying, has anyone else noticed something a bit different about Ian and Justin today? Yeah, I mean,
I
like,
shaved.
Ian dyed his hair, Justin shaved. All right, we
Justin
have one more
shaved?
super
I'm
Yeah,
using a new
right above-
face cream. Makes me look quite young. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're using Rogaine, your hairline has come back.
Oh dear.
And from Bryce Aroni with the $5, love to see all
I'll
my
give you
guys
some of my
collaborate.
hair, right? If I'll donate,
right.
right? There's some too much.
I mean, you will forever look youthful. All right, we have Why Are You Here in the TikTok guest box. Let's bring him up. Why are you here? How's it going?
It's pretty good. How are you guys today?
Doing A-okay.
Well.
Why are you here? Do you believe in God?
Mhm.
Yes,
And which one would that be?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay. Yeah, so what would be the best best reason you could give a whole bunch of heathens to try to explain to us that you're correct?
I mean, Islam, it talks about, giving in charity, that there's no compulsion, that, like you're not allowed to, unalive like children or
So you get that in
These-
secular humanism. Why should we why would we become Muslim?
I mean it's not really like that I would try to convince you that there is a God. It's like you have to like you have to want to believe that there is a God.
Why
Well,
would
what
we? Go ahead.
Yeah, what I want to believe is as many true things as possible and to disbelieve as many false things as possible. And unless you're able to give us any sufficient or good reason to believe that Islam is true, we're going to have to just object and refrain from belief.
I think a claim that Islam makes that's very true is that God is unlike anything else. So he's like he's not like anything in creation. And he's out of creation, but he's not like in a place. It's
If
like out of creation.
heaven is a place in Islam, but if I create a deity and then make him extremely unique, does that suddenly make it true?
No.
So the uniqueness of Allah does not mean that Islam is true.
I think that the way that he's described compared to how other religions describe God would be yes.
You know that the description of Allah is almost indistinguishable from the description of Hashem or Yahweh in the Hebrew, like amongst Judaism. That's not unique.
Yeah. So it's not really unique, but it's like the same concept can be found in multiple scriptures.
Look,
So it sounds like we don't have a reason to believe in Islam if it's borrowing concepts from previous religions.
No, I would say it
I mean,
it's
the Quran can't even get its own facts straight. The Quran makes the claim that Miriam, the mother of Jesus, was the sister of Aaron, mistaking her for a completely different Miriam in the Bible.
yeah, but um that wait, you're saying there's two different Miriams?
In the Christian Bible, in the Old Testament, there's a woman named Miriam. She's the sister of Moses and Aaron. And in the New Testament, you have Mary, who in Arabic and Hebrew, her name is also Miriam. And the author of the Quran, who is just hearing these stories from Jews and Christians and is not receiving divine revelation, has mistaken these two different Miriams for the same woman, and therefore refers to Jesus' mother as the sister of Aaron, which is wrong woman altogether.
Can you help me understand? I'm actually a little confused
All right.
on that.
You recognize that Moses lived like 1,000 years before the time of Jesus of Nazareth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Who was Moses's brother and sister?
Aaron.
Aaron, and who was his sister?
Miriam.
Miriam. What is Jesus's mother called in Arabic and Hebrew?
Mariam.
Yeah, it's the same exact name. They're both called Maryam. The author of the Quran refers to the mother of Jesus as being the sister of Aaron because the author doesn't realize that there are two different Maryams that he's confusing for one another. He refers to the mother of Jesus as Ya Ukhta Harun, O sister of Aaron.
I think that would be like an honorific term to call.
No, because it also refers to her as being the daughter of Imram, who was Moses and Aaron and Miriam's father. He clearly is just mistaking these two people.
Yeah, but there's a 1,400 year gap.
Yeah, that's
which
the
is
problem.
So it can't be talking about
you would think that the word of God would know that there are two different Miriams, and yet the Quran mistakes the two of them, which would lead us to believe it's not all that reliable for getting us information. It sounds more like the author of the Quran just heard Christians and Jews talking about a woman named Miriam, who is the mother of Jesus and the sister of Aaron, and thought that this was the same woman when it wasn't.
like how could you say that could be the same woman if it's a 1,000?
Did Jesus have an uncle named Aaron?
No.
Okay.
Jesus is Aaron.
So when the Quran refers to Mary's brother as Aaron,
Mary being the mother of Jesus, that would make Aaron Jesus's uncle.
but Aaron lived 1,000 years before Jesus.
So
Over 1,000 years on it, really.
So you're telling me that somebody tried to connect the genealogy of Aaron to Jesus
Yeah,
in
on
the Quran?
accident.
Yes, they heard the name Miriam, which is the name of Aaron and Moses' sister, who lived 1,400 years before the time of Jesus, and they thought that it was the same Miriam as the mother of Jesus. So the Quran, being not divinely inspired, makes a mistake in regards to the identification of this woman, conflating her with another woman by the same name.
I mean, I've heard that before. Like the scholars say that it's not the same Miriam. Like I'm
Well,
not trying to deflect
I
what
guess
you guys are saying.
I guess
I'm
the
just
scholars would be wrong then, right? Or is it, by scholars, do you just mean religious men who are dogmatically bound to the concept that the Quran is perfect and without fault, or are we talking about critical scholars who look at the Quran with an objective, non-biased perspective?
I haven't really looked at any like unapologetic scholarship for Islam. Like I
That's the title
would,
of the show, folks.
I would be open to it. I haven't, like, I don't really know any.
So why do you accept the
atheist.
Quran as true?
I mean, I think it just has a lot of good morality for
Okay,
people.
does the Bible have good morality?
No.
Oh. Okay,
I
what
mean,
about the Bible? What? Okay, go ahead.
No.
There's not a huge distinction between the two. They're pretty much the same. They're the same moral compass. Anything the Quran says, the Bible is going to say, and vice versa. I mean, going out slaughtering people who disagree with you, the Quran and the Bible both pretty for that. Treating women like shit, the Bible and the Quran are both pretty for that. I don't know about Blitz and Danny. I think they probably agree with me. Treating women like shit, like beating your wife if she disagrees with you, probably not a-okay. I'm not married, but I'll let the married men give their piece on this.
I mean, I would
Don't
say
beat
that
your wives.
I would say that Islam, like compared to the Bible is more about rules that apply to your own people, and Islam has more cosmopolitan ideas than.
So you're making the claim that the Quran is different because it doesn't just apply to a singular group, but applies to everybody. Have you read the New Testament? The New Testament teaches that the rules of conduct of righteous living apply to all people, and everyone must observe them, not just a particular group of people.
Which book is that written in?
Every single book of the New Testament. Matthew chapter 28, go ye therefore, teach all, make disciples of all nations, commanding them to observe all that I have commanded you. Those are Jesus's words in the Gospel of Matthew. The New Testament is also cosmopolitan in the idea that it applies to all people everywhere. And the God of the Old Testament also judges foreign nations for acting unrighteously, meaning that the God of the Bible holds non-Israelite nations to a standard of morality as well that they have to abide by, which Jewish people would call the Noahide laws which you apply to all people everywhere indiscriminately. So this is also everything you've said so far that you think makes Islam special is also found in these other religions.
I mean, so what about chapters in the Bible like Ezra 9 through 10, which is like a really.
What about it?
like it's a really racist type of chapter. Like I don't really remember the context, but I think that's the one.
For we are bondmen, yet our God has not forsaken us in our bondage, but has extended to us his steadfast love before the kings of Persia, to grant us some reviving, to set up the house of our God, to repair its ruins, to give us protection in Judea. And now our God will, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken thy commandments. Yeah, no, that's has nothing to do with racism. This
Yeah,
is
that was the wrong. Dude, there's a chapter in the Bible that's like, I don't remember which one it is, but it's
read Isaiah 56. God tells the foreigners that they have a place within his house, and that his house, the temple, shall be called the house of prayer for all peoples, all nations.
And to be
The
clear,
psalm, yeah,
I'm pretty sure that there's like, if you find any holy text, I'm pretty sure that you're going to find like some form of xenophobia or some form of racism in there, especially if it's rather old. I could be wrong, but I'm under the impression that there's some, perhaps negative things said about Jews in the Quran.
that they became apes.
Is that the case?
like, are you talking about when
Isn't there
like Allah turned them into monkeys?
Sorry, one more time.
I said, are you talking about when Allah turned them into monkeys?
I'm not talking about that. Are you talking about that?
No, I mean, you were saying that there were racist passages in the Quran. So
Well, no, I said that there's negative things that are said about Jews, right? I'm pretty sure that that's there, but I could be wrong about that. I could have.
Well, let's just make it easier. He said he didn't accept the Bible because he didn't agree with the morality of the Bible. But okay, fine. Maybe this sounds like Old Testament stuff. What's wrong with accepting the New Testament? Does the New Testament not have good morality, or at least better morality than the Old Testament?
Like I don't really have a reason to trust anything in the New Testament because
Okay. Now we're getting. So then, what to us the Quran? We would say that about the Quran, right? So, what is it about the Quran that makes it's more special than the New Testament?
I mean it doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Like,
Really, where is sperm
That's
located
okay.
in the body?
in the testicles.
So not between the backbone and the ribs.
I don't really know how to look at that. I don't really know the science behind that.
Well, you were
Like-
correct. It's not in the backbone and the ribs, but that is the claim that the Quran makes. Because they just didn't know anatomy back then. They were going off of mostly the author of the Quran is going off of ancient Greek understanding of certain biological ideals, but they were wrong.
And that
which is why
was that
they make-
Hippocrates?
I
The
think so.
whole
Hippocrates.
sperm backbone thing.
Yeah, the Quran makes a lot of false scientific claims. I think Blitz could have a field day with, but making the claim that sperm is found between the backbone and the ribs is one of the claims of the Quran, and it's scientifically. Blitz, you can confirm if I'm wrong here, but that's probably not scientifically accurate.
I'm not that
I
kind of
kinda
doctor,
knew-
but I'm pretty sure that the balls are not between the backbone and the rib cage.
I'm like I kind of
Just checking.
knew that the backbone and the rib things was coming up. Like I don't really know how to. I'm not a doctor, so I don't.
I would have never guessed. No, I'm kidding. But look. I mean, like, there's just a lot that like the Quran doesn't get quite right. So, my question is like, why? How do we know? Why should we trust the Quran if there are things that it doesn't get right? And like, there's more things. Like it says that the moon was split in two, but that never happened, right? So,
Or that Jesus wasn't crucified, which is as far as like
I
the
mean-
consensus of the scholarship is concerned, is a historical fact.
And even if
Uh,
the Quran didn't say any of that, right? Suppose there are no scientific mistakes or historical mistakes in the Quran, I still don't see why we should accept it.
I mean, the Quran says that Jesus was made to appear that he was crucified. So, like, we don't believe that he was crucified, but it makes the claim that he was. So
Can
or
that
that it
claim be
appeared.
demonstrated that it only appeared that he was crucified as opposed to that he actually wasn't?
Because there were Jews in the first century that believed that he was crucified, but it wasn't enough for their salvation because they wanted
You know what?
What?
Let me
keep
just
it
help
from.
you out. Most Muslim apologists, the ones that I sort of respect, say is that, yeah, historically speaking, if you're just looking at the historical method, right, Jesus was crucified, right? But that but there's more faith to be had in accepting what the Quran has to say, and as far as saying that, yeah, don't trust the historical method in this case. It was wrong. History is wrong is actually the case that it only appeared that way, right? Which means that you've got to have a very, very, very good reason for accepting that text, and I just don't see it.
I mean, the Bible has the story of Enoch and Elijah ascending up to heaven without dying.
Well,
So
no,
I
no,
think
let's not. We're not. I don't want to make the claim that it's not possible, right? I mean, a lot of could be that water is not H2O. Maybe that's possible. Maybe science is wrong. Maybe history is wrong. But you see, the Quran is saying something like history is wrong. This is not what happened. When history says otherwise, that means that what does the Quran have to say to back up that the kind of authority there that we would accept what the Quran has to say over what the historical method has to say?
Yeah, you have to presuppose that the Quran is divinely inspired, and that is yet to be demonstrated to us.
so like are you guys like saying that there are other examples of sacred scriptures that contain the
No, no, no.
same.
Look here. Let's just cut to the chase. Do you accept the Quran because of the way that you were raised?
No, I wasn't born Muslim.
Okay, so then what made when you became a Muslim, what sort of facts or data were you privy to that we're not privy to, right? But yes, the Quran is true. That's what I'm interested in. That's what we're interested in.
Does it is the claim that it makes about the way God is
I'm not
wrong?
even making a claim. I'm asking a question. What data did you look at that we're ignorant of that when like, yes, the Quran is true right before you became a Muslim?
You said what data did I look at?
Yeah, what is it that prompted you to say, yes, I accept the Quran is true? But because you weren't born a Muslim, right? So you remember when you became a Muslim, right?
Okay, hold on. Were you convinced of Islam by
Yeah.
like what's that red pillar's name?
Andrew
By
Tate?
like yeah, Andrew Tate or people like him.
No,
When did you become a Muslim?
no. I became a Muslim like last year. So
Okay.
I've
Okay.
only been a
What?
Muslim for about.
Yeah, it was Sneeko. That's what I was talking about.
When you gave your shahada, right? I want to know when you were thinking about whether to take it or not, right before, what were you weighing? What data were you weighing in your mind? You're like, yes, okay, yes, I see the truth. I see the Quran is true. That is why I want. Like, tell me how you became a Muslim at the moment that you took your shahada, the moment right before, actually.
Um, I mean, I like. I believe like prophets and
Wait, so someone
messengers
just told
and
you this is what the prophet said and you just believed it? No, right?
no,
That can't be.
no. Just that like um just like that there is some type of divine scripture,
Okay,
like
but why accept the Quran specifically? What about the Quran were you thinking about
Why are
right
you a
before you
Muslim?
accepted it? Yeah.
Why are you a Muslim?
because I believe in God.
Okay, why the
No,
why the
but
Muslim
Christians
version?
believe in God, right? Christians believe in God. But why are you a Muslim?
Yeah, you could be a deist and still believe in a god. Why specifically accept the Quran?
I think you were
it's
you were bamboozled. I think you were.
I
were
think he was watching Sneeko. I think that's what happened.
it's like um I don't know, I was pretty convinced, like
Surely it's not
when
because of the reasons you've been giving us that you think the Quran is special in some way, because as far as all the data are concerned, the Quran is no different than like the Bible in any measure. There's nothing unique in the Quran.
I mean, like, do you guys think the universe was just do you guys think the universe just always was?
No,
Hold on,
you're distracted. Look, let's grant that God exists. Why do you think he has manifested his message in the Quran?
Because people need to be told what to do, and if they're not told what to do, they'll do it.
So hold on, just to be clear, why didn't you deny it when I said that you got your Islam from Sneeko?
I didn't get it from Sneeko.
Who'd you get it from?
Like
Friend, family member, what?
Just Googling around?
I mean, just different,
Have you ever taken your
apologetics.
Shahada? Have you ever taken your Shahada?
Yeah,
Okay, did you take it with someone?
yeah, I did.
Okay, who was that person?
It was a friend at school.
A friend at school. Okay. Wait, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. It was in high school. It was in college or something?
It was, yeah, no, it was in high school.
Wait, this is not.
That doesn't check out. You said you've been a Muslim for a year.
Something's not adding up. You said you
Yeah,
became a Muslim last year. You were in high school at 19, which is fine. I'm just wondering.
yeah. I was in high school at 19.
Okay.
No, okay, that actually checks out. That's possible.
Okay, so yeah, I know. I've seen them. So, what did he tell you that you went like, yes, Quran?
I mean, just
It,
like
it sounds, guest, like you prematurely accepted a religion without any sufficient reason. That's what it sounds like to us.
I
You
don't
don't
know,
seem very
like
sure about why you believe what you believe.
I don't know any other like religion that to where you just you can't do compulsion.
We should give him space to talk. What did he tell you that you went, yes, I'll take my Shahada?
That like you can't force people to be Muslim. And
Why would that convince you to be Muslim? You can't force people to be Buddhists. Are you a Buddhist now?
Can't force people to be Christian or Jewish. You have to willingly accept these
They would beg to
religions.
differ. The Spanish Inquisition would like to say that.
Can you actually recite your Shahada right now? I'm just curious.
sure.
Okay, well, no,
I'll
if you
do
know it, then I trust you. I don't want to, whatever. I'm just wondering.
Okay. Wait, so like, can I ask you guys a question? Why do you guys think God's not real?
Okay, but we are changing the subject, right? You see-
I'm not trying to jump. I'm not trying to jump.
Okay.
I'm trying to stay on.
I still want to know what your friend told you that was like, yes, Islam is the right way.
Yeah, because even if I believed in God, if I was a deist and believed in God today, and they
Or
created
even if
the
you were a
universe and was-
Christian, right? Or like a Jew or a
Yeah.
Hindu or whatever.
Well,
like,
yeah.
why should we accept the Quran?
Okay, so have like okay, I believe that there's a lot of you know deists, so like people who believe in God, but God doesn't interact with us, and I believe the opposite, that God does want to
God
interact with us.
interacts with people in the New Testament. So why that doesn't make Islam special? You keep naming these things that other religions have.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
does.
yeah,
It
but he
wouldn't.
doesn't.
If I
He
would accept
doesn't.
Christianity as soon as accepting Islam by these standards.
Yeah, yeah, but there's no divine or chosen people for Islam.
And there's no
Unlike
chosen or divine people in Christianity. Everyone can become a Christian. It's a universalist
That's
religion.
one of the
It
reasons why
applies to
it popped
everyone.
off. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it popped off 2,000 years ago is because, one of the reasons why Judaism kind of stayed small is because they were very exclusive.
Yeah, yeah. Christianity is not an ethno religion. You don't have to belong to a certain people group in order to be a member of the religion. Anyone can become a Christian.
all right, so like
Hold on. I'm sorry. I have to. How do you feel about women who have slept with more than one man?
You're still
um
on the Sneeko thing, right?
I mean, if they're not um promiscuous, like if they're chaste, then there's not really a problem.
Well, they're not, because they're not chaste. That's the point of what Bliss just asked you. They've been with multiple men. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, just because you've been with multiple men doesn't mean you're not chaste.
I think it is. I think that is what that
This
means.
woman, this hypothetical woman, is actively seeking more partners.
Um,
Yeah, so chaste means abstaining from extramarital or from all sexual intercourse. So imagine that she's not married and she slept with multiple men.
I mean, if she's done that and she's chaste,
She's
that
not
if she's
chaste.
like,
The literally the does it's not what the word means.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, but you're saying after, like,
No, she has no compunctions. She's dating around. She's been in a few somewhat long-term relationships. She slept with multiple men. She's not married.
And this has not changed. This is still her like disposition.
I mean, I would say it would be better for her to get married.
Okay, now what if a man does this? How do you feel about it then?
It's still gross. I mean, you know, um, men are only allowed to have four wives, so it's it's like any more than that would be gross.
You're okay
The
with men having four
patriarchal
wives?
hypocrisy, the patriarchal hypocrisy of religion at play here.
No,
So
I don't. I don't think it.
would you be
I,
okay
I
with a
don't
man
think.
sleeping with four women, but not okay with a woman sleeping with four men?
I mean, in today's society, it's unnecessary. Like, men don't need to sleep with
But
four
would you be
women
okay?
anymore.
But would you be okay with it? And ask about society.
Like, are you asking me if I'd be okay with a man sleeping with four women
Yeah.
that he's married to?
No.
No.
Okay. Because you said something
But
earlier that like
let's
with
add the marriage thing. Is it that on your view, it's okay for a man to be married to four women, but it's not okay for a woman to be married to four men?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no, as in like it, as in both of them are impermissible.
Like, no, as in just um woman being with multiple men. it's unbeneficial for anybody.
Yep. Okay, wait. Is one permissible and the other one isn't? Is it permissible for a man to be married to 4 women, but not permissible for a woman to be married to 4 men?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, there's your bone, yeah.
And just to be clear, the reason I brought this up is because you mentioned that people need religion in order to. You said something like to be controlled or something like this, right?
No, no, no. I wouldn't say like no. It's not to be controlled because in Islam there's no compulsion. So I can't force you to do anything.
Didn't he say something like that?
If if
Yeah, he
if
did.
God like
Without Islam, there would be no like method for like keeping people morally bound. Was his claim?
I'm not just saying with Islam, just any divine text. If God were to interact with people, that if they weren't told what to do, that they would do it.
Okay.
Would you believe in God if Islam
He's
was
gone.
false? Oh, he's gone? Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't seem to know why he believed what he believed.
Honestly, a lot of people are like that. I don't really have issues talking to those people because they just kind of need to reflect on what's going on, and I think we did that.
So I would actually believe that it was a friend of his who got him into it, and his friend got into it because of Sneeko or Andrew Tate or Myron or one of these red pillars, and then like they like shared the red pillar stuff in common, and then his friend was like, "Hey, you should check out this Islam thing." That's my guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do have a super chat from Flosscal with the $5. Love your voice, your voices, Bible guy. Do you have multiple voices?
Oh yeah, on my channel I have a voice modulator that I use for read super chats.
That's a good idea. We should talk about this. I should get one of them. Praise Doug. By the way, if you don't know, there is a new deity being added to the pantheon. It is the lava lamp. Brings light to all. Transubstantiates from wax into lava when it is blessing a set. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. The holy text is called Leviticus. One of our apostles is Matthew. So we got a thing going on. Anyway, let's move on to our next guest. Let's bring up Wiggles. Wiggles, how's it going? Wiggles? Oh, and they left.
Wiggled out.
Yeah.
Oh, you beat me to it.
We have Sir Gabriel.
That one was handed on a silver platter, so.
Gabriel, how's it going? Gabriel?
It's actually a good pet name, Wiggles. But what kind
Gabriel?
of
pet? A pet
and
worm?
they're gone.
Caterpillar? I don't know.
A snake? Yeah. Did y'all ever have a pet snake?
I did.
No, I never had a snake.
Anaconda. I mean, I had a
what?
anaconda. Python.
Anaconda. When I was like, right. I always tell the Christians there's a reason why Satan wanted to be a snake, because the snakes are awesome.
That kind of checks out. Like, I don't know why. I would have never expected this, and then you said it, and I'm like, you know what? That kind of, I can see it. I can see that you were a
you didn't
snake
become
or
a freaking guinea pig, right? Like, that's just no, right? It was a snake.
Oh no, I'm talking about Dalton owning a snake.
Oh.
That checks out. All right, y'all. So look, here's the status of things. There's currently 800 people watching on YouTube. There's currently 520-ish people watching on TikTok. And not a single theist, Christian, theist, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, Shintoist. There's nobody in the guest box.
New Agers, you can stay in the chat, right? Stay in the chat, New Agers.
Oh yeah, New Agers are not welcome. But everybody else is welcome.
Wow, that's wild. I feel, I don't know.
We got one. Nope, we got one.
Oh.
Low life.
Y'all are weird.
Okay. Thanks for being here. Do you?
Y'all are weird, therefore God.
True.
What do you? I feel terrible for asking, but Muslims don't say they go to church. They just say they go to mosque. What do they? Is that what they say? What
think
what
they
is the
must,
service
right?
called though?
Oh,
They don't say service.
question.
What do they? What do they go to? What is it called? They don't go to mass. It's not mass, obviously, but it's what is it? Maybe a Muslim could tell me in the chat. What do y'all say y'all went to?
Masjid.
Salah. I'm seeing all sorts of
Jummah.
Jummah. Okay.
Salah?
Prayer.
I mean, although that Salah is meaning ritual prayer, but
They
the
just say
Friday
mosque?
congregation. I maybe in America that's what they do. The Friday congregational prayer has a specific name, Jumu'ah.
Okay. Well, by the way, we have a super chat, and then we also have a few guests. Let's read the super chat really quick, and then we'll move on. So, from Duke of Shasta, with the 10 euros, which are, it's a funny kind of currency, right? No, it's a very serious currency, and everybody should take it very seriously because it's very serious. Sorry, I just need to make it longer. Oh, almost longer. So Duke of Shaska says, "Hi Blitz, hi Bible Guy, hi Danny. Did Justin get raptured? Was Ian recalled back to the deepest abyss from whence he came? TBG, is this the new camera? It's like I see you for the first time. I don't know what TBG means.
The Bible guy.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I bought a new camera, Elgato Facecam 4K. It was suggested to me by Ardent Heart, and yeah, it's
Is
significantly
that Jerusalem
clearer.
behind you? Is that Jerusalem? What is that?
Yeah, old
Oh,
Jerusalem.
okay.
Yeah,
The old
Jerusalem.
yeah. But yeah, new face cam. I'm glad you can see me for the first time. I don't know what it is. I have extremely red lips for some reason. I've never noticed it until people started pointing it out. But I do look luscious.
So we have no
All right.
guests, right?
Well, we did have guests, but now they left. So if you guys did want to come up, you feel free to come up if you believe in a god. Oh, Lowlife is back. Maybe he actually wants to say something useful.
Is it the same one from the first
Yeah.
guest? Oh, okay.
Lowlife, welcome back.
How you guys doing?
Doing all right. So first, you're weird. Second, do you believe in God?
Wait, this is
I'm
a different guy?
Christian.
This is the same guy.
Oh, okay.
You're a Christian, you say. And so why should we believe in the Christian God?
You don't have to do anything. It's just real. It's your choice to believe in it or not.
Well, we want to believe true things. So I imagine if you think it's real, you probably have reasons to think it's real, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why God would be real.
Yeah. Can you
Give me
Give
your
us
best
one.
one.
Well, we have a lot of archaeological evidence.
Archaeological
Yeah.
evidence for God.
Oh, this should be good.
Yeah.
like
What
what?
is it
Yeah,
that you
multiple.
found, like a rock, an anthropology rock or something? Like, for those that
No.
don't know the TikTok trend, you should look into it. It's funny.
Yeah, if I gave you if I told you dinosaurs were real and I gave you the bones for dinosaurs, you couldn't say that dinosaurs weren't real, right? If I gave you the bones.
That would definitely be evidence for something that was real that had those bones. Yeah.
Yeah, does
Okay,
God have
so-
Got a
bones?
god bone?
Yeah, we got bones. Yeah, so I don't know how you're refuting it. Look, you literally agree. So if you go search
Bones
up on
for
your little,
God?
go look up on your little PCs. If we have the
Uh-huh.
bones, or even if because you dictated it's not real, it shouldn't even exist. The funeral coffin box shouldn't even exist because, well, he's not real.
For who?
Please
For
look up
who?
Did-
What is going
Jesus is
Well, Jesus of
brothers,
Nazareth was definitely a real person, and
bones.
so
JBB.
were his
Jesus'
well,
brothers'
James hasn't-
bones. Why
James
would
do-
we have the
James-
coffin and
James-
ossuary of Jesus' brother? Is it real?
Okay, so first and foremost, we don't know that the James ossuary belongs to James, the brother of Jesus. But even if it did, no one here is denying that Jesus of Nazareth existed or that Jesus'
Okay, but
brothers
why would it
existed.
even exist?
but
You're not answering my question.
because
I understand.
because
I understand
people
you're saying it
exist.
might not relate to Jesus, but why does it even exist if Jesus isn't real?
Well, no, Jesus definitely existed. He just wasn't the Messiah. He just wasn't the Messiah.
Oh, he is a weirdo. You're right.
Or you just can't answer irrefutable evidence.
No,
like me
I
handing
haven't-
you
I
your dinosaur
haven't.
bones.
You're just
So
a troll,
therefore,
aren't you?
dinosaurs are
You're just-
real.
Jesus
Look,
of
we
Nazareth
agree
was
that
real.
Jesus was real. The question is was he God?
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
This isn't your live stream. The
3v1
question is
is
not.
crazy.
Yeah, but you have the Trinity on your side, so technically it's 3v4. Or 3v2 because apparently Christians can't count. Look, how do we know that Jesus was God? Not that Jesus was a person who existed.
I want to see all my
Not-
Christians,
not that
my
a
brothers
Christ-
and sisters in here.
Look, we don't disagree that Jesus was a person that existed sometime around 2,000 years ago. The question was whether or not he was God.
Ooh, they're not bringing their best, are they?
Yeah, you asked me for irrefutable evidence. I gave you bones. We even have the coffin for it.
Yeah,
Why
so
the
that's
hell would the
evidence of a
coffin exist
person.
if the man wasn't even real?
Yeah.
Why is the
Dude,
coffin
dude.
there if the man never even
Dude,
existed?
that
We
no,
agree the
but
man
no one here is
existed.
making the claim.
Oh,
No one
oh,
here is
so
making
then
the
you
claim
agree
that
he's
Jesus
real.
didn't
Then you
exist.
agree he's real. Jesus is
That
God.
Jesus the man
was
existed. Yeah.
real.
Oh, so then you,
Jesus
you
was
literally
real. He's a
conceded then.
corpse now.
Well, I win. You conceded. Therefore, I win.
He's a troll. No,
No,
seriously.
must be a
he's not a
troll,
real
right?
person. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all
Like,
just don't
like you
know how
do you not
to
understand? Do you not understand the point that's
conceive
being
reality.
made here, or
I think y'all are just doing this for money at this point.
do you not understand the point that's being made here? By the way, neither Dalton nor Danny are getting paid for this.
I'm doing it for
Yeah.
the money. I have to admit. All right, I
already
expect
knew
my
it, brother.
paycheck
I
right
already knew.
afterward.
I
Okay.
already knew.
You
I
can't-
do
you-
really
you
love
can't-
the game.
I already knew.
You can't release the secrets, Danny. No, look, Lowlife. Fitting name. Do you not understand the point being made here? Like, is this hard for you?
I'm the one giving you the evidence. You haven't even given me anything to refute it. You literally
Look,
agreed
so-
and said,
do-
"Yeah, he's real."
Here,
Okay, do you have
so
any evidence
you
that Jesus was
conceded.
God?
Low life. Jesus of Nazareth definitely existed, but he wasn't the Messiah.
Okay, so
because he
we
didn't
agree,
fulfill
brother.
a
What are you
single messianic
disagreeing on? I
prophecy.
completely agree with you. God is real.
You're not listening. Jesus
You
wasn't
just said
the
I
Messiah.
follow the Trinity. You just said I follow the Trinity,
Yeah.
brother. What's the Trinity?
And the Trinity
No,
is
you
the idea
follow the
that there are
Trinity,
three
right?
persons
Yeah,
within
what
the
is
one
it?
God.
What is it?
Three persons within the one God.
Nonsense is what it is.
Okay, so why
Yeah.
why isn't God the Father in your eyes?
We don't think God
Wait, in-
exists. Are you struggling?
Well, I just gave you the bones for it. You just agreed that he was real. You just said it out your own mouth.
We can't be real.
Literally, go
I-
5 seconds back.
I'd rather talk to
You
ourselves.
just said it
Like,
out
let's
your
just
own
talk.
mouth. You just said it. That's why you're.
Okay. Let's bring up Battlelogical.
Bye.
That was a waste of time.
Indeed, it was. I did want you to
What
school
a
him on the Trinity,
jackass.
Danny, but you know. that'll
Yeah,
have to be
no,
for
but he
another
didn't.
time.
I mean, he went back to
Do
bones.
you guys want evidence for God?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So, you guys believe that the matter within the universe always existed, and the universe started expanding rapidly 13.8 billion years ago, correct?
No,
I don't believe that.
Okay, what do you guys believe?
I
I'm
don't really take
agnostic
a very
about whether there was
yeah.
a first moment.
No, I'm not talking about a first moment. You can hold to the position that the amount of matter contained within the universe is eternal, right? But I'm
Yeah,
talking
I
about the
don't. I
expansion
don't
of the
hold to that.
universe. Do you believe the universe is expanding?
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So if it was it, when did it start expanding? You don't
At
believe-
least
believe in the
13.8
Big Bang?
billion years ago.
Okay, but if you hold to the position that it's 13.8 billion years ago, right? And
I
there's
said
an
at least
infinite amount of time
13.8 billion
prior
years
to
ago.
its
I'm
there's
not
an
holding.
infinite amount
I'm
of
not.
time.
I'm not suggesting that there's an infinite amount of time prior.
Yeah, so for any like proposition P, if it's like a general proposition, right? If it has a non-zero probability, then it has a 100% possibility given enough time. As long as I'm not describing a specific subject,
Well,
right?
are we doing?
So if
wait,
there's
hold
an
on.
I don't
infinite amount
accept
of
that
time
principle.
prior.
I'm not signing off
Wait,
on
why
that
don't you accept
principle.
that principle? No, I'm not describing a specific subject. I'm just describing an event, right?
Presumably,
so if I say that, all
are we
right,
talking epistemic probability or are we talking something else?
yeah, epistemic probability.
So
like
then
if we talk about
epistemic
like what are the
probability-
odds of a
epistemic-
plane?
Epistemic probability says nothing about like metaphysical possibility.
Okay, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Let's say like a plane, the odds of a plane falling out of the sky, right? The probability is very
What's
low,
going
right?
on right now? Can we
But
just
if there's like enough
reset the?
planes that go,
Let's just reset
into
the
sky,
conversation.
eventually, one of them are gonna fall off.
Let's reset the conversation. What is your argument?
Yeah, when that's going to be the argument. So I would just hold to the position that we have. The only evidence that we have so far is that there's a finite amount of matter contained within an infinite space, right? And then
Oh,
if
no,
you
that's not the
take a finite
consensus.
amount of matter and you divide it by the
That's
infinity,
not
you're
the
going to get
consensus biological.
a syntactical error. Listen, you're going to get a syntactical
You're
error.
making
It's
a
gonna be
you're
undefined.
making a scientific
The universe
error.
cannot be both defined and undefined simultaneously. So
Great,
you
you're making a
wait, how am I
scientific
making an
error.
error?
There's no
Wait, is
there-
the universe
there's-
is the universe infinite? Is the universe infinite? You said you believe the universe is a
If
pseudo-Riemannian
possibly it is.
manifold.
Hey, before
If possibly
You said
it
you
is.
said it
hey,
was
chill,
flat.
chill
Glitch,
out,
glitch.
chill. Hey, dude, just talk slower for me because I
Be normal.
Okay, yeah,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
get everything. I can't get everything. Just talk slower, okay?
Yeah, so Blitz, I have evidence of you saying that you believe that the universe is infinitely flat, right?
The
You've
evidence
said
is
this
that the
plenty of
universe.
times.
So I generally lean towards the universe being infinitely large, but it can be flat
Mhm.
without being infinite.
Yeah, so the amount of matter contained within it, right? If it's finite, is it possible for
I
the
don't
amount
think
of
it's
matter
fine.
to be finite and space
If
to
the
be infinite?
is it like metaphysically possible? I guess. I don't think it's true though, and
Nope.
we have no reason to think that that's the case.
So you have reason to believe that the amount of matter contained within the universe is infinite, right?
We have good reason to believe that the universe is isotropic and homogeneous, which means that wherever there is universe, there is matter in the same way that there is universe here and
Wonderful,
there's
thank
matter
you.
here.
Absolutely beautiful. All right, so if there's an infinite amount of matter, right, and then we use like, well, it's like a scientific theory that was thinking if there's an infinite amount of stars, then there'd be an infinite amount of light in the night sky, right? Because there's an infinite amount of
No, you're
stars that have an
confused.
infinite amount of time to reach infinite points in the universe. Now, listen. Even
No,
if
you're
you hold to the
confused. I'm
continuum
sorry.
hypothesis,
I have
even if
I
you
have
hold
to,
to the continuum
I have to mute you. You have to let me actually respond to the things you say. So you're confusing Olber's paradox. Olber's paradox only works if the universe has, or if the stars have existed for an infinite amount of time, and if the universe is not changing size. But the universe is changing size, and stars have not existed for an infinite amount of time. So we have no reason to think that we would see an infinite amount of light in the sky.
Yeah, you just said yourself that you have reason to believe that if the universe is infinite, then there's an infinite amount of matter contained within the
Right, and that's
universe,
irrelevant
right?
for Olber's paradox.
Because if you conclusively say that there's a finite amount of matter in infinite space, then the amount of matter contained within
I
it must
never
have been
made that
generated
claim.
in creation. Right? Okay, good. So you're not making that claim. Wonderful. Well, yeah, actually, the last time. Okay, never mind. We're not going to bring that up. Anyways, so yeah, so if you say that there's an infinite amount of matter, right? And even if I granted you that there's like if we reject the continuum, if we reject the continuum hypotheses, and you say that the universe, bispatially, it's like in a state in between like Aleph null and Aleph one, right? So the cardinality would just be like you wouldn't represent it by Aleph, right? So you're gonna say the universe is expanding, so there is an infinite amount of matter, but it's expanding away from us faster than the speed of light, so the matter never reaches us.
That's
But now I'm gonna tell you
category
this:
error.
if it had an infinite yeah, exactly. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, because if there's an infinite
You're
amount of
making a
time for the
mistake.
matter to
The expansion
no,
doesn't
I'm
have
not
a
making a
speed.
mistake. I'm
You are.
gonna
You are.
explain to you why there's a category error. I'm
No,
gonna
the
explain to you why
category
there's a
error that
category
you made is you said that the expansion is faster than the speed of light. That's a mistake. The expansion is not measured in meters per second. It's not measured in miles per hour. It's not measured in velocity. The expansion of the universe doesn't
Okay,
have
so
a velocity.
okay, fine.
I don't know. Did he go? Is he there? I can't hear anything.
He was just off.
Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Yeah. No. Yeah, just accidentally hit Siri. Anyways, yeah. So, all I was gonna say is that you don't believe in the continuum hypothesis? Wait, do you think it's more evident that the continuum hypothesis is true or false?
I have no opinion about the continuum hypothesis. It's irrelevant for any of my work.
But I'm talking about what about it kind of is like if you talk about the amount of space
Kind of not.
in the universe.
It's
Okay,
completely
wonderful.
irrelevant.
Whatever you say. Wonderful. Yeah. So if there's an infinite amount of space, right, and there's an infinite amount of matter, can you please tell me why the night sky is not completely bright?
Yeah, because stars haven't existed forever. Light has travel time, and the
Wait, how long does the stars have to generate? How long do they have in order for this?
the
We
stars,
can say that every single
stars
second there's an infinite.
Here, I'm answering your
Okay,
question.
wonderful.
The
Go
stars
ahead.
have
Sorry.
The oldest stars are going to be like 13.6 billion years old or something like this. The oldest stars that still exist, of course.
Yeah.
And there's like, so it will just not be the case that there will have been stars that were 1 trillion years ago, that existed 1 trillion years ago, and their light would have had time to get to us. Furthermore, because the universe is expanding, even if there are stars that are 1 trillion light years away, their light will never get to us, assuming that the future expansion of the universe continues.
Okay, yeah, wonderful. So so if the light never
It's a
just
finite
reaches
amount of
us,
space.
well, if there's an infinite amount of matter, if there's an
gives us
infinite
light.
amount. Okay, yeah. So if there's an infinite amount of matter, right,
Mhm.
then we would just say that. All right. So the light would have an infinite amount of time. So you can say that even
that
though the
doesn't
stars,
follow.
let's say they explode or whatever, right? No, it does. It does because
No, it
let's say
doesn't.
every single second there's going to be an infinite amount of stars that
Mhm.
they go supernova or whatever, right? They explode, but
Sure.
every single second an infinite amount of stars also generate, right? We get new stars, but the
Sure.
light doesn't die out. The light's still gonna continue to move, right? There's an infinite amount of light,
You're
an infinite amount
confused.
of photons that are gonna continue to move.
You're very confused.
I'm telling you, buddy.
So in a sphere that is, say, 94 billion light years across, are there an infinite
Mhm.
number of stars or a finite
But
number of
now
stars?
you're saying that the universe is finite. So now if
No,
you
I'm
grant
not.
this and say the
No, I'm
universe
not.
expanded 13.8 billion years ago,
I'm
then,
not saying the
the
universe is finite.
universe will be expanding
You're
3.2
confused.
times faster than the speed of
Biologically,
light.
you're
I guess I
confused.
think it would be great if Blitz could respond to you instead of you.
You're very
on
confused.
your caffeine high.
I gotta give you guys a
Let-
physics
let
lesson.
Blitz respond.
I'm giving Blitz a physics lesson. Anyways,
How many stars
Go
are
ahead,
contained in a sphere centered on Earth that's 94 billion light years across? Is it finite
well,
or infinite?
if space is finite, yeah. Matter.
I'm not asking about the extent of space. I'm asking about, for a sphere centered around the Earth, 94 billion light years across, how many stars are there in that sphere?
A finite amount of stars.
Right. Okay. So that
A
is
finite
the
amount of
size.
stars.
Great.
Mhm.
That is the size of the sphere for which any light has had time to get to us. Right. So stars that are further away than that,
Mhm.
they haven't had, that light hasn't had time to get to us. Hence, there's a finite amount of stars
How
that
long
we
did it
could have
have?
possibly seen. It's about 13.
How long did it have to reach us?
About
How long did
years.
how long did the photons have? 13? No, not 13.8 billion. An infinite amount of time.
About.
Because if
Why?
the universe is no, there would
Why-
be an
why
infinite
an
amount of
infinite
time
amount
for
of
this
time?
stuff for the photons to reach us.
How does
Yeah,
that
because
follow? The stars
this
haven't
is just
existed for that
presupposing
long.
that the universe is infinite, right? By time, space, matter, and energy. But if you're going to say that
Hold
the
on,
universe,
to be clear, the universe can be infinite spatially,
Can you
but
guys
not
hear me?
infinite temporally.
We
Oh,
can
sorry
hear you.
about
But
that.
could you hear Blitz?
Blitz is just spewing some nonsense. No offense, but
Surely,
his
yes.
physics is completely wrong.
Sure,
Yeah.
yes, of course.
No, I mean, I learned from
Can you
from the
imagine?
best, right?
Can you shut up? Can you imagine the gall of someone? I would never ever go to a mathematician and tell him, "Oh, even though I have a high school degree's worth of math behind me, that I need to school them in math." I would never tell a physicist that I need to school him in physics. Was this guy a Christian? Because whatever happened to walk humbly before your God? Jesus fucking Christ!
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Can I speak now?
He's rage baiting, obviously, right? Like
I'm
he's
not
just
rage
Yeah.
baiting. I'm destroying you guys.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure
rage
you are.
baiting, but
Sure you are.
anyway.
Yo, Danny, I'm not gonna lie to you. Jordan Peterson low-key cooked you.
Okay.
Anyway,
Why
so
are
it
you
is
changing the
rage
subject?
yeah. So
I
Why
mean,
are
it
you
is good
changing the
content.
subject?
It is good
I'm
content.
not. So yeah, I get my physics knowledge from like the best ever, right?
Yeah,
From
can you-
Roger
can you-
Penrose,
He's
from
not, he's
Ed
not
Witten,
serious.
from
What
Brian
was the last
Cox.
physics
These
paper
guys.
that you read? Brian Cox is the best
last-
ever. What was the last paper
Oh yeah,
that Brian Cox
Co-
wrote?
Brian Cox is one of the best physicists alive.
What was the last paper that Brian Cox wrote?
The last that Brian Cox wrote, probably the Brian Cox paper.
Yeah. Why?
This is a good meme, right? Like we're doing a meme here.
I'm destroying you guys. This is a 3v1.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of I mean, I'm glad if y'all are entertained, but this is kind of a boring troll. You're just.
I'm not a boring troll. Danny, come on.
You're acting.
You're right, you're not a
acting like a
boring troll. You're an-
teenager.
you're an
You're
interesting
literally
troll.
acting like a teen. You're acting like a little child, right? Do you want to actually have a
Danny,
conversation?
Danny, you're really quite something, aren't you?
Do you want to have a real conversation? Are you gonna?
Yes. I would like to have a real conversation. See, at least
Right.
the Bible guy laughed because he understood the joke.
No,
I was just hoping Danny would finish it.
I laugh because you're ridiculous.
I'm ridiculous.
Yes.
I've been soloing you guys this
You're-
entire time. Me versus a
You have
physicist, philosopher, and a religious
I- I
studies
I don't
guy.
know.
All right,
I think you went to the. You obviously went to the what's Ben Shapiro school of debating. Fun fact: talking fast and rapid succession doesn't make you smarter, doesn't make you more right. And you haven't listened to a goddamn thing Dr. Blitz has said this entire life. He's giving you reasonable.
Yeah, but I mean, my
fact-based
IQ is
answers,
higher
but
than
you
your
refuse
three
to engage
combined.
with them.
Let's not take
My
debate.
IQ,
Either
like,
you're here for a serious
460.
conversation or leave. Either you're here for a
I'm
serious
here for
conversation
serious
or leave.
conversation.
Okay, so let's
Danny,
reset.
calm
What's
down.
your argument? What's your argument?
Yeah, so my argument for God would just essentially be exactly what I said. So if the finite amount of matter contained within the infinite space, then it must have been generated in creatio ex nihilo. Hence,
Just to
there
be
must
clear,
be a
hold on,
metaphysical
slow down.
necessity.
Slow down. I'm gonna write these down, and then you can go through your entire argument, and then we'll pick it apart.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
what's premise one? What's premise one?
Premise 1, God is possible.
Okay. Yep. What's premise two?
Premise 2, God is necessary by definition.
Okay.
If God is possibly necessary in at least one possible world, then God is necessarily necessary in all possible worlds.
Are you just giving an ontological argument?
So why'd you bring up anything about anything else?
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Okay. So what's
It was a
the
joke. I don't really-
actual argument you want to present?
Yeah. So the actual argument that I was actually giving you was the space
Premise
argument.
one.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay,
What's
yeah.
premise one?
So, well, I haven't actually thought about this. Yeah, so I have reason to believe
Clearly.
that space should be infinite and matter is finite contained in space. And if that were to be the case, then it would be a syntactical error because you divide a finite by an infinity, you can represent it by anything, right? Aleph, we're going to say Aleph null, even though last time I spoke to you, you said Aleph 1, even though you were wrong. Anyways, so we're going to say 1 divided by Aleph null. So because then the amount of matter would just be any finite constant. So we can just represent it as 1. Divided by Aleph null, and you're going to get a syntactical error. It's going to be undefined, but obviously you would have to believe that the universe is defined absent of mind. So the universe cannot be both undefined and defined simultaneously because that would just violate the law of non-contradiction.
The universe
Anyways.
can't be both defined and undefined.
And undefined simultaneously.
And then
Therefore?
Okay, yep.
Yeah, that would violate the law of non-contradiction. Therefore,
okay.
the amount of matter contained within the universe, either the universe has to be finite, right? Either a metaphysical necessity must be required in order for
Wait,
the finite
hold on.
amount of matter to exist, because the matter must
You
have been
started that
generated in
sentence with
creation.
the amount of matter in the universe is either finite or, and then you changed. So like, what's the conclusion? Or
No,
what's
I said
next
the amount of
statement?
matter I have reason to believe that the amount of matter contained within the universe is finite and space is infinite.
That was the first premise. I'm asking what the thing is after you said the universe can't be both defined.
Yeah,
and
so
undefined
when you divide, we're gonna take
that was the
like any,
second premise. I'm asking what's your conclusion that you're drawing from these 3 premises?
Well, the conclusion I'm drawing is that the amount of matter, if it exists in an infinite amount of space, it must be generated in creatio ex nihilo. Henceforth, a metaphysical necessity is required. A metaphysical necessity, therefore, God. Okay, so if we take the finite matter, we could just represent it as any
There's
universal.
so many
finite
non
constant.
sequiturs here, though, right?
One.
It's just
No, there's no non sequiturs. Listen.
yes.
Hold on.
Wait,
So
well,
Battlelogical, you had your time. I'm gonna put up the argument that you just gave us. Okay.
Yeah, so when you divide the finite number by an infinite number, you could represent it as Aleph null, right? At least the cardinality of it. So then we could take that and we're going to get a syntactical error. We're going to get undefined.
Hold
and the
on,
universe
hold on.
cannot be
Chill.
both defined and undefined.
Chill. Okay. So here's the argument. You see the argument? This is what you gave us. P1, space is infinite with finite matter contained within. P2, that is a syntactical error. 1 divided by Aleph null. P3, the universe can't be both defined and undefined simultaneously. Conclusion, if there is a finite amount of matter in the universe in an infinite space, then it must have been created ex nihilo. Now, let's write down this argument. Let's write down this argument in variables. So we have A, we have B, because these are not related. We have C, and then we have A implies D.
But this is just one conclusion, right? There's multiple conclusions.
So this is not a valid argument.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you don't find it to be
Okay,
a valid
here,
argument,
let me try to simplify.
This argument is valid. This argument is valid.
No,
Given,
it's literally not. What's the integral
it most
here that gets you
definitely
to
is.
this?
The last thing I want to do is argue about validity with this guy.
No, you just
let's just frame it.
You said you said.
Let's just frame. Let's
You said
reframe this, right? Here, I'm going to simplify everything, right? So it seems like there's some data that you have. Now, we could be wrong about our data, but let's just say that we're wrong about our data. But you have some data about our universe, right, that you want to say that God best explains or God necessarily explains. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, 100%. If something is generated in creatio ex nihilo, I believe that it's an axiom that a metaphysical necessity, therefore God, is necessary in order for it's contingent upon a metaphysical necessity, therefore God.
Okay, so the data that
and by the way, Blitz conceded. By the way, Blitz said that space is infinite because he said that he has reason to believe that universe is an infinite manifold. He said he believes in a Riemannian manifold. Yeah, you did.
Manifolds
you said
don't have to be infinite.
How about we?
Yeah,
don't
because you
put
could take how
words
many
into the mouth of
derivatives can you take?
Blitz?
How many derivatives can you take off a Riemannian manifold?
That doesn't make it spatially infinite. Have you not heard of a compact? Have you not heard of a compact manifold before? Compact manifolds can be Riemannian manifolds.
Wait. So do manifolds have curves on them?
You have to in a sense, yeah, but like you should probably
yeah. It has like hills and stuff like that, right? But if it was infinite, it would just be completely flat, right? And you just said that the universe.
So to be clear, you can have a flat manifold that has 0 Riemannian curvature and also is compact. Mm-hmm. Such a thing exists. They're called tori.
Yeah, that's just presupposing that the manifold is flat, right? But we know that manifolds are not flat because you believe that time and space curve, right? So if you believe that space curves.
So to be clear, when we're talking about the shape of space, when we say that space is flat, what that means is the scalar curvature, or rather the curvature tensor of the manifold absent matter.
Mm-hmm.
The spatial slice of the manifold absent matter, in particular.
But
you should know this. I thought you learned from the best.
Yeah, I mean, I do learn from the best. I mean, you said Brian Cox is not. Wait, would you say Would you say you know more than Brian Cox?
I know different than Brian Cox. I'm sure I know some things that he doesn't. I'm sure he knows some things that I don't.
He proved that lightsabers are real.
Danny, do you want to take over?
Well, okay. So you want to say that what is this data that what about the ex nihilo that the natural world kind of began
Wait, you
ex
you
nihilo?
grant that that's an axiom, right? Is that an axiom? If something is generated in creatio ex nihilo, therefore a metaphysical necessary mind is it's necessary. It's contingent upon
An,
the
an
metaphysical
axiom of
necessity.
what? An axiom of what?
Well, that's just axiomatic. Like that's just like evidence.
Like an axiom.
Truth.
It's not.
If
Does
something,
it belong to?
if something came about in T1, let's say there's T1 and T2, right? And T1 would just be like a logically prior to T2, and T2 would just be temporally posterior to logical priority, in which T2, like the mathematic contained in T2 did not exist, then you would have to say that a metaphysical necessity is required in order for it to exist in T2.
I don't see why I should accept that axiom, but the point is
you
that
should accept it. It's self-evident. I mean, you'd
You wanna
grant the
get-
S5 axiom,
Well,
right?
what if I
Regardless
just-
of if you reject premise one. That's
yeah,
presupposing that premise
S5
one
is
is true,
fine,
then you
right?
yeah.
You're going too fast for me, so let me slow things down, okay? You want to say that the data, first of all, Blitz can challenge this. I think that we should give him space to challenge this. You want to say that the universe began, like there was a first moment of the universe, right? Or the natural world, and it came about ex nihilo. Is that the
Blitz
data
said
that
that's a possibility. Blitz said that's a possibility. If that's a possibility, then God is
Okay,
unnecessary.
no,
To be
but
clear-
Blitz would be how is that? How are you going from it's a possibility to this an actuality? Because I don't understand.
To be clear,
Wait,
my position
Blitz-
is epistemic possibility, not that it's like a logical
Uh-huh.
possibility. I make no claims about that.
Wait, Blitz, do you still run Ian's cause and effect argument?
Are we changing the subject? Right? Is that
I'm
what
not
we're
I
doing
don't
changing
now?
know. I don't
subject.
know
I'm just
Ian's
saying-
cause and effect argument.
It's like supposing that like if is God like if he caused the universe, but God can't be before anything, therefore he couldn't have caused anything.
I think that there's something to it.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
let's not
because
change the subject.
we understand cause as a temporal notion.
Well, no, because I could just say that God is logically prior to all temporal things, and then I could say that the effect would just be simultaneous to the cause.
But simultaneous is a temporal notion.
Yeah, I mean God could be simultaneous to temporal things.
Okay, so then if God's in
Is
time,
there something wrong with that? What's the error? What's the
no,
error?
I'm
with God
fine.
being
I
simultaneous to
support
temporal
I
things?
support the view that God is in time. I don't like this notion of God being outside of time. It doesn't make any sense to me if he's intervening, if he's causing things, right? I think that's the gist of Ian's concern. Is that right?
I mean, I could hold to a position that I believe that God has eternally been creating, right? Like a perpetual creation.
Yeah, but I
kind of
thought
like
that
method.
I thought that Ian's whole thing was about atemporal causation. Maybe I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
it is.
I
It
know,
is.
but I'm just saying atemporal. I could just say God is logically prior. It's like the same way that you can say like a given axiom, like 2 + 2. Like if I made the proposition 2 + 2 is equal to 4, that doesn't necessarily exist within time. If time didn't exist, that would still be a true possibility.
Yeah, but
I mean, not possibility. it would be
causation is not
necessarily
a
true.
a cause, right? An effect. These are not logical notions, right? They're things, right? They're the idea of logical priority is
You're presupposing. That's
presupposing
presuppositional.
that there's a difference
That is
between
temporal.
That's just what is meant by
Well,
the
that's
word.
what I accept. I mean, if I don't understand otherwise.
I don't.
really
I don't grant that. I don't grant that. It should
What
be
don't you
temporal.
grant?
I believe that God. I don't grant that it's temporal. Like a cause and effect is always temporal.
Right, but I don't understand. That's the point of what Ethan is saying. I think is that
Yeah, so I
I
can
don't
just say
under-
God is logically prior, and then all temporal
Right, but-
things would
but
just
you
happen.
see,
The cause and the
the
effect
thing-
would happen
down.
simultaneoous.
You're not
The cause would happen
talking
simultaneous to the
you're
action.
over talking me and you're not getting it right. I'm telling you that cause and effect are things in reality, whereas I understand.
Wait, by the way,
logical...
you guys are conceding that you guys lost the first part of the debate, right?
Why are you so
There
obsessed
wasn't a
with
debate. You just got very confused
No.
and tried to spout some random
didn't get
physics stuff that you
confused.
didn't understand, and when you were confronted on it, you
Yeah.
changed the topic.
I absolutely destroyed you. You just said that the universe is infinite.
It's crazy if you,
I didn't
You
say
said
that.
that the universe is an infinite manifold.
this
You said it was
individual
infinitely
shut up,
spatially flat.
shut up.
Nope,
Shut up.
didn't say that.
Shut up. If this
Yeah, you did.
individual actually had a good argument, he'd be willing to actually listen to the opposition and actually engage with what's being said instead of over talking us. But it feels like your position's too weak, and the only thing you have to rely on is talking fast and over talking in order to make it sound as if you actually have any point
Sorry,
to bring
you
to this
can't track.
conversation.
Sorry, you're slow.
It's not that you. It's not that I can't track. It's that you're not engaging with
I am
your
engaging.
opposition. You're not. You're over talking.
That's definitely
How can you listen and talk at the same time?
Let's see what the chat has to say about this, guys. One's in the chat if I'm destroying these three. Two's in the chat if these guys are beating me.
You're not talking to the chat. You're talking to Danny and Dr. Blitzen, the Bible fucking guy. All right.
And I've been destroying you guys.
I don't give a shit. No, you have to destroy
okay, of course you don't care.
We're honestly taking the bait. We should not take the rage bait, right? So let's move on.
I'm not rage baiting. You guys have lost.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Let's already conceded that the universe is infinite. The amount of matter
we all lost. We conceded.
Well, okay. By the infinite, you get a syntactical error.
Okay, moving on.
Therefore, the amount of matter contained within the universe must have been generated in creation ex nihilo. Therefore, metaphysical necessity is required.
So back to what I was saying.
You guys conceded.
Back to what I was saying.
I'm using for you.
Back to what I was saying. Is he gonna leave now?
Please change like the back.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna.
To unapologetic. God is real. Unapologetic.
I mean, if we have another guest that's serious, maybe we should do that. Otherwise, I guess we can.
You guys, how does it feel to lose?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, if your argument is predicated on misunderstanding people, then I guess your argument's a good argument. But unfortunately, it's not a good argument because misunderstanding people doesn't lead to good conclusions.
Are you conceding? Are you conceding that you believe in God now?
We're taking the bait. Let's not take the bait. So back to what I was saying. All right, back to what I was saying. You're saying that God is logically prior to the natural world, right? But fine. Maybe there's a type of order, where it's kind of logical order between God and everything else. But then you're adding in, well, he's causally prior too, right?
The cause is happening simultaneous to the effect. It's like the same way if I'm holding a glass of water, the water is shaped inside of the glass only because it's the glass is causing it. That would just be a simultaneous.
And do you remember my response to that? But do you remember my response to that?
Can God be? Why is God simultaneous to something? Does that also instantiate that God is?
No, you see, you got to listen. You got to listen. Here's what I said to that. I said simultaneity is a temporal notion, which places God in time. Sure. Okay, so I don't have a problem.
No, but it doesn't. That doesn't necessarily.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I don't have a problem with God being in time and then being the cause of some effect that's within one moment, right? At least here, I'm not going to challenge that, and I think that this all goes back to Ian's point about a kind of atemporal causation, where you couldn't say it's the cause is simultaneous with the effect.
So I don't think that if something is, if God is simultaneous to something temporal, I don't think that's necessarily an error. That's not necessarily an error. There's nothing wrong with that. Because you can just say that the amount of time.
There's nothing wrong exactly with what exactly?
With like, you can just say like the amount of like, you can say like all temporal things. You can just say it's like an infinitesimal point to God. Like the amount of time would just be an infinitesimal to God. Therefore,
do we agree that simultaneous means sorry, I was reading that. Look at chat. That simultaneous means at the same time, or no, or in the same moment?
Yeah. Simultaneous means at the same time, but we can just take like we can just say like the amount of time. Let's say something temporal is like 1,000 years, right? We can just say that that's like an infinitesimal in the eyes of God.
Okay, I'm not so sure what that has to do with what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that I'm okay with your view where you have cause and effect at the same moment, but where I and Ian have a problem with is saying that the effect is in one moment and the cause is not in any moment.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's not in any moment?
Well, if it's in a moment, it's not atemporal.
No. God would still be outside of it. God can just when
outside
something
of
is
what?
temporal, right?
Wait, clarify.
Well, no, I just
outside
told you.
What?
Okay, yeah. So I just told you, like the amount of time. We can say that there's like, let's say T1 is the start of a temporal act, and then T2 would just be the end of it. It can just be like nothing to God. It could just be like an infinitesimal.
What is that? I don't see how that.
Zero.
I don't see how that engages
Blitz
what I'm
Blitz,
saying.
you get it?
Right. Well, Blitz feels like
I have no idea what you're saying. No.
Yes, you do, and you know exactly what I'm saying. I said, let's say like the temporal moment is like finite, right? So we're gonna say T1 and T2. It would just be an infinitesimal to God.
The question is whether or not God exists within
the amount of
time.
time is relative. Yeah, the amount of time.
The question is whether or not God exists within time or not. Does God exist within time or not?
God can. So God can put himself within time, but I don't think God himself is. God is logically, and God is posterior logically to all temporal. He's posterior logical to all temporal things. And he's logically prior to all temporal things.
So then you run into the same issue with causation.
Nope. Not at all, because I just said the amount of time T1 and T2 would just be an infinitesimal.
That doesn't make any sense. Look, we do.
Yes, it does.
Do
It
you?
most
Do you?
definitely
Wait.
does.
Just to question the whole point of what I think Ian is saying is that he can't make sense of, as well as me, and presumably as well as Blitz and Bible Guy, can't make sense of a cause.
Blitz knows
not
exactly
within-
what I'm saying.
Wait,
Blitz is just
one
coping.
second. Wait, 1 second. Right, just give me a second. Where we have a problem is where you say that there's a cause, but there's no moment that it's in. Okay, that is Ian's problem, as I understand it. Okay,
No, Ian's
then
problem is God being before it.
Okay, but then that's to say not before the first moment is to say that the cause is not in any moment.
What do you mean the cause is not at any moment? No, the cause would just be simultaneous.
There are
to the
no
effect.
moments. Look, there are no moments.
Ian's whole contention is the fact that a cause must come before its effect, right?
Then you're just
And if God
misunderstanding
isn't
Ian.
before
Ian,
any-
No,
Ian
yeah,
explicitly
yeah.
says before or simultaneous too.
Right. That's right.
Okay, I mean, even if it's simultaneous, yeah, the amount of time can just be finite. The amount of temporal time could just be finite. and that would just be
Simultaneous
an
literally means
infinitesimal.
maybe I'm wrong, but
It'll be
doesn't
relatively
simultaneous
zero.
at the same time.
Yes, at the same time.
Okay,
The
so then
cause is happening
what,
simultaneous to
what
the
this
effect.
is a
and-
symptom of you not carefully trying to understand your interlocutor. I've known Ian for a while. His position is that it's okay, at least for the discussions
Can I
about
explain
like
myself
cosmolo-
better? Can I explain myself better?
I actually want you to explain
You have to
Ian's
listen
position
first.
better. Yeah, the problem is
Yeah,
not you
wonderful.
not
I will,
understanding
I will.
us. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so let's say the point in which, let's say this temporal act, let's say the moment in which it starts, right, and the moment in which it ends, right, it's simultaneous. It starts and ends at the exact same time.
The same
Sure.
moment.
At the exact same moment.
Sure.
Yeah, so you have two events in the same moment. I'm fine with that kind of language. It's a little tricky,
It's starting
though, but
and
that's
ending.
fine.
See, so now you guys understand it. See, at least now you guys.
Okay, but
understand
that's
it. Now
not
you
Ian's
guys-
problem. You did that, but
just-
you see, you interrupted me for no good reason because I was trying to
No,
explain to
I
you
just debunked
our
both
problem.
points. 'Cause that
Okay,
would just
what
instantiate
we
that
have
it's
a
like
problem with. Wait,
infinitesimal or
wait, one
zero
second. It
relative
looks
to
like
God.
it looks like we agree. It looks like we agree. We agree, right? That if God caused the universe or the natural world, whatever, right? That it's the cause. God would be in a moment of time. Okay. What we take issue with is God being a cause and being outside of any moment.
Yeah, I just told you. So it's like, for example,
So you
the
don't
amount
have
of
an issue with
temporal-
Ian's position.
No. Ian's position is completely wrong because Ian's saying that God doesn't exist. Why would I not have an issue with that? Because that
Oh,
would
now
just be
you're
me
just trolling.
conceding that
He's
God
just
does not
trolling.
exist.
I'm done with
How
this
am I
guy.
trolling? No, see, Danny, I see what you're doing.
When
here.
you
Danny,
when
you're
you
running now.
refuse to
You're
interact
running.
with what Ian actually
Oh, no,
when you
he ran
refuse to
away.
interact with what
You know what just happened, guys? I said you don't have an issue with Ian's position, which was about causation and time. And then he said, no, I disagree with Ian's position. He's an atheist. He's being disingenuous, right? It's just
Right.
a giant, elaborate troll that wasted everyone's time.
I might not be super into philosophy, but I understood everything you were saying. I understood what Ian's position was, and for some reason the guest was incapable of doing so. By the way, if he's a Christian, just putting this out there for all the Christians, the God of the Bible did not create creation ex nihilo from nothing, and he's not atemporal. So you don't believe in the God of the Bible, you believe in something else entirely.
He'd never admit that, of course. Also,
No,
and there's just some clarification that probably is required here. So, I guess I'll do like a 3-minute physics lesson, and then we'll read some super chats. So first, we currently have evidence, like when we say that the universe is flat, what this means is that if you took away all the matter, the universe would still have a shape. Like matter locally distorts the shape of space-time, makes it like bend and stuff. But like if you took away all the matter, it would still have a shape. And the question is when we say the universe is flat, or at least their measurements say that it's flat, it means that if you took a moment of time and you examined that moment of time, what shape it's in, it would have no curvature, rather than being positively curved like the surface of a sphere or negatively curved like the surface of a Pringle. Now, there are a few ways that you could have a universe that's like that. One, you could just have it be infinitely large. Like imagine a sheet of paper that goes on in all directions. That's flat, but 2 dimensions. Alternatively, you could have like a donut. A donut, technically, is spatially flat. Like the surface of a donut, anyway. It doesn't look it because it has extrinsic curvature. That's neither here nor there. And so the contention is he thought, because I said the universe was spatially flat, that must mean that it's infinite. He just didn't know that there are such things as compact flat manifolds like tori. He also thinks that that if the universe is infinitely large, that there still must be a finite amount of matter, but there's no reason to think that either. Right, we have some super chats. Let's read through those. From Space Lord of 75 with the $5. Thank you so much, man. Space Lord says, I pray to Amaterasu, Japanese god of the sun, because the sun is pretty real. My prayers don't usually work, though, so I might stop. It's a good point. I mean, like, the sun is real, right? I mean, you could pray to Ra. Praying to Ra could work, maybe. Then we have...
That's how I like my cookie dough.
That's how you get salmonella. Then we have $5 from Might You Find It Interesting. Were the Magi real, and did they really give a random pregnant girl a chest full of gold, Dalton?
So the Magi, there were Magi in the ancient Near East. They were astrologers. Their job was to look at the stars and make predictions based on the movement of the stars. However, as far as the data are concerned, the nativity stories of Matthew and Luke are entirely fictitious. And we have no reason to believe that any astrologers ever came to witness the birth of Jesus in Bethlehem, mostly because Jesus was probably not born in Bethlehem in reality. He was probably born in Nazareth. So no, the Magi from the story of the Gospel of Matthew, not real.
Okay, that answers that. From Kelly Scherer with the $10. Thank you so much, Kelly. Jesus is real, and so am I. The question is he the Messiah, and should we follow him? Therefore, science. That's roughly how that one dude went. It's roughly how it went. It was kind of weird. From I Am the Big Cheese with the $5. Thank you, I Am the Big Cheese. Has Batman as profile pic, personality, and manner of speak couldn't be more contrary to Batman. Dude sounds more like a pesky Batman villain.
As manic as the Joker, that's for sure.
Yeah, and as something about the Penguin, as chunky as the Penguin. I don't know. We shouldn't body shame. Stunning Kruger. That's a great name, by the way. Like, come on, Stunning Kruger. But thank you for the $1. We have I'm the Big Cheese again with the $5. What was the New Testament verse where Jesus instructed his apostles to go out and destroy and condescend people into the kingdom of heaven? Dalton, does such a verse exist?
Well, there is no condescending and no destroying. But, you know, Christians like to add things into the Bible all the time. So we'll just make this an addendum to the Gospel of Matthew.
This seems good. Duke of Shaska sends €10. Will it ever close its pie receptacle? I never listen if someone talks fast or changes tone volume on the go like Ian does. But come on, it makes a terrible background noise. It must be silenced. You know, referring to that guy as it seems, it's rude, but maybe appropriate?
It didn't have much personality.
He might be talking about the clown.
Ah, yeah, that checks out.
Oh. The good stuff. Yeah, that's accurate.
From Kelly Schur with the $2 and saying destroyed. Impressive. That is a funny way to spell destroyed. From Trump failed, haha, 816 with the $5. Armchair Philbro. He couldn't even present the foundation of his axiom. RuneScape noob. Yeah, I would definitely have PK'd him and stolen his party hat.
Yeah, it never ceases to baffle me whenever I encounter an individual who interacts with an expert in a field and presents themselves as if they know better than the expert in the field. It's another level of pride. Contrary to what the Bible says, you're supposed to have humility. It's one of the fruits of the Spirit, but Christians don't seem to grasp that idea.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I definitely would have like DM'd him and be like, hey, or sorry, PM'd him and been like, hey, I have this really cool thing to show you in the wilderness where, you know, we can dupe your party hat, and then I would have just killed him and stolen it from him. He's the kind of guy who would fall for that. All right, from I Am the Big Cheese again with the $10. These callers sincerely believe when they meet Peter is going to be like, it is you. We're such a huge fan of your big brain and how you rhetorically destroy those atheists. Welcome to heaven. Yeah, that's a fair point. No, I actually think that it has nothing to do with that. It's merely an ego thing. I don't think that they even think about, you know, the consequences of their actions here on Earth in the afterlife, right?
Yeah, in fact, 1 Peter 3:15 through 16 specifically says that when you present the arguments in favor of your faith, you're supposed to do so with like meekness and gentleness so that you won't be reproved. Get the message, people. Come on.
Now, for Miko Makopo with the £5, read Brian Cox. Nobody thought that debate meant lightsabers were real, not even Cox. It was a fun nerd debate of ifs about light hitting one another. Yeah, so I think I know what you're referring to. There's something called the Schwinger effect, and I think Brian Cox argued that that's the thing that could possibly happen. But Brian Cox is like a really talented science communicator, and he's also a really talented researcher. He's not like the GOAT though. Roger Penrose is like one of the GOATs, but like Brian Cox is not in the same tier as Roger Penrose.
Yeah, he's just a science communicator.
Well, he's also
not-
he's also an active researcher, by the way, and he does good work. He does like a lot of good work. He's just not like Roger Penrose is on another level. Like if you want to talk about goats, you talk about like Steinhardt, you talk about Penrose, of course. You can talk about Hawking, even though he's dead. You can talk about like Guth. Like there's a lot of people. Brian Cox isn't there. From Gerain with the $2, was the Star of Bethlehem a supernova? I've heard about this. The evidence I've heard is no.
Yeah, well, if you read the Bible, the Star of Bethlehem is extremely magical. It literally travels to Jerusalem so that the wise men can meet Herod. And then as soon as Herod tells them that the Messiah is supposed to be born in Bethlehem, suddenly the star is now traveling to Bethlehem and appears over the house of the child. So no, this is definitely not an actual astronomical phenomenon. It's a magical star.
I heard it may have been a comet, actually.
I don't understand how comets can move from, because if you
They
if
move
you look
over
at
the
a
course
map,
of the
they're
night, over the course of days.
They come from the east, so they travel towards Jerusalem, but then they have to travel back in this direction to get to Bethlehem.
Does it follow them the whole way?
Yeah, and it stops over the house of the child.
Yeah, that's a little. I mean, like there's probably some
Magic
type of
space
comet that
rock.
you could make. Well, look, I mean, there's probably some configuration because, like, how Mercury, like when Mercury's in retrograde or whatever, it can appear like it stops in the sky and then it turns around. That's a thing that could, in principle, happen, and maybe you can make sense of it. And it'd be really nice if there was like some sort of physical explanation for why this story was made up.
Wait,
Maybe there was a comet that some people followed.
Am I correct that the gospel accounts are actually not, they don't cohere in terms of where they were and where they went?
I think that's
Is that-
true, right?
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean Matthew's gospel places his birth around 6 to 4 BCE, while the Gospel of Luke places it a decade later.
But in terms
And
of
all
where,
likely-
where did they, like the census thing, they actually had to leave and go somewhere, whereas like, I could be wrong.
They traveled from Nazareth to Bethlehem, where the census, as opposed to the Gospel of Matthew, where they're just from Nazareth. I mean,
Okay.
from Bethlehem
Okay.
originally. In all likelihood, the star phenomenon in the Gospel of Matthew is more likely a reference to Numbers 23:19, where it says, "A star shall rise in Jacob, a scepter shall arise in Jerusalem," and this is a way of integrating that messianic sort of ideal into the Gospel of Matthew.
All right, and we have one more super chat, and that'll bring up our next guest, who is Gibbon. From Eric S. If Jesus not God, how can a guy have had bones? Good point. It's a good point. All right, let's bring up Gibbon before they leave. Gibbon, how's it going?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How about the rest of y'all?
Excellent.
Good. So do you believe in a God?
I've become exceptionally more faithful recently.
So that's a
I
yes.
think, yeah.
Okay.
Let me know though if you're looking explicitly for like anyway.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'm currently a math student getting a bachelor's degree.
Based.
And I recently learned about Gödel's incompleteness laws.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if it's safe to do this, but I feel like it's reasonable to, even if you can't necessarily analogize math to the real world always, I think it's fair to say that like these connect to the real world in the sense that you can't perfectly describe the universe. So I guess is that okay to say?
Gödel's incompleteness theorems are not, I mean, they're about, it's a metalogical thing. It has to do with, doesn't really have to do with the universe or like what the stuff that scientists are interested in. It has to do with formal systems, which are like.
So I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Like any theory or like anything like this is somewhat like a way that you would describe something, right? I mean, I feel like it's very easy to analogize this.
So look, the issue is that and people try to do this with varying levels of success, in my view, no success, but like the way things are is not necessarily like the way things are is not necessarily restricted in the same way that the way things can be described. Right? It might be the case. It might be the case that like there is a way things are that is just can't be described by human notions, right? Can't be described by the kind of reasoning that we're capable of doing. Which is to say that just because that there's some sort of restriction on, say, what can be proven or what can be constructed in some sort of mathematical formal system, it doesn't really say anything about the status of the universe, unless your view is that the universe is fundamentally mathematical, which I think, you know, I don't know. I think that that's probably something that's
I think we
pretty
lean
tricky
more
to
on the
defend.
idea that it can be described using numbers.
I mean, if Ian was here, Ian would say, oh yeah, definitely, like everything's mathematical, but Ian's not here, so suck it. Not you, Ian.
So I guess two things. I think it's quite elegant to just try to describe the universe mathematically, or at least the type of math which physics describes, because not all math is, you know, descriptive of the world. I don't think that it's so the reason that I'm motivated to say that in the first place is that it seems like if you're inside the universe, it would be very hard to perfectly describe the universe or the system that you're in. So I am considering the universe to be like a system, I guess, or something.
What do you mean by perfectly? You mean exhaustively?
Well, I mean, you can't like perfectly describe anything, right? I mean,
well, what do you mean by perfect? Do you mean exhaustive?
Sure. Let's say that, but let's also say that there's infinite precision. Let's also say that you can have the as much precision as you possibly can have in describing something. And what are, I'm not a physicist, but the uncertainty principle, I mean, where you can't, like, the position and the velocity of a particle, like, you know, I mean, I don't know much about this.
Well, I mean, like, look, the point is there's kind of two takes that you could have here. I mean, there's plenty more than two takes. There's, on the one hand, that we treat mathematics as a description of, like, the way the universe is, as, you know, filtered through our own experiences and so on and so forth. On the other hand, there's a position that, which is on the complete other extreme, is that the universe is mathematical. That at the bottom layer of reality is mathematics, is the abstract. And so if you're going to try to apply Gödel's incompleteness to the universe, then you kind of have to defend that view, that at the bottom layer of reality, the universe is mathematical. Not just that it's well described by mathematics, but that it is mathematical.
But either way, maybe can we work backwards? So kind of start with your conclusion about God, and then we can.
Okay, sure. And the reason I said that before, the reason I said this was because I think you have to have faith. But anyway, math seems to necessarily have to have design, or it seems like you have to have some sort of aesthetic or design when you describe things using math. And I don't think that you need to. I think that the ideas of math don't need to necessarily subscribe to the real world or physics.
Okay, I'm confused. So are you saying let's focus on the first part of what you're saying. Let me see if I understand. You're saying that if it can be described numerically, mathematically, functionally, then it's likely, or it is definitively designed. Is that what you're saying?
I say that you have to have some sort of aesthetic or design. Yeah.
So can you describe God mathematically or numerically?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know what your persuasion is, but, you know, Christians think that God is three persons. They count three persons. There's three persons, one being. That's a mathematical description.
It's very satisfying to say that when you motivate yourself to create design or have some sort of, you know, what's motivating mathematics as a whole is from God.
Yeah, but do you understand my point? If you're principle is that if you can describe, if there can be something data-wise, quantitatively described, then it's likely designed. I think that commits you to thinking that God would be designed because you can describe God mathematically, right?
Sure.
God is one, right? God is has this number of
Sure.
attributes, right? God has
Sure.
3 persons. God is one person. So I just
Sure. I'll subscribe to that then.
Okay, then you're gonna have. So you're fine with something like an infinite regress of deities. You're a polytheist.
I don't know what that means. Sorry.
So like, if God is designed, then there's another God that designs that, and then that God is designed, and that God is designed. So you have an infinite regress of gods.
Is that necessary? I mean, why would
That's what
is
your.
it
I think that's what
necessary?
your. If I understand you correctly, that's what your principle commits you to.
So say that I recognize a God that is, some sort of foundation, in which like motivates mathematics or something. I don't know. Why would that mean that there would be another God that designed that God?
I guess I was more. If maybe I misunderstood you. Is your principle not that if it can be quantitatively described, then it's designed, right? And God can be quantitatively designed.
Sure.
So then you've got an infinite regress of deities, and so that would at least make you a polytheist. And then your ontology is very bloated. You've got a lot of stuff going on.
Okay. That's interesting. I'll think about it.
All right.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Anything else?
No, thanks for speaking with me.
Of course. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being normal, by the way.
Yeah.
No problem.
Good luck with your math degree. I'm very
reprieve.
impressed by people that study math like that. So good luck with that.
I think that he's probably still fairly early, and the only reason I say that was because he said Gödel's incompleteness laws, and if he was a more senior math student, he would have said theorem.
Yeah, I think
but-
I said theorem, right? I hope
You said theorem. He said law.
Yeah, okay. I was hoping.
So we have a super chat from Optimus Rhymes, which, by the way, is just like, it's a good name, right?
Yeah.
Dalton, please read Romans 16, 17 through 18. It's a warning for Christians to beware of Philbros. Dalton, care to read it?
Oh boy. Yeah. Let's take a look at that. Let me pull up my Bible.
What, you don't have a paperback
Romans-
Bible? Romans 16,
you
17
know,
through 18.
Yeah, I do not keep. I keep my paperback Bibles on the shelf. Oh, wrong keyboard. Romans 16, 17 through 18. Is that what it was? All right. This is gonna be interesting.
Bro puts on his reading glasses.
I appeal to you, brethren, to take note of those who create dissensions and difficulties in opposition to the doctrine which you have been taught. Avoid them, for such persons do not serve our Lord Christ, but their own appetites, and by fair and flattering words they deceive the hearts of the simple-minded. This can be seen. I mean, Philbro, in the sense that these people, I don't necessarily know whether or not these people that they're speaking against are engaging in any philosophy, but they're using like complexity in words in order to like lead people astray from like the accepted dogmas. Whether or not they're doing so using any philosophy or not is not necessarily known by the text.
Fair enough. I mean, it would have been nice if it said, beware ye Philbros or something like this, but, you know.
Paul does speak against the philosophy of men, but he also has his own philosophy, which he believes is from God. So, you know.
We have $5 from Chili Puff. Thank you for the $5, Chili Puff. Danny calling JP nothing was one of 2025's best moments. So jealous and proud from all of us. Thank you, Danny.
Well, I try.
It was a beautiful moment.
I try.
It was an iconic moment. All right, we have another guest. Let's bring him up. I don't know who this person is. They don't have a name. Nameless one. What should we call you?
Hello.
What should we call you?
You can just call me anything you want. No, I'm
Anything you
joking.
want. How's it going?
Wait, do I not have a username on TikTok? I didn't
No, you
realize
don't.
I didn't have a username.
You do not. It's just
Alright.
empty.
Just call me Dan.
Okay, Dan. Do you believe in
That's
God,
gonna be
Dan?
confusing. That's fine.
Oh.
No, it's not that confusing. I'm
It's
just-
only 3 letters. Shouldn't be too confusing.
Yeah, we just
well,
had a
my
Danny
name is
as well.
Danny, so yes.
Okay, you can call me
No, let's
Bob, I
Dan. I'm
guess,
sorry, I
don't know.
said something. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Dan is fine. We'll work with it.
Dan, do you believe in a god?
All right, so yeah, I do. I mean, I'm a bit skeptical, but yeah, generally I do. I'm not gonna spend too much time arguing here. I just wanted to get a few points across.
Yeah, sure. Fire away.
All right, so do you guys accept philosophical arguments?
Yeah. Depends. I mean, it depends on the
All
strength
right.
of the argument, but yeah, generally I do.
What do you guys think of the Kalam cosmological argument for the existence of God?
I heard
Fun
somebody.
exercise that fails.
Yeah, somebody once described it, and Danny, maybe you know who said it, who called it this way, that it's the worst good argument.
Oh no, I don't know who said that. That's
As in,
something
like,
I would say though.
They're like F tier arguments. That's like, look at the trees, and it's just like predicated on like misunderstanding things. And then there's like actual serious arguments, and this is the worst of the serious arguments.
It doesn't get you
Do
to
you have, like, a
God.
rebuttal?
That's the problem.
Yeah, I think both premises are questionable.
Oh, you're
But
saying
actually-
it doesn't so you're saying the
And-
argument's valid, but it doesn't.
Oh yeah, of course the
follow
argument's
to,
valid.
like,
Yeah, of
not
course.
follow.
Because it's sort of two steps of the argument, right? There's like the first syllogism, right? And then there's sort of, if you're taking Craig's view, right? That once you get there, the universe has a cause, you go kind of an inductive route to God, right?
Well, yeah. Well, it doesn't. It's not immediate. Well, at least the way William Lane Craig argues for it is.
But there's two stages, right? There's the
that-
syllogism,
no.
and then there's the abductive account.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that would be just assigning that property as a first uncaused cause to God and nothing, no other metaphysical entity.
Right, that would be the second stage.
But some
yeah.
people, yeah, but a lot of people would say that that's I guess that's like the tricky part of the argument. But I like to hear what's your rebuttal. Most atheists say that if I'm not misunderstanding, that an original cause could also be pretty much any other property, such as, I don't know, the laws of logic. At least that's the most common rebuttal. But
that's a common rebuttal?
You have.
I didn't know that was a
I've never
common
heard
From
that,
what I
yeah.
hear, yeah. I mean, that's mostly from like online debaters. So I don't know what your guys' opinion. I
I
mean, I'll
haven't
let
heard.
you if you have any other rebuttal.
Yeah. Look, so I think that like it depends on what order you prefer. I can never remember what the standard order is, but like, look, I think that we at least have like good empirical reason to be skeptical of the universe having a beginning, and we also have really good and we also have no inductive reason to think that anything that genuinely begins to exist has a cause, because often to motivate the fact or to motivate the premise that everything that begins to exist has a cause, people think of like, oh, well, like a person, that person began to exist and the cause was like, oh, the parents having sex or whatever, or a carpenter made a chair and the cause of the chair existing is the carpenter creating it. But like those are not things that began to exist in the same sense that it's supposed that the universe is said to have began to exist. Namely,
Yeah,
when
but
the
that's
carpenter when the carpenter begins to, or when the carpenter creates, when the chair begins to exist, what's really happening is just have stuff that's being arranged into another configuration, which is completely unrelated to the kind of begin to exist that is supposed to be said of the universe, which is ex nihilo. So I just don't think that we have any good reason to trust that our intuition about creation from other stuff is a particularly good way to lead us to the conclusion that there is this thing that from which it was created from nothing. I just don't think that works.
Well, that's not exactly the Kalam cosmological argument. If
That's
you
the
read
second
Kalam's and
premise.
Aquinas' commentaries,
No, that's the
on
second premise.
Aristotle,
Right.
they make it no. Well, no. I agree with the everything that begins to exist as a cause, but I think the idea.
How do you justify that premise?
But I mean, I'm interested to see what did he
Well, no,
misrepresent about the
okay,
Kalam?
sorry. That's an empirical statement, but also that's not the type of causality I'm talking about. It's an empirical observation. I mean, that's what
Right.
Aristotle writes, at least.
So the point that everything begins to exist has a cause, the empirical observation is about things beginning to exist in the sense that they are new rearrangements of pre-existing stuff, right? That's the
Not
sense in which
exactly.
things
That's
begin
not-
to. Okay, so then what sense of beginning to exist do we have empirics on?
It's the beginning to exist. We have the same.
No, I'm
the
talking
beginning
about
to- you got it.
things
you got
beginning
that
to
right.
exist
We're talking
having a
about the
cause.
causality.
I'm
Yeah, the
asking
cause-
about.
That's the thing. The cause it's an atemporal cause. It's not a temporal.
Wait,
cause.
no, he's confused. He's not getting you, Blitz.
You're-
All right, you want to try again, Blitz, or do you want me to try to?
Yeah, look, so one of the premises, is it the first premise, Danny, or the second, that everything that begins to exist has a cause?
That's the first premise.
That's the first premise.
Okay, so the first premise, everything that begins to exist has a cause, is typically justified essentially using empirics. We say, look, like the chair began to exist, it has a cause. And, everything that we've ever experienced that began to exist has a cause. That's at least one of the justifications that's often given. It's a strong intuition.
Yeah, beginning, the word began here is not temporal, it's atemporal. That's the thing that you were
Okay,
talking
then,
about.
but then we have absolutely no reason to accept that anything begins atemporally. Because we don't have any experience with that. What is the justification for the claim that you can have atemporal beginnings?
Well, I don't understand how that doesn't follow from empirical observation.
We don't have any empirical observations
Wait,
of
our
anything
observations are
atemporal.
in time. Our observations are in time.
Okay, so but okay, listen to this. Does you have relations between things like whatever. Does matter require the existence of time?
Maybe not.
Wait, let's not. Let's
Yeah,
look.
does-
Let's just start. Wait, our observations when we see causes and effects, when we see things beginning to exist, is that not in a moment? Is that not? It's a process in many cases, right?
Well, that's presupposing time is a. Well, no, this is beyond time. This has nothing to do with time. The causality, the beginning, the word beginning.
Just answer my question.
The word cause.
You can answer my question. It's okay.
But that's because the question is faulty because you don't understand the argument.
Well,
Okay,
forget about the argument for a second. I'm just asking, when we witness causes and effect, when we see things beginning to exist, I saw that tree, there was no tree there. I came back 5 years, there's a tree there, right? Oh, it began to exist, right? When we see that, is that not a temporal sort of, temporal cause and effect?
Well, not necessarily,
Okay.
Wait, what? Okay, so clearly, when the cause and effect that happened there was obviously temporal. Like somebody or something put the seed in the ground. Yeah, like the seed being placed in the ground and then being watered, right?
Yeah.
That's what caused the tree, and that was like a temporal phenomenon.
Okay, but there's something else which is more of it's kind of the causality here that I'm trying to reference is more of a precondition thing, as in there will be precondition X for the existence of tree, so therefore so if you have tree, therefore X, right? If X
So can you just justify the first premise then? Like, why should we
I
think
don't
that everything that
understand.
begins to exist has a cause?
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be that's mostly second order logic. If you have any system
there's no
where that's
way.
not the
There's no
case, then that'd
way.
be
This is not
refuted, but-
happening. Second order logic. What does that have to do with anything about
Yeah.
the first premise?
Well, do you even know what second order logic is?
Yes.
Because that's okay. So you should
Do
understand.
you
my
know what
argument.
second order logic is?
Yeah, but also you
What
you
is
don't
it?
even understand. Well, I'm asking you. Oh, so you're just gonna return the question?
He has a
Okay,
master's
well I'll
degree
tell
in
you.
philosophy. I trust
Here,
him.
second order logic can quantify over properties. Right.
Yeah.
That's why second order. Okay, it has nothing to do with Kalam. Nothing.
And what does it treat them as?
What is a what?
What does it treat those properties as? What does it treat properties as? What does second order?
No,
logic
answer
treat
my
properties
question.
as?
I answered your
No,
question,
well,
right?
I'm answering it.
Okay,
Well,
so
but
what
you
does
don't
it have to
even
do?
know because you
What
can't
you
even
can
answer.
explain to me? You can explain to me what the Kalam has to do with second order logic. Go.
It's the causality.
It's the causality.
Well, you asked me for my argument for atemporal causality.
No, that wasn't what we were asked for. We asked for the argument of the
Yeah,
first
well,
premise.
That's quite literally what you were asking me.
This
No,
guy
we
is
wanted the argument for the
massively
first
confused.
premise. Just give us the argument for the first premise. The
I told you,
justification, the
empirical
defense.
observation.
What empirical observation justifies the first premise?
Well, no, okay, yeah, it's either. Whoops, my bad. What's going on? Okay, it's either empirical observation, but that would be okay. That's kind of an archaic argument that was used mostly by Aristotle. That's not the point. But if you do, essentially, I was saying the second order logic part was more of it's a system comparison, as in which is still related to empirical observation.
What is going on right now?
Can you just give the argument rather than just saying it's a system comparison and then saying second order? Like, what's the actual argument here?
Is a valid argument.
A system I'm sorry. A system comparison is the name for a kind of argument. It's not the argument itself. I want the argument itself.
Well, empirical observation. I just told you. If there's a
so then it's unrelated because we recognize that the empirical observation is about causal relations,
wait. I'll rephrase
temporal
it.
causal
I
relations.
think there might be a misunderstanding. If there are preconditions, if there are let's say propositions X.
Where did you learn how to run the Kalam? Who did you learn from?
And he ran.
I was expecting to hear the rustling of sheets as he was looking for.
I was expecting to hear the typing from
I have never
ChatGPT.
met someone that ran the Kalam so poorly as he did. I've never met it. Anyway,
it was not easy to listen to. I don't know why.
I believe in a deity, I would sooner believe in a God that where the universe has always existed, but it's like a chaotic state, and he just orders the creation, and he exists within the cosmos. Like this idea of an atemporal God, it's just nonsense.
I'm with you on that. I mean, like maybe there's like a spontaneous quantum. You know what? Okay, here's the new theology. We got it here. So the universe was chaotic, and as a result of chaos, sometimes you can get spontaneous emergence of things. However, what is true is that it's easier to spontaneously create something smaller than it is to spontaneously create something bigger. So what happened is that a small spontaneous creation of a god was formed, and then that god formed the rest of it, rather than the universe spontaneously forming, because that's less likely. That's the theology. That's the correct theology if we're going to do any sort of theology.
Amen.
Biblically coherent.
Yeah, there you go. So by the way, y'all, there are 600 of you on YouTube. There are nearly 900 of you on YouTube, and yet we have no guests in the guest box. So if you want to talk to Danny, more precisely, if you want to be yelled at by Danny, or if you want to be talked down to by Dalton, or if you want to be coddled by me, feel free to join the guest box, and you might have a good time. If you don't want those things, if you're afraid of being deconstructed, if you're afraid of having your arguments blown out and having your philosophical and theological backings destroyed, then maybe stay in the comments. Totally reasonable. I would get it if I were you. But until then, you should join the guest box. Now we have a guest.
Our rage bait worked. All right.
There they are. Welcome back.
Hello?
Welcome back, Dan. You left.
Apologies. I disconnected on accident.
We caught one of those sucker fish in the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so you care to elaborate on how second order logic gets you to the first premise from the Kalam cosmological argument?
Well, if you treat properties as universals, which was exactly what I was trying to explain, but apparently the other Dan didn't know what I meant by second order logic justification, can lead to... if you don't want to debate this, then I don't know what to tell you.
You can leave. Yeah, I'm fine with you leaving.
Well, no, but like, you know, when you hold a debate, usually you let the other person talk or...
Yeah, but you're spewing. Just finish. Just finish.
Oh, by the way, the burden. Okay, so if the statement of the stream is God isn't real, then who's the burden of proof on?
I mean, like, we could talk about whether or not this is shifting or not, but the point is you came up, you wanted to talk about the Kalam, so presumably we can talk about the Kalam, right?
Well, what's the rebuttal for the Kalam?
Yeah, that you haven't provided a justification for premise 1 or premise 2. And if you want a specific rebuttal to premise 2, I have a book right here. I don't know if you can see it. It's called The Battle of the Big Bang. It's a good book, written by a cosmologist and a science communicator. In it, they describe 25 different models for, the cause or the origin of the Big Bang. One of them definitely has a beginning. 8 of them might have a beginning, depending on how they're interpreted, and the remaining 16 are eternal or cyclic in some way. So it just doesn't seem like it's cosmological consensus that the universe had a beginning. So that's why we shouldn't accept the second premise. The first premise is more of a philosophical claim, not an empirical claim, and it requires justification, and you haven't offered one.
Wait, the book is for the second premise, right?
Yeah.
And there's something that I've said before. um, you know, the Kalam could be actually completely sound, and you could still be an atheist because you could think that you could insert another principle that typically causes are non-enduring. So even if God did create the universe, doesn't mean that he still exists. So you could still be an atheist and hold to the Kalam.
It's an interesting
Oh, you
take.
mean
I
as
haven't heard that.
it's a necessary first cause, but not
God doesn't exist anymore,
Well, that's
which
it.
actually would
It
make a lot
stops
more
there.
sense. Yeah. Well, no, just he doesn't.
Yeah, but what's the
ju-
motivation?
Because causes are
What's the
typically
motivation
not.
behind-
Because causes typically don't endure. They cease to exist.
Cease to exist in a temporal sense?
Yeah.
Well, how are causes temporal?
I just don't understand what it would mean to say that there's a cause in no moment of time.
Well, do you know what atemporal causation is, right?
No.
As I just described, and I don't understand it. Yeah. I defined it as an atemporal cause is a cause that's not in any given moment, which is nonsense to me.
So you're saying time is a precondition for causality?
Yeah.
I would say that time.
Okay.
I would be a little bit more precise and say that time is a precondition for causation.
What did you say? Cause? What did you say?
He said causality.
For causality.
What I meant to sign off on is cause is to have cause and effect. You need time. That's what I want to sign off on.
Okay. That's an interesting position. All right. But okay. Well, is that just because you think is that, I guess why is that? Is that even the consensus in
Like it's all over the
philosophy?
place in philosophy. Most people, a Humean view of causation is actually very popular, and those definitely. I don't think Hume understands causation temporally, right? So, 40, maybe between 30 and 50% of philosophers are Humeans about causation. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Well, so you're saying atemporal causality as a whole is invalid in your opinion?
I just don't understand it. It's like saying north of the North Pole. Or like non-alcoholic whiskey. I don't something like that.
Well, yeah, but don't you think so is time, if that's the case, is time a precondition for any statement?
Any statement, any truth, you mean?
Any proposition?
I mean,
No, you could have
yeah, I would say no, but I don't know if you're going the whole like, well, do you need time to have propositions in the Platonic realm?
Yeah,
I don't know if you're doing that, right? If there is a Platonic realm, I'm fine to call it atemporal because they don't exist in a moment.
Yeah. And what do you guys think about the transcendental argument for God? I know there's different versions.
It's also low tier.
That Kalam is, if we comparing, I stick with the Kalam. I think Tag is bottom of the barrel. Like when you take a philosophy religion class, you're gonna probably look at a cosmological argument, right? Very, very, very likely. You will never look at anything like Tag, right? The only thing that you could that a philosophy class might mention as far as something like a Tag is Kant's argument for the existence of God and appealing that you need God for morality. That's the only thing I've seen that might even be presented seriously.
Well, I know many people argue the transcendental argument as kind of what they do is they kind of shift the burden onto an atheist. Oh, that's not the Kantian way though, but that's not the point. Most modern, I guess, people who argue the transcendental argument, they shift the burden onto.
But can you name a modern philosopher who uses the transcendental argument for God?
Well, if you
I know one.
I only know one. Actually, surprisingly, Alvin Plantinga, they're not only. I know he's more famous for his ontological, or for his modal ontological argument, but he also has a. I forgot.
He is the one, right? And he's like, he's the one, and he's like 93, right?
Well,
wait. He's saying that Plantinga signs off on Tag. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
No,
that's not even the point.
Oh, okay. What's the point? What is the point?
No, well, the point is that I wanted to hear your rebuttal for Tag. I don't care
It's
about
just,
what
I've never seen
Christian
it
philosophy.
presented in a non-question begging way. It's just, I mean, do you accept question begging arguments?
Well, no, it's
Yeah,
fallacy.
it's always question begging as far as I've seen it defended.
It's always it is impossible, or the impossible, or the contrary is impossible. Therefore, we're left with what's possible. Therefore, God. And then why is the contrary impossible? Oh, because it is.
It's necessary, right? There's God, and then you get this like whole, you know, I mean, if you've heard of tag, you've probably seen these debates, right? You've seen,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. I mean, I respect the Kalam stuff more than way more fathoms more than tag.
What's your who do you guys think out of the atheist philosophers of religion? Actually, not philosophers of religion, but it doesn't matter. Any field of philosophy.
I'm going to
Who's the
answer
most
this question.
formidable
Yeah, I'm going to answer this
argument maker?
question and then they can, but as much as I love this topic, this is not what we're here for. But formidable philosophers of religion that are atheist, Graham Oppie, Paul Draper, William Rowe. I think Rowe might be dead, though. I'm not so sure. There's a few others. These are some people.
Wait, but Graham Oppie, he argues from parsimony, right? Or is that his
Yeah,
argument against? He doesn't have an argument.
But
for atheism, he
we're
just
look.
argues against
Maybe
it.
you can add me on Discord and you can ask me these questions, right? But I like that you're interested in it, but that's not why people are here.
Yeah.
My
Okay,
favorite
I'll
atheist
stop
philosophers are
rapping.
Ian and Danny.
Oh no.
I don't read philosophy papers. I read physics papers. I should read more philosophy, but I already feel like I don't have any time. So
I read biblical scholarship. I don't read physics or philosophy. So outside of my
Alright.
wheelhouse as
I don't.
well.
I don't have to read biblical scholarship because the Bible guy does, and I could just ask him, right? So
There
and,
you go.
and
Argument for
presumably it's
biblical error.
same with
Yep.
physics, right? I just rely on people that do the
So-
work for me.
So Dan, I'm gonna let you go because there are some other people that are waiting in the guest box. But thank you for being here. We
Yeah.
do appreciate it.
All right, but
I'm not gonna read the super chats yet because we do have a guest in the guest box and I want to bring them up. Chris Page.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, mention, that you probably heard this before. God is esse ipsum subsistence, that sort of thing.
Chris,
So it's a different category.
Chris,
Yeah.
how are you
Yeah.
doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Hi.
I'm
How
glad
are
to
you?
hear
I'm doing
it.
great.
Do you believe in
Yeah,
a
how are
God,
you?
Chris?
No, I believe in, by definition, I believe in just God. The idea of it God being in a category
Okay.
of words. Then yeah.
Great. Okay, Chris,
A
go
category
ahead
of
and make your
what?
argument.
Category of
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, I think even mentioning, a God would be a category mistake because God by
Oh my
definition is not one category. Yeah, one God by definition is not one category of many, but just simply being itself. That's how he defines himself in the Old Testament, at the very least. So yeah, yeah.
Being
So I don't
itself.
believe. I don't believe.
That's not
I don't.
how he describes himself in the Old Testament. That's a post-biblical philosophical innovation. God being
That's true.
Being the subsistent active being.
So is the New Testament itself. But go ahead.
Yeah, so the God of the Old Testament never describes himself as being like the subsistent active being. The phrase "eche asher eche" in Exodus 3:14 is simply God saying that I will be what I will be. It's just a declaration of his fidelity to Israel. Nothing
Yeah,
about his
and
ontological being.
well, Yod Hev Vav Hev Yahweh. That's true. I mean, but my
That
understanding is
just means
that
he will be.
yeah, but it's also a refusal of a name, a refusal to be in a category of being. I think the overall thing is that there's a category mistake being made, and that God
Is
simply
God a mind?
is
Is God a mind? Is God a mind?
He is mind and has a mind. Yes, the source.
Okay,
of what
so
we
is he in
mean
the
by mind.
category of mental? Is he under the category of mental?
He is the mental by what meaning? Like crazy?
No, meaning
he's in
that
the category.
he's under a category, which is to say personhood or mind or intentional being, right?
Well,
Just like you
he
and I.
can't be divided. Yeah, well, his attributes.
Okay,
and
whatever. But
self
he's
are
in a
one.
category. He's under the category of mind.
I don't know. I would
The
I would-
divine
I would- I don't-
category, perhaps.
Yeah, I just the main thing is that the way classical theists defines him, I'm sure you guys know, is that God simply is to be. He's pure act. So putting him in a category is a non-starter whatsoever.
Well, then
you know.
then he's not in the category of mind.
Not in a category. I would say he'd be the definition of category itself. I mean, you guys are trying to
Okay.
put a God in a
Look,
category.
it's
which you
just
can't
very
put.
simple, right? It's either that he's in the category of mind or is not. You're saying no, right? So God is not under the category of mind, which to be a prerequisite, right, for being a category of mind, right? Or a sufficient set of conditions to be in the category of mind is that you have intentions, that you have desires, you have mental states, right? So if God is not, doesn't have those things, right? If he has those things, he's sufficiently under that category. If he doesn't have those things, then what are we talking about?
Well,
let's
I
be
mean,
real. You're talking about Yahweh, and Yahweh isn't really all that different from any other ancient Near Eastern deity.
not the way scripture scholarship would not the way the narrative you would say Yahweh that has been borrowed from Babylonian culture and things like that we simply
Not Babylonian,
Zoroastrianism.
but yeah, the Bible doesn't describe God the way that you describe him. You can only come to this conclusion by imposing philosophy upon the God of the Bible.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, so I don't know. That's all I wanted to say. So that the idea of just God is simply to be. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bye.
Have a good one,
Chris. That was weird. Let's bring up
he's
Brad.
a classical theist, right? So I mean,
he's a classical theist.
They never want to talk about the Bible.
They never do.
Damn.
Brad, how's it going?
Oh, hey guys. All good, and you?
I'm doing great. I think the rest of the fellas are great too. Brad, do you believe in a God?
Yeah, I believe in a God.
And which God is that? Is it the God of the Bible? Is it the God of Aquinas? Is it the God of created the universe and then fucked off? Christian. Okay, great. Why are you a Christian? Why do you believe in a Christian God?
So to start off, I'm a little bit nervous, guys, because there's a lot of people viewing. I'm just trying to state the obvious here.
Just pretend we're all in our underwear. I don't know if that helps, but just do it anyway.
Don't pretend. Don't do that.
Okay. First I want to say I really admire you, Dr. Bliss. I don't know your name, but I do follow you. And I think you are a very just intelligent person.
Well, that's so sweet.
With all you, yeah, and with all your knowledge in physics, and I really admire you. I do believe in God though, and I humbly acknowledge my ignorance in a way. But
he's like, I don't know about you two dumbasses, but yeah, we're like Blitz, right?
Oof. Yeah. Okay. So look. Why don't you tell us why you believe in God? Like, what do you think is the most convincing argument that you can offer?
My, I guess, just perspective on reality. I am confronted with moral obligations, sort of, when having to, just live. And I think that if ultimately reality were just, inconsequential in that sense, and without any causality, then my moral obligations that wouldn't necessarily have, meaning, and so that sort of goes against everything I've ever, lived through, if that makes sense.
As a Christian, do you believe you derive your morals from the Bible?
Yes, of course. I think that when obviously I, view my life and reality, and I, have to confront the decision of being aware of how I want to react in my nature versus the morals that are found through Jesus Christ in His grace. Well, I think that just, summing up what the ultimate truth is, I think grace is the better choice.
Jesus of Nazareth, as a Jewish man, and what we see in the Gospels is that he supports and believes that the law of God is absolute and should be followed by his followers. Do you think the law of God has good moral standard for us?
I think it might be a bit sort of trivial, obviously, because to follow, what Jesus said, I just, like the telephone, what the term for it, when the broken telephone scheme thing, when somebody says one thing and then you pass it on, and then eventually the direct, exact sort of verbatim initial.
Are you saying that we don't actually know what Jesus taught?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the general essence of it is what I believe in through my own sort of perspective on reality.
Do you believe that Jesus of Nazareth taught his followers to observe the law of Moses?
According to my knowledge, he did, but he added on to it somehow, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if he did, that would make him a sinner, because the law says in the book of Deuteronomy, you shall not add to nor take away from all the words of this law. If you do that, you're sinning, which would invalidate Jesus as the perfect sacrifice for sin. But the law of God treats women as property and allows for slavery. And Jesus, as a Jewish man, would have upheld this. Do you think that this is really a good moral framework?
I think, like I said, I wouldn't take everything as written in stone in that sense. You know, like for example, if in that, I don't know what passages in the New Testament Jesus said that, but for example, that is one of the things I wouldn't believe in. You know.
Wait, so you
So
don't
it
think
is
the
sort of being
Bible's
kind of biased.
you don't think the Bible's infallible or inerrant or whatever?
I think yeah, it could be corrupted.
Then why
Parts
be
of
a
it.
Christian? Because what if the claims about the resurrection are corruptions?
Yeah, Muslims say the same thing. It could be. They say it is corrupted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm not fully, let's say, studied on the Bible like you are probably a Bible guy. Sorry, I don't know what your name is to refer to you. But in that particular case that you brought up, I guess I would say I don't believe in that, and that's it. In a very rudimentary binary sense that
Oh, you're
I'm,
saying
Do you
yeah. Go
do
ahead.
you have
Bible
any
guy.
method for deciding what parts of the Bible are reliable and what parts aren't? Or is it just whatever you find preferable, those are the authentic bits, and whatever you don't like, those are the inauthentic bits?
Yeah, something like that. It's sort of like my own little journey and reading through it as I reading through
Then
the Bible as I go. Yeah.
if you're going to pick and choose, then why even be Christian in the first place?
When I say Christian, I just like I like the idea of Jesus Christ, and I follow that, and that it's a personal relationship in the sense that my own perspective of life makes sense to me when he says,
Do you go to
love your
church, or
enemy.
are you a member or going to a church or anything like that?
Sometimes I go to church, but not often.
Okay,
Like,
but
I haven't been
do
to
you
church
consider
probably like a
yourself as
month.
part of a church or not?
No.
Okay, so you're kind of like a rogue Christian.
Yeah.
You have this. You have. It will seem like you don't know a lot about the Jesus of the Bible. Instead, you have created an image of Jesus in your mind that you see as this perfect moral archetype. Why not just be a secular humanist and replace Jesus with just the ideal version of yourself that you would like to attain, like you would like to work towards? Why the Jesus thing? It's completely useless if you don't actually believe in the Bible.
Well, I think first thing that we will obviously acknowledge is my ignorance. I'm really ignorant in my existential awareness, let's say, and I'm not knowledgeable on the Bible like you are, Bible guy, or I'm not knowledgeable on cosmology and physics like Dr. Blitz or none of that. But
The
I
glaze.
yeah, but I just try to. I don't know. I believe in God, and my humble position is what I just explained, and it is rogue. And if I adhere to saying I'm Christian, I guess it's because the morals that I have come across from what I know about Jesus, and I try to cross compare that with any other thing that I've any other theology or religion or non-theology. I think
How do you
that's what
come
makes
to
sense for
know
me.
anything? How do you come to know anything about Jesus?
What do you mean?
Like if I want to know about what Jesus taught and believed, I would read the Gospels. That's our primary
yeah.
source for the teachings of Jesus. And the teachings of Jesus, we wouldn't categorize those as being morally immoral or good, because Jesus taught his followers to observe the law of Moses. So specifically Matthew chapter 5 verses 17 through 19, Jesus specifically says that the law of God will never go away until heaven and earth goes away, and that whoever breaks the least of these commandments, which would include the laws pertaining to slavery, will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. It doesn't sound like you're just creating an image of Jesus in your mind. You don't actually have an understanding of what Jesus actually taught.
So I understand that he then wanted to uphold always the law of Moses, correct? Which was in Matthew 5. Where does it verses?
Matthew 5, 17 through 19. Also Matthew 23, he tells his followers to do everything that the Pharisees instruct them.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the way that you're summing it up then is makes sense. But then again, like I mentioned earlier, I also kind of would believe that therefore there are some parts that might not be legitimate and was added on later. For example, when I read the book of Revelations, I think that could be corrupted. So yeah.
Well,
All right,
okay.
well, I mean, it seems like you just don't believe in the Jesus of the Bible, and you just have your own made up version of Christianity, which is fine. But at the end of the day, you're definitely no different than like one of us as a secular individual who is making up your own moral system. You're just attaching a picture of Jesus to it.
So, Brad, we're
Somebody
gonna let
in
you
the
go.
comments said it's Revelations, not Revelation. Oh, Revelation. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
Brad,
yeah,
we're
no
gonna
worries,
let you
then.
go. But thank you so much for being
Okay.
here. Good
Yeah,
luck,
no,
okay?
thank you guys. You too. Bye-bye.
All right, let's bring up DJ Actually, we'll read some super chat. We have 3 super chats to read really quick. From I Am the Big Cheese with the $10. Thank you so much, I Am the Big Cheese. Underrated argument against God is the epistemic failure of prayer. Bayesian reasoning shows the specificity problem of mutually exclusive truth claims of prayer and implications to moral truths. Any comments? I'm not familiar with the specificity problem, so
Yeah, this is more of a Danny question. I think I have no idea.
I don't know what he's saying exactly. Maybe he didn't have very much time to explain in his
That's
in his
fair.
text box. But the
next
is
super
something.
chat. The next
Oh,
super chat clarifies, I think.
Okay, good.
I Am the Big Cheese again with the $5. If prayer was real, we would expect it to point to which God is true and who is moral, favored, or saved. So given that, I think I understand what you mean.
Oh, like we got multiple people from multiple religions all praying.
Yeah.
And sometimes their prayers get answered, sometimes they don't. It's at the rate of chance. But if Muslims and Jews and Christians are all praying and getting prayers answered,
you would expect that Muslims would never have their prayers answered, right? Or Christians would never have, well, at least one of them would never have their prayers answered. And then from Eric S. with the $5, the God argument of classical theism is at best trivially true, i.e. God exists, but with no properties discernibly different from non-existence. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it depends on what you mean by classical theism, I guess. But typically classical theism attributes at least a mind, so.
Yeah, as far as that prayer thing, there's something that I thought about that's related. And Matt, if you have a perfect being and you just pray to that perfect being, please do the perfect thing. It's just like they're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, right. They don't
so
need the
you
prayer.
know that's one thing. And another thing is that if you pray for something and it doesn't occur, it means that you didn't pray for the good thing.
Yeah.
Right. So if you pray for your let's say sick relative and God doesn't heal them, that means that God considers it not to be the best thing, not to be the good thing, ultimately speaking, to heal. And you were wrong about thinking that it was good.
All right, I'm going to bring up DJ Daniel. DJ Daniel is apparently ready to cook Dalton.
Yeah, I am.
DJ Daniel, welcome. So you're a Christian,
How are
right?
you? Yeah.
Okay. And why would you say that you're a Christian? Like, why? What makes,
Because
what's the best argument, do you think?
It instills morals. It instills community values. It held the world together where there was no judicial system at that point where that was in place that was kind of helping to create civility in the world. So religion was what was made to create that, and it worked well.
So prior to Christianity, there was no judicial system in the world that was
Not a fair
holding people
one.
together?
Not a fair one.
Hold on, I'm just a little
Not a what
confused. Would
one?
you say that the Inquisition was a fair judicial system?
No, that's
But
what
that
I said.
was
They're not fair.
So there were also unfair judicial systems after Christianity.
100%.
So then, what did
I'm saying
Christianity do?
if you look at Christianity and what it teaches, compared to what was judicial, like the judicial system at that point, then you would see that the morality of Christianity holds up okay.
Well, there's no such thing as the morality of Christianity. There are many Christianities, and each one has their own particular like moral systems because they have different perspectives on like the Bible, for example. So let's be more specific. Which variety of Christianity
How about we talk
are we
about
referring to?
you talked about perfect being, and if God was this, then he would do this. Can I swear, Dr. Bliss, or no?
You're allowed to swear.
How the fuck do you know what God wants to do? What if he wants to answer prayers from fucking 3, 4, 17 different religions? Who are you to decide what he decides what he wants to do?
All right, whose
If he was
argument?
this, he
What
would
argument
do
are you
this.
making? What
The
argument
fact
are
that
you?
you guys
What
are
are you
all here
arguing
saying
about?
if God was real, he would do this. Who the fuck are you to know what God would do?
Look, there's
How
just
can
a,
you
the only
just
thing
there's just
I
an
could possibly
expectation.
know about
God would
the
do
only
this.
things I can know about the only things I can know about your God are based on like the holy text.
But why do you keep
And
trying to
God-
infer things? Like if
Well,
God was what
doesn't God
God could be
specific-
doing this
doesn't
exactly
God-
the way he
doesn't-
wants to.
Doesn't
What if he
the
wants
God
to
of the
make
Bible
the text
specifically
fucked
says
up,
he
full of holes?
doesn't the God of the Bible specifically say that he turns his face away from those who do
No.
iniquity and he will not answer their prayers?
The God is above us and he does what he wants. Who are you to decide what the fuck he wants to do or think?
Well,
Like,
I don't
Dalton-
decide.
I
I'm just
understand
reading
that.
the Bible.
Dalton, do you need me to
Who
pull up the
cares?
verse?
No, but the verses
yeah,
were written by men, not by God, correct?
So you don't believe in the Bible?
Who said I didn't believe in it? There
I
are
think you
parts,
just did.
the part
You don't
there are
believe it's
parts
divinely
that
inspired.
I believe God's intention was to have men write a book that is full of holes
Uh-huh.
later on, but
Uh-huh.
has people like condensed into a part that's morally good. It for the most part, you're gonna obviously pick at the fucking the ends, but
well,
it says
misogyny and slavery aren't
thou shalt
morally
not
good.
murder. Yeah, I know you're gonna pick at the ends. That's great.
Yes,
but do
misogyny
not-
and slavery, the ends.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, no, the literally the 10th
yeah.
commandment.
Going
and the 10
around, do you know
Commandments
what
inclu-
Douglas Khan did?
Do you think the 10 Commandments are like the end points? Or do
No,
you think that's
I think that was
important?
the starting point for humanity, and it was needed to be
All
there
right,
at the time
but-
that it was there. If it wasn't
you
there at
think-
the
do
time
you
that it
agree
was
with-
there, it would have been a
Do
problem.
you agree with Paul? Do you agree with Paul in Romans 7:12 that the law of God is holy, just, and good?
In the year, like 2,500 years ago, whatever, or 2,000, when it was created, right? It was necessary. Why are you talking about things with 2,000 years of hindsight and thinking
Well,
like you're cool?
I just
You're not fucking
asked
cool.
you. Do you agree? I just asked you. Do you agree with Paul when he says
Yes,
that the
in
law of
in
God
that
is
time
holy,
frame,
just,
in
and good?
their time frame, not when cell phones
so
are around.
your morals change based on like
No.
time period. It's like
I'm born in
moral
fucking
relativist.
2000. If I'm born in this
Yeah, it
period,
sounds
time
like-
period,
yeah,
why
it
do I
sounds
think
like-
I'm going to
sounds like
relate
you're
to
a
something that
moral-
happened 2,000 years ago?
Yeah, it sounds like
What
you're
do you
a
think
moral
you would have been
relativist.
if you were born in that time?
Jesus of Nazareth said that the law of God would remain in effect until heaven and earth passed away.
2,000 years ago.
So you can, yeah, Jesus, but has heaven and earth passed away?
Was it relevant in the time of 2,000 years ago? Yes. Is it relevant now?
According,
no.
According to
rocket
Jesus of
ships
Nazareth,
fucking relevant today?
according
then?
to
Were there
Jesus
cars
of
back then?
Nazareth, I don't care. According to the
What do you
Jesus
mean
of
you don't care?
Nazareth,
No,
the
no,
law
no.
of God
Let's be honest here.
remains in effect.
Why are you trying
I
to
don't
put
care what
something
you have
that
to
happened
say.
2,000 years ago
Matthew,
relevant
I'm
for
just reading
today?
the Bible. Apparently, you don't like
Yeah,
the
that
Bible.
was written
So
when?
Matthew
When was
5,
when was the Bible
Matthew
written?
5,
Bro's
Matthew
afraid of
chapter
his own
5
book.
verses 17 through.
When
Yeah.
was the Bible
Matthew
written,
chapter.
Dalton?
I'm just. I don't care. I'm
Dalton,
going
I'm
to
not
read
gonna let
what
you
Jesus
finish
of
unless you
Nazareth
answer my
said.
question. When
Until
was the
heaven and earth
Bible written?
passes. Here, go ahead and mute him so I can read his Bible to him.
Done.
Matthew chapter 5 verses 17 through 19. Jesus says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I did not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. Verily I say to you, till heaven and earth passes away," which It hasn't. Not a jot or tittle will pass from the law till
I'll stay
all
quiet.
is fulfilled. Therefore, whoever breaks the least of these commandments and teaches others to do so will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever doesn't teach them shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Do you think Jesus was just wrong? And was he just wrong? Is that what this is?
You said all of that for me to tell you that was relevant 2,000 years ago is not relevant now.
So Jesus was wrong.
No. He was right in his
So
time.
the law has heaven and earth passed away.
He was right in his time. At that time, that was what was needed
Well,
to be said.
if Jesus was right in his
God is
time, then the
perfect.
law of God
You
is
understand
still in
what
effect.
perfectionist? An intelligent
Yeah,
person
like-
designed everything, and he knows what was needed at what time. Maybe it's time for us to.
If Jesus was right 2,000 years ago, then the law of God
Yeah.
is still in effect, because what he said was that it would remain until heaven and earth passed away.
No, what
That's
was
how-
right?
that's how
that
words
was
work.
necessary for the time. It's not necessary now.
Well,
Look, DJ,
no,
maybe I can
because his
clarify.
statement is about the future.
Maybe I
Yeah.
can
Do you
clarify.
know that there were people
DJ.
who were scientists? No, can I just tell Dalton one more thing and then I'll let you talk, Dr. Bliss? Dalton, there were
No,
scientists
you don't
like
have
you
anything worthy to
who
say.
said that the Earth
I'm not a scientist.
was the center
not a
of
scientist.
the whatever you are. Everyone who was respected on the Earth said that the Earth was the sun revolved around the Earth, and they were
Okay,
respected.
this is irrelevant.
This is what you're saying right now. You
yeah,
think that
DJ,
you know.
DJ. Look,
Go ahead,
if
bro.
I say that for the rest of the future, for the rest of the future, humanity will thrive, and I'm correct, does that mean that my words will still be true in 1,000 years?
No.
Then how could I be correct about saying for the rest of the future, humanity will thrive? What does it mean
Yeah,
to be
then Bliss
correct
isn't
if I'm
right
making a
today.
statement about the future?
He could say that to give them guidance.
Okay,
for the
so
future.
what
He
you're
wants to
telling
direct
so,
them in that path, but doesn't mean
DJ,
that he knows or cares
DJ,
about that.
DJ, my point
you're
is
implying something that doesn't need to be true.
DJ. My point is that it is possible to make statements about the future in the current time. Yes or no?
100%.
Okay,
And sometimes
so
they're doing those
Jesus-
statements,
hold
not
on,
knowing that
hold
they're
on.
true, but
DJ,
they're necessary.
DJ, Jesus, at least according to the Bible, made a statement about the future 2,000 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Was the statement true or false?
It was necessary. I'm going to answer like this. When you're going into battle,
He can't
right?
answer.
I can answer right now. I'm
he
going to ask you.
can
When you're
answer.
going to a battle, a general
your two
will
options,
rile up
your
his-
true options.
Let me
your
tell-
two
let me tell
options
the
are
story.
true or no. I don't care about your story.
There's a general.
Your two options are true and false. Would Jesus say was
No,
it true
that's not
or
the
was it
two options
false?
here.
Those are the
not
two
the
options. The
No,
true,
they are
the
not.
true dichotomy.
No, not at all.
Yes.
If a general
What's the
has,
third
has,
option?
has an army, if a general has an army, he will tell his
I love
soldiers
how
what.
DJ
Why are you not letting me
says
finish
he
this? 'Cause
wants
you know it's
to
gonna hit.
DJ
You know
wants
what I'm
to
about to
cook
say is
me
gonna
on the
hit.
Bible. But
You
the
know
only
what
way
I'm
he
about
can
to
cook
say is
me on the
gonna hit. Let
Bible
me
is
finish
by dismissing the Bible. Isn't that ironic?
No, if
So DJ, I'm going to predict the future. Tell me if it's true or false.
Why are you not
You're
letting me
about
finish
to.
this in one sentence?
I will in just a minute. I'm going to predict the
A
future.
general-
You're about to tell us a story about a general who lies to his troops about how victorious they're going to be. Right?
Yes.
Did I predict the future? Oh, so it is either true or false. That when you make a prediction
No.
about the truth or about the future, it's either true or false, right?
No, it's not. If you
What's the third
if you
option?
win
What's the
that
third
war,
option?
did it serve its purpose? Even though that people passed away, does it not serve its purpose?
We don't care about the purpose. I'm curious about whether the
Oh,
statements
now
are
here
true
we
or
go.
false.
See, we're making
Is the
that-
statement
guys,
true or false?
Guys, stop. Was it necessary at the time?
Was the statement
To-
true or
to
false?
I
defeat-
don't
Can you
care
answer
if
the
it was
question?
defeat
necessary.
that-
I don't care if it was
that-
necessary. I care about whether or not what Jesus said was true or
but
false.
You're not God. Who gives a fuck what you think? God thought it was necessary at the time.
We're
So
having
he
a
puts
conversation.
people's-
So, wait,
Was
is
it
God
was it
a-
true or
the
false?
words in the right
do
people's
you
mouths
believe?
at the
Wait,
right time
are you a
to
Trinitarian?
continue.
Are you a Trinitarian? Are you a Trinitarian?
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Bro's a
Do you believe
Christian and
Jesus
he
is
doesn't know what the-
God?
I believe there's an intelligent creator.
Is Jesus God?
What are you going to talk to me about some Holy Trinity stuff?
This motherfucker is
You're-
allergic
you're-
to
You
even
do,
the
your
straight
opinion-
so
answer.
you do know what
What you
it
need to
is.
understand,
So he
Dalton,
does know
Dalton.
what it is. You do know what
Dalton,
it
he's
is.
just
what
a
you need to
liar.
fucking understand is whatever you decide that
Uh-huh.
is the issue
Uh-huh.
or the problem doesn't
Uh-huh.
fucking matter. You're not the judge and jury
Uh-huh.
here. You can't
Yeah, I
decide
know.
what
I
you're
just go
supposed
by.
to
I
do.
know if I want to
Why
know
can't you tell
what
me
Jesus
God has to
taught
be
or
perfect?
what
What if
God
God wants
or
to-
what God is.
wants to
Well, my
inflict
only
pain on
reference
people?
for what God is like is the Bible, but
God
you
can
don't care
inflict
about the
pain on
Bible.
God
Yeah,
can
it seems
inflict
like
pain if he
your
wants
it
to.
seems like your defense of God is the same defense that people give for dictators.
No, it's not.
Yeah, the dictator and his you know,
It is similar,
regime
though.
are
He
going to
has
say,
complete
one
control.
second, I'm almost done. They say, oh, you can't question us. We're the authority. Who are you, little peasant? Right? That's what they say.
It's
This is what
true.
Kings, queens, dictators, Hitler, all of those people, they say the same stuff.
I know that. But what do you
Okay,
have? What
it's
choice do you have?
It's not an
if it's a
interesting
creator?
defense. It's not an interesting defense because you
Oh,
could do
but
that
your
for
defense is
any
better?
kind of deity.
by trying to decide what they're supposed to do.
You can
DJ,
always
who the fuck
ask,
are
who
you
are
to
you?
decide?
Who are you? Who are you? Right?
DJ,
But you think
DJ,
you
how
can
do I
decide
come-
what their goal is supposed to be, or
DJ,
what their work is
DJ,
supposed
how
to
do I
be, or what they were supposed to
DJ,
create.
how do I come to any knowledge about what God believes or thinks? How do I come to that
You
knowledge?
can't. He
What
is
source?
almighty, and you just have to
So
follow.
the
And it's-
Bible. So we
and-
just throw the Bible out. Is that what I'm getting here?
No, the Bible was necessary. He found it necessary at the time.
It necessary for what? Because it doesn't tell me anything about God. Apparently,
2,000 years ago, people were unaliving each other, and he thought we should put out 10 rules.
Hey, DJ, just to be clear, you know that people are
No, he
doing
didn't.
that today, right?
They
right.
are.
And also, you can't say.
So he didn't fix
also, you
anything.
can't say that God put. You can't
how
say
do you know
that
we would
God
have
put out
gotten
10
there
rules
without
because
those
no,
rules?
you can't say
If
that
people
God
didn't
put out
have
10 rules
a
because
faith
you
to follow in
because you
2,000
can't.
years ago, do you
DJ,
think we would have got here?
DJ, you
Maybe
can't.
we wouldn't have got
DJ,
here.
you can't.
The
DJ, shut
faith
up.
is
You
what
can't
brought
say
us
that
here.
God. You can't say that God gave us 10 rules because you can't know anything about God from the Bible. Apparently, so saying that God gave us anything, that's making a statement about what God did, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
Apparently.
What do you mean? I can't do that. I'm watching what God did.
No, you can't.
We are
Where,
here
where, no, where,
witnessing
do you,
what
where
God
do you
did.
get where are you getting this information that God gave us 10 rules?
It's you're the one who's saying they were wrong, and you're referencing the Bible.
No.
and stuff. You're the one who's
Where?
saying
How do
they
you
were
know that
wrong.
God gave us 10 rules?
You're the one who's looking at the fucking Bible and telling me
No.
this is right or this is wrong.
Wait,
You're referencing.
wait, are
it.
you saying that are you saying you're getting your information about about God from the Bible?
No, you are referencing it.
So
You're quoting it.
no, you made the statement. You made the statement that God.
I
gave
am
us
saying
10
God is
rules.
all-knowing and almighty, and He created the conditions for us to get to
No.
here.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I'm here. We got here.
That doesn't mean anything. How do you know?
What do you
God
mean
is
it doesn't mean
all-knowing?
anything? He got
I'm
us
here
here.
is not an answer to how do you know that God is all.
Hey,
Without-
I'm here.
without the
I'm here.
Bible,
God
without
doesn't
religion,
exist.
we
Does
wouldn't have
that
got
does that
here.
work?
We would have been in.
Yeah, I'm
extinct.
here. Therefore, I'm here. Therefore, God doesn't exist. Is that a valid argument?
Do you have a valid argument of how you got here without a God?
Yeah, my parents fucked. Now, how can
How do
you
you-
like? Can you?
Do you know
can
that there's
give me
intelligent design in
how,
DNA?
How can? How, no, God's not intelligent. How do you know God's intelligent?
There's intelligent design in DNA. Natural
how do you know
selection
God's intelligent?
is a
How do you
thing.
know God's intelligent? Well,
I don't know.
DNA is not very.
I know
Di-
he
how
has
can
the
you-
ability to create us.
Apparently, DJ's way of getting through this conversation is just to make shit up about God and like
That's what you're
quote things
doing.
about God
If
from the
God
Bible
was this,
when it's
If God
convenient.
was that, then he would do this.
No, DJ,
doing the
you're
exact same
the
fucking
one who
thing.
made DJ, you're the one who made the claim that God gave us 10 rules.
He did.
Okay, how do you know that?
I look back and that's what happened.
Well, look back on
people
what?
said. The people said they got 10
On
rules from
the-
God.
What people?
Oh, the
Where?
people said it. The
When did
people
they
said it.
say
The,
this?
the people
Moses
said
said it.
the
Oh,
people said that
Moses,
there were
where's
dragons.
Moses-
Like
where's Moses' words located?
In the Bible.
So, in other words, you know a thing about God from reading the Bible. You've already said you can't know
I
things
know
about God
God
from
put
reading
the Bible in place with those words for a reason.
But you can't know things. You can't know things about God from the Bible. You've already said that.
No, I know that it happened. Anything that's happened is because of God. Don't you understand
No,
that?
you believe it happened, but
No,
you're inconsistent.
God,
You're,
everything in
you're
the past
completely
is
inconsistent.
by
So
God's
when
will.
I quote the
You understand
Bible
what
and
God's
say that
will is?
God's when I quote the Bible and then God says that I don't listen to the prayers of the wicked, that's invalid because I'm quoting the Bible. But when you say that God gave us 10 rules
I
and
never
you
said
know
that's
that because of
invalid.
the Bible, somehow that's valid. You're
The
a
words that
clown.
you're saying right now,
and you-
Judas and everything else, is
Yeah,
all those things are because of God. You're talking right now because God's letting you talk.
No, I'm talking because I have vocal cords.
Yeah,
You
he
Judas.
gave you free will, but you're talking.
Free will's not in the Bible. Free will's not in the Bible.
DJ,
Don't-
have you
I'm sorry to tell
considered
you
that? Have you considered that the first light was given by the lava lamp, as described in Leviticus?
No, you gotta understand.
This-
The Bible was written. How could the Bible explain all the stuff that we know today 2,000 years ago. Did you ever think of that, guys?
The
It had
Bible
to be
says the
written in
Earth
a
is
story
flat.
that they could
The
understand.
The Bible says the Earth is flat. It doesn't explain
It had
reality.
to explain it that way. That's all they knew back then.
No, it didn't have to explain it that way. The ancient Israelites had a word for ball. They could have used that word. Instead, they chose the word
didn't know
which
it
means
was a
circle to describe the Earth. Well, okay, so in other words, the Bible's not coming from God. It's just men making
No,
things
God
up.
knows what they know, so he's writing it, he's giving them the information in a form that they
So
understand.
God is giving them false information about the shape of the Earth? God's a liar?
Yes.
Well, that checks
No, God
out.
says you're going to find it out later. For now, just use this.
God
This
doesn't.
book is valid.
Never
You
once
know
does
when-
God.
when software
never
gets-
once.
gets
Never
old?
once in the Bible or anywhere does God ever say
Buddy,
you'll
do you
figure this
update
out
apps?
later.
Do you fucking update apps or no? Do you update apps?
Fun fact: the Bible's on an app.
Do you update apps? Answer the question. Yes or no?
Yes,
Yeah,
you update
yeah,
apps.
I update
okay,
apps,
So
yeah.
when you got the original app, when you got the original app, why don't you stick with that one?
Did God?
Why do you
did
stick?
God
Why
get an
don't you?
update?
I'm asking you a question. Fuck you. Why
Did
when
God
you,
get an
when you download
update?
an app? When you download an app, Dalton, why don't you keep the first version?
When did you
Why do you
download
update it?
God? When
Why
did
do you
download
update
God and
apps?
update him?
No, you
Beca-
seem to think that once you
because
download
apps don't
something or you get
because
something,
apps don't
it's
come
gonna be
because
it's
apps
gonna
don't
be
come
good forever.
because apps don't come from perfect beings, but allegedly this book did, and yet it needs to be updated. Crazy.
No. Oh, it needs to be updated, right? But maybe he's gonna come up with
Yeah,
come up
because
with
it's
an
coming
update.
from an imperfect source.
But you update shit all the
God needs
fucking
to-
time.
God
You don't
needs
even
to
keep
correct
yesterday's
himself.
information. So why the fuck you keeping 2,000-year-old?
Why does God need to correct himself?
Because he had it wrong on purpose so that the people on the earth could fucking understand. and
God
follow
had it wrong on purpose. Wow. What a cope. What a cope.
I just told
guys,
you
I
a
didn't. I wasn't.
general-
I
how
wasn't
does a
wrong
general
because
win a war?
I wasn't wrong because I'm inept. I'm wrong because I got
Dalton.
it wrong on purpose.
Dalton, if you're a general and you're protecting 1 million women and children and you have soldiers, what are you
Uh-huh.
going to tell them? That they're not
Are you
gonna, they're
are
not
you
gonna pass away,
omnipotent? Are you omnipotent?
right?
Yeah, am I omnipotent in this scenario? Am I all powerful?
Yeah.
I'll tell them the truth and protect them using my powers.
No, you're not allowed to protect them because you're going to let them go.
I'm not
on
allowed.
their
I thought I was all powerful. I'm allowed
You
to do
are,
whatever the fuck I want.
No, because he's not like you. He's not fucking power hungry like you.
Yeah, you're right. He
control
isn't
it.
like me. I exist and he doesn't. So there's that.
Because God is deciding that the people on the ground are going to decide on their own what happens. He's not like you.
God
Your
doesn't. free will's not.
misconception
Free will's
of
not.
if you
free
could,
will's
if
not
you
in the.
have control,
Sorry,
you would
bud.
have
Free
control.
will's not in the
is a
Bible.
human problem.
Fun fact,
Humans
bud.
do
Free
that.
will's not in the Bible. Stop inserting
Humans
into the
try
Bible.
to
It's not
control
there.
everything.
He's trying. He's going in
You are-
circles.
you
right?
are-
I mean,
Yeah,
Not a being that
Danny,
could understand allowing people freedom.
DJ, you don't know anything about God. That's the problem. You're just making shit up.
Nobody does fully. You don't even know how this universe was created.
You don't know it. You
Does
don't
your
know anything
theory of
about God. I don't
relativity
think you-
match with quantum
wait,
physics?
wait. Let me ask
you
him
have a
this
standard
question.
model of
Wait. How did
Do you have a
God
standard model?
create? Wait. How
Does
did God
quantum
create?
physics
Wait, one
match-
second, Daniel. 1 second.
No,
How did God?
you have no standard model.
1 second.
Go ahead.
How did God create the universe, Daniel?
We are not in the position to know how he did it. But you don't know how
you don't know?
You're making guesses.
Oh,
What
what
do
a
you know? You know
L.
cosmic
You don't.
background
You don't
radiation,
know
that's
how
all you
God.
know.
You don't know how the universe was created.
How do you know?
By God?
So do you know how?
Do you know? We both don't know. So what's the point in bringing it up that we don't know?
So we both don't know.
So what? Well,
Perfect
you're the
answer.
one that brought up that we couldn't explain where the universe or how the universe came about.
We
But you
can't.
can't explain it either. You can't explain it either.
So we both understand that something else above us knows what the fuck's going on. And
No,
we'll
I'm
get
pointing
there.
out you don't know how the universe was created, and no, I don't
And
know
you don't
how. Let's
either.
say you accused me of not knowing
You
how.
make
So,
up
so
shit.
what?
Oh, we see cosmic background radiation. So let's make initial conditions that would match what we see. That's all you fucking did.
I don't know how to talk to this kind of person.
Oh, it hurts, eh? When you're wrong.
I love how DJ
When
thought he
your
was going to come
dumbass
up here.
arguments are
I
being
love how
exposed,
I love how
you try
DJ
to
thought he
pretend
was
that
going
you
to come
are
up
God.
here
If
and
God was
cook me,
perfect-
and then gets absolutely fucking roasted from every
I didn't
direction.
know that. I didn't know that
it's
there
so
were.
funny.
I didn't know that there were fuckboys from Alberta.
Look at the arguments you guys are making. If God was this, he would do this. If a book that was
Listen,
written 2,000 years ago is still
I
correct
don't.
today, You guys update apps from 2 weeks ago. Why are you trying to hold a book? That was written 2,000 years
because
ago
apps don't
relevant?
come from perfect beings, you
Did they have
jackass.
airplanes
if
back
I
then?
Had, if I had an app that was made by a perfect being, it would never need to be updated because the
why?
being
Why?
would
The
know
perfect being can't
how
go
to,
with
because the
your level
being
of
could make
understanding?
it, and it's because the being who's all knowing knows
Do
exactly
you
what it
expect
would
him to
take
drop
to
cell
make a
phones to
perfect
them
act,
in the
and
year
he's all
2000?
powerful, which means he can do whatever he wants.
Of course, but he doesn't. He's not.
Because
Doesn't need
apps
to
should
do
come from
perfect.
it. So God, who's
Why do you
perfect,
think he has to
does
do everything
imperfect
perfect?
things?
No,
Because he's
perfect people
perfect.
don't need to do perfect things. No, they could let you suffer if they wanted to. They
Right,
could let you
perfect people
understand.
do.
Yeah,
So
let you go
just
through
to
the motions.
clarify, perfect people can do imperfect things.
Yes.
All right.
Make that make
100%.
sense.
Why does a perfect person have to make you perfect?
Because
Are
they're
you
perfect.
mad
Because
you
they're
have to
perfect.
you get cold or you're sick? Are you mad that God didn't allow you to like live your life without pain? Is that what hurts you so much?
Am I mad about that? No, because God doesn't
Yeah.
exist. I don't get mad at imaginary people. But
Oh, you definitely
besides
do.
that, when you're just saying, you're just making shit up about God on the spot. You don't know
Then
anything
what are you
about
doing?
God.
What are you doing? Making up shit.
I get my
about
I
what
get
he's
my
supposed to do.
I get my the only information I have on God that every time I make a claim about Yahweh, I get it from the Bible. I don't just make
But you're
shit
making
up unlike
claims.
you. I actually have
No.
the Bible's making claims. The Bible's
The
making
Bible
claims.
was written by someone who wrote the Bible, and he wrote it in a way
Uh-huh.
that was necessary at the time. So yeah,
Well,
2,000 years later, it's not going to be accurate.
First and foremost, the Bible was not written by a single individual. It's written by multiple people
Yeah.
over a span of time. But your Bible makes a claim that it's from God.
Okay.
Is your God a liar?
No, God is the one who decides that happens.
Does God lie, or does he only speak what is true?
God does whatever the fuck he wants. Stop telling me, does God do this or God do that? You don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
So I guess the statement in
What
the
we
Bible
do know
that
is that
God
we
is
are
light
here
and in him there
because
is
of
no
God.
and that God
We are
is
here
light
because
and
of
in
God.
him there
Because
is no darkness.
do you find
true
intelligent
statement.
life anywhere else in the universe? Do you have
Here,
intelligent life anywhere else in the
I want to go. I want to
I'm
speak
not-
to the.
I'm not seeing intelligent life in the in the guest box right now. I'll tell
I
you
want
that.
to. I want to speak to what he just said about God gets to do whatever he wants. Is there anything that God could do where you would just say, yeah, this God is evil? Is there anything?
I think there's a problem in your head. He could be evil.
Okay, so I'm gonna re-ask the question.
What is the issue in your head that you're trying to
I'm gonna
decide
re-ask
what
the
he is?
question. I just want an answer to the question. That's all I want, right? The question is there anything God can do where you would change your mind and think that he's evil?
No.
Okay. So then if God, manifested in flesh and then, had sexual relations with underage people, you'd still be good?
He's not good or evil. You got to understand. He is allowing. He created something and giving pieces of information and growth towards people.
Well, go ahead and
to
answer. You
get
can
to where
answer
we
my
are today.
question, though. My question is, if God manifested in flesh and had relations with underage people, like children, would you say that that's an evil God? Yes or no?
From my sense, it's evil, but I don't
All
have the
right.
full picture.
Who are you? You can't say what God
there-
can do. Right?
Would
What
you-
are
would
you?
you
You're
kill
just a
baby-
peon.
would you
You
kill baby
peasant.
H?
You peasant,
Hey,
right?
would
You
you
don't know
kill
what
baby
you.
H?
Who are you?
Would you
What-
kill
can't say what God
baby
can
H?
do, huh?
I'm
You
asking you a question.
recognize
Would you
this
kill
shtick
baby H?
now? You recognize it?
Would you?
This is your
Would you
nonsense.
unalive baby H? Would you unalive baby H in 1940, 1920, or 19?
That's the mic
15 or whatever?
drop. Right? He should just be.
I'm
quiet.
asking you a question.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to answer a question. Would you? Would you
would
unalive
God be
baby H?
evil
No,
if
we
he
need to have this answered, and then we can
DJ,
stop. I'm asking him if he would unalive baby H.
DJ, no, DJ.
Would you
if
unalive
God
baby
told
H?
you to if God commanded you to
Would you
unalive
do
a-
it? I'm asking you.
No, I already said I wouldn't kill a baby. So
Okay,
anyways,
so
but if God told you, if God
if God
told
is
you, if
doing
God
what he's
told
saying they're doing,
you,
maybe there's a
if
good in the
God
end.
told you, I'm just going to keep asking until you answer. If God told you to kill a bunch of babies, like he told the Israelites to kill a bunch of babies in First Samuel chapter 15 verse 3, would you do it? And is God evil for commanding the
How would I
Israelites
know
to
it's
wipe
God,
out a
though?
bunch of babies?
How
Well,
would I
according
know
to the
it's God?
Bible, God commanded the Israelites to wipe out a bunch of babies. Was that good or evil?
But how do I know it's God? Like you're telling me it's for me. You wouldn't do it, right? So you would have.
I would never kill a baby, even if I
World
heard
War
voices
II.
in
You
my
would
head.
have. You would have been directly responsible for 60 million plus.
Was God evil
You know that, right?
for
By not
telling
doing
the
that, you would have been
Israelites
you
to
would have been
wipe out
responsible
a
for
bunch?
60
Was God
million
evil for
deaths.
telling the Israelites to kill a bunch of babies in 1 Samuel
I wasn't
15
there.
verse 3? I'm
You're
not going to let
guessing
you.
what happened there. Was I there? No. Were you there?
No, I'm not
No.
guessing. The Bible says in 1 Samuel 15:3
Bible is something
that
written
God
by a
commanded
person.
the Israelite. So okay, just throw out the Bible. We can't know anything about
Not
God.
throw it out.
All we can do, was what DJ does and just make
Everything
shit up.
happened
the
for
things
a
in
reason.
the things in the Bible we like, we'll say God did, but the things we don't
No.
like, we'll just say, well, that part's
Everything.
just
He did
corrupted.
everything. He did everything.
God did everything. Okay, then God told the Israelites to kill a bunch of babies.
Yes.
Was
That's
it
how we
good or
got
evil?
here. Maybe
Was it
maybe
good or evil?
civilization wouldn't exist if he
Civilization
didn't.
wouldn't
You ever
exist if
consider
the
that?
Israelites hadn't
Yeah,
killed
exactly.
all the
Maybe
babies
someone worse
that
would've
were
took over.
sucking on their mothers.
Maybe you would have been a slave right now, and you would have been on your knees, fucking shoveling
how would
fucking
a-
dirt for
how
the rest
would
of your
the-
life. How the fuck do you
the
know?
death of the Amalekites
Yes.
was what would have resulted in me being a slave.
100%.
You're just making shit up at this point. You're
I'm
just
not making up
bullshitting
shit.
us. You're,
What you think? You think
yes,
that's
you
not
are.
possible?
That's all you've done for this entire conversation. Is just make shit up about God and about the Bible. You're not a serious person. You're a clown.
Look,
H was
I kind of
successful-
I kind of expected that like you were going to come up and actually have a debate about the Bible because you said that you would cook Dalton on the Bible.
I did cook them right now.
No, but your way of cooking is
fully
just say,
told him-
"Oh, the Bible's wrong."
He thinks that something is wrong in general sense of like. He's saying he would
immoral,
not.
yeah.
He would not.
Blitz
He would not
Blitz is
unalive
right. The
H,
only
right? Blitz, can I talk
your
to Blitz for a
interpretation of
Dalton, let me talk to Blitz.
cooking
no,
the
you don't
Bible
get to
guy
shush Dalton,
is
I'm
by
sorry.
disregarding.
And by sorry, I mean I'm not. I mean not
is by-
sorry. I kicked him. You don't get to.
Oh, yeah.
You don't get to
You're
say
only-
shh to a host.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, his only way
God
of
is
trying to
real.
cook me is by disregarding the Bible. I already disregard the Bible as an atheist, so he's already agreeing with me. So fuck him, I guess.
All right, let's read some super chats really quick. Oh, there's a lot. I'm sorry I left him on so long. I've had him up on my channel, and he's like a great lolcow. And I don't know if you noticed, I was giggling that entire time. Like I was having the time of my life. So apologies
You
to
were in
anybody who hasn't
stitches.
experienced that before. I just thoroughly enjoying it. Anyway,
More like a mad cow, right? Like
yeah, sure. So we have $5 from Kelly Penn. Thank you, Kelly. Danny, what are your thoughts on Ian's argument for objective morality? I would love to hear y'all have a combo on live about it.
Yeah, I haven't thoroughly evaluated it, but I'm generally not a fan of moral realism or objective morality. There's one sort of like if you treat morality like an institutional system like chivalry or something like that, or like a construct like this is the way we've invented a morality as a like a as picking out these specific set of actions or characters or vices. You know, there might be a sense of objectivity there, but I'm not a fan of this sort of objective morality where, like, suddenly, if there's an objective moral fact, that I'm suddenly committed to, like, doing something, right? I think that really my obligations derive from my own values, my own commitments, or our shared ones.
Fair enough. I mean, so Ian bases their argument against on Goworth. Do you know Goworth?
I don't think so. I think he.
Is it
Alan
moral-
Gurth? Is it?
Yeah,
is it
I think Alan Goworth.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
that's
don't
the
know
argument that
anything
he
about
runs.
the argument.
It's interesting. It's supposed to be based on agency and how it's something like you presuppose by having agency that you have goals that are not to be interfered with, and so then you infer the existence of universal rights as you don't want your goals to be interfered with, and by virtue of having agency, other beings do want their rights to not be interfered with, and so you kind of universalize this notion of you shouldn't interfere with people's goals, and you kind of build things from there.
Sounds like a social contract theory or kind of contractualism.
I'm a little bit skeptical of the universalization process, but it's at least interesting. I mean, you'd have to hear the argument in full, or you could just read the paper, I imagine.
Yeah, it reminds me all of that debate about there's the constructivist, contractualism, right? There's all, seems like it's somewhere in that sphere, but I don't know a lot about it. Maybe I should talk to him about it.
Yeah. Anyway, from Ekipo with the €5. My favorite MCU heroes: Hulk, Tony Stark, and Scott Lang. Wait a minute. All right, hold on. Which one of us is Hulk? Which one of us is Scott Lang? And which one of us is Tony Stark?
Well, obviously you're the Hulk, Blitz, because look at the way you're glowing right now.
That's true. I am glowing green.
I guess that would make which one of us is Tony Stark? Which one of us is Scott Lang? Danny,
I think I'm not gonna lie. I think Danny's Scott Lang. Like, I don't know why. I just
You know
think
what?
I'm just
Wait,
getting
Scott Lang is the Ant-Man? Who's that?
Yeah.
Ant-Man.
Okay,
It might just be
that's
because
terrible.
Danny's a small guy.
That's terrible. That's like the
Sorry.
character that, like, when he pops up, I'm like, oh, I forgot you exist.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry.
I'm glad to grow a goatee now for my Tony Stark look. Absolutely.
But to be fair, do you guys remember after the like before Endgame, there was that theory that Ant-Man was going to kill Thanos by becoming tiny and then going into Thanos's butthole and then becoming big again and exploding him.
But why
So he
can't
could have saved the universe.
But why couldn't I be Spider-Man? Right?
Well,
Like,
I don't know.
feel like
Ekipo didn't say Spider-Man. Look,
I
it
thought
in a
wasn't
tight
my
corner.
call.
I personally don't see myself as a Tony Stark character, but it is what it is.
Spider-Mans are always very cute, so.
I mean, look, I read Spider-Man comics as a kid. I always thought Spider-Man was always my favorite superhero too. So, all right. From Optimus Rhymes with the $2, DJ has to be Minar's cousin. Danny, do you know Minar?
No, but is
He's
this
a
another
YouTube
unpleasant
guy.
character?
He's a YouTube guy. He has a channel. I'm surprised because you were in the YouTube space before you were on TikTok. But yeah, I don't think he's anybody noteworthy.
What's
I've
his
actually
name
never had a
again?
conversation. Manar.
Manure.
M-A what?
Manar.
Okay, I don't think so, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably not worth talking to him or even reading into him. It's just funny.
I don't know who he is.
And from Dr. Joe, longtime supporter of the channel, thank you for the $10, Dr. Joe. Since I feel protective of the deconstruction community, I want to affirm anyone triggered by DJ's anger. You're not oversensitive, too much, or overreacting. It's valid if his energy doesn't feel safe. Oh yeah, he is not a safe person to be around. Absolutely. I would not trust my wife around him.
Unstable.
Like, would not.
Yeah.
Like, I'm usually not, like, overprotective of my wife because, like, she's an independent adult who can do whatever we want. I would be like, please don't go near him. He is not a safe man. Like, that's just... And from Design Song Q with the $5, I give you free will, friend holding... I give you free will, says a friend holding the damnation gun to your head. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Here, have free will.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think that a god that really cares about free will would, like, eliminate coercion, and there's just so much coercion in the world.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
It's kind of rough, isn't it?
Mm,
Anyway.
Pretty coercive.
We have from Samantha Cunningham with the $5. Love just watching Dr. Blitz's face while Dalton and Guest are going at it. Like, look, it was really funny, okay? It was just too funny.
Yeah, that was great.
We have $10 from I Am the Big Cheese. You got gist of my point on prayer. To add on, wicked people, rapists, ISIS, slave owners, believe they're good cants, good, and they are good something God
I think they
answered.
meant God, cause, because God answers prayers.
Believe they are good cause God answered prayers, and they're righteous believers who know only suffering. Okay, yeah, no, that's roughly it. Yeah. And then from Bearded Heretic with the $5, I could defend the Bible way better than DJ, and I don't believe in God. That display was embarrassing. It was. That's the rough part.
Yeah, I mean, when your way of cooking someone in the Bible is by disregarding the Bible, are we sure that DJ isn't just a really bad atheist? I wasn't quite sure.
Could be. From Game Master Flash with the $10, I think the last update to the Bible was the Book of Mormon. DJ doesn't seem to know anything about Joseph Smith or anything at all for that matter. What about the Baha'i? Wasn't that a thing in like the 1880s or something?
Yeah, Baha'i believes that all of the prophets of all previous religions were messengers of God. So
except what's the name of the last of their prophet, the Baha'i prophet? Baha'u'llah or something? Or for anybody who's Baha'i, I'm sorry. But anyway, I think they claim that he's the last one.
Mormonism is still updating because they keep changing their positions all the time.
That's true.
So, the Bible does get updates because it doesn't come from a perfect person. So there's that.
That's true. From Carrie Yost with the $5, caller just admitted that God is imaginary. Check, please. Fair. From I Am the Big Cheese with the $5, ironic that DJ credits Christian God for good justice system when same God is anti-democracy and also per DJ, Bible is 2,000 years out of date. That's a fair point, actually. Why would the Bible be relevant today if it's out of date? Why would it matter? Why would it affect our justice system? From
The Greeks
Kelly.
had democracy, and they didn't need the Bible.
Yeah,
so
that's true. They had democracy.
that.
They had judicial systems. They had juries, right? That was a thing. From Kelly Penn with the $2 to sum up this guest, I know data. Look, it's rough. From Dr. Fudge with the $10, title for dealing with that raging jagoff as best you could. Guy gives huge woman beater vibes to me. Not saying DJ does, just sounds like he might. Loved, can I swear, into instant crash out. Look, I'm not saying that he's ever touched a woman. I'm sure he hasn't, otherwise I would hope that he's not on here. But like, I get the vibes. From Design Song with the $5, biggest downside to Divine Command Theory, God is a sock puppet account. I don't know what that means. Do you guys know what that means?
Sock pup? I don't know.
Okay.
Pop culture reference? I don't know.
Maybe. From Ian 2 with the $5, personally, I see Danny as the Hulk. I've seen that little dude get angry. Oh, that's a fair point.
I've never been angry.
No, Danny never. Danny's never been
I'm
angry.
always very
Impossible. So what did
that makes you Tony Stark Blitz, and that makes me Ant-Man, which is so much more accurate.
Wait a minute. What's that thing that Bruce Banner says? That's the secret. I'm always angry.
yeah.
And from Connor with the €2, Blitz giving Mr. Burns from Simpsons X-Files episode. Oh, I didn't watch The Simpsons. I'm sorry. All right, we have time for another guest. Should we bring up Ask a Christian?
Sure, I'd love to ask a Christian.
All right, let's talk to Ask a Christian. Ask a Christian, how's it going?
It's going well. Good to see you, Blitz, Danny, Apple Guy. I hope you guys place your open
I can't
thoughts
say
on
the
your own
same.
righteousness.
Do you guys have
Well,
history?
that's a shame.
Yeah,
That's a
I've
shame.
known him for like 5 years.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
But I'm not gonna. I poisoned the well only a little bit, so we'll continue.
So
Yeah,
look,
we're best friends.
I imagine that you
Definitely
believe in
not.
God. Like, what's the argument there? Like, why should we believe in God?
He's a tagger, by the way.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Why should you? Yeah. So I mean, I guess I'd ask you, Blitz. Like, have you ever done anything wrong in your life?
Probably.
Yeah. You said probably. So
Yeah.
Like you're perfect.
No, that's why I said I probably have done something wrong before.
It's just to
you
bring
have done
comfort.
things- So you have done things that are wrong.
Sure.
So when you do something bad, do you do it against God, right? Who is good, who is holy, who is righteous, who is pure, or do you do it against a moral standard that emanates from your mind?
Yeah, so I don't think that God exists. When I do something bad, I know it's bad because I think back on it, or I think about it as I'm doing it or whatever, and I'm like, I shouldn't be doing this. This isn't who I am. It doesn't align with my values or whatever. So that's the claim there.
And we
That's
could
how I
flip it. If
evaluate
God did exist, God would be doing something wrong by allowing all this pain and suffering and disease because he goes against my laws and my values.
Well, why would like your laws and your values be correct? Like, are you perfect?
Because they're good
By what standard?
by my standard.
Okay, so your standard, are you perfect?
Those desires and values that I have concerning disease, yes, they're perfect.
Also, God's not perfect, so I mean, it's the same as for Danny.
So you said those values and desires that you have regarding to disease is perfect. Well, how like, I guess, I mean, how are you saying that that's perfect? Like, you're just
The same way that God's values are perfect, right? That they're perfect irreducibly, right? That it's in virtue of that they're mine that they're good.
So are you in your being, like your whole being, is your whole being perfect?
My whole being isn't perfect, but that's not what matters. What matters is that those specific standards are perfect, because that's what matters. Just like, even if God is wholly good, right, and you do the same thing, right? You're saying that God is wholly good, so therefore his standards, right, are perfect, right? And when I ask you in virtue of what are they wholly good, right, you're gonna do, it's a Euthyphro dilemma, right? It's just the Euthyphro dilemma, and I'm just reversing it on you.
All right. So you're saying that your standards, and that would come from like your mind, right?
The same way that God, well, not always, but sure.
Sure. Okay, so it emanates from your mind. So since it emanates from your mind, it would be an imaginary standard, right? So you can imagine unicorns, you can imagine dragons.
I don't
you
know
can
what you mean by
imagine,
what do you mean my
this
standards are imaginary?
standard. Well, it's a product. It's a product of your mind. Like you're imagining.
Product of the mind
to
doesn't
be
mean imaginary.
Okay, so like isn't your brain just like chemicals and electrons reacting and that sort of thing?
Okay, sure.
Maybe if you're a physicalist.
Okay. Okay. So if it's just chemicals and electrons reacting, how do you figure out like if one mental state is superior to another mental state? Like for example, chemical reactions that give like rage or like kindness, or like what standard do you use to know which
I
one is
already told
better?
you my own. I have core values. I have what we can call intrinsic desires. They're desires that are not derived from other desires. They're core. They're fundamental to me. Okay, and insofar that God violates them, God is evil, right? Which is exactly what you're doing. God has His core values. God has fundamental values, and then when I'm against them, then I'm evil, right? It's just I just reversed it.
Okay. So you said you have core values, and insofar as God violates them, is evil.
Right.
Well, okay. So would you say, like, are you all knowing? Like, do you know everything?
I don't know everything.
Well, God doesn't know
Yeah. Okay.
everything
So you
either,
don't.
so
So you
this
don't.
is a
So you
moot
don't.
point.
All right. So you don't know everything. So, were there times like maybe when you were younger, like a child, that you would have core values that maybe your parents might be like, hey, maybe they don't play in the street or something, and you say, okay, well, my core values is actually like I want to play in the street, but given that
Playing on the
given
street has
actually
never been a
everything-
core value. Playing on the street has never been a core value of mine.
Well,
right? Are you just asking me, have there
as
been core values that I've revised in the past?
yes, yeah.
Yeah, well, suppose, let's say yes, let's say no, it won't matter either way, right? What I'm presenting to you is a Euthyphro dilemma, right? You're saying that I'm evil in virtue of violating God's standards, right? But in virtue of what are God's standards good, right? And you don't have a very good answer to that question.
Well, actually, my question is more of an internal critique within your worldview. I'm asking you by what basis can you
No.
establish,
You came in here saying that we
is
did
there
something wrong because you
anything?
came. Don't be disingenuous. You did not come here just to simply internally critique us. You came in here and told Blitz that he is wrong because he violates God's standard, right? That wasn't internal critique. Okay, so let's not pretend. Okay, I'm showing you that that's kind of like, okay, in virtue of what are God's standards the interesting ones, the good ones, right? And I'm showing you that, by a kind of a parody of a model, right? That in the same way that you're not satisfied with my answers about why my standards are good, no one should be satisfied for why your responses to why God's standards are good.
Well, I just asked Blitz. I asked Blitz, like, have you ever done anything wrong? Right. So I'm asking from within his worldview, and he said
No. And then what did you say
possibly.
after that?
And then, yeah, and then after that, so he said he possibly did things wrong, and so then I said, by what?
What did
standard?
you say?
By what standard?
No, you're skipping. You're just you're a revisionist here. You told Blitz that he's doing something wrong because it violates God's standards. You told him that. That's no internal critique. And I'm basically showing you why that's unsatisfactory.
Saying because he violates God's. Well, I don't recall that part.
Blitz,
but
I could be
No, and
misremembering.
I could just
Remember,
replay it. Like
Yeah,
it's
just
on
replay
the replay.
Yeah,
I don't.
he needs
let
to
me
hear
try.
it.
Okay.
Right, but while you're getting that
Wait.
up, right, I'm just presenting. You got it up already?
Or whatever.
Okay.
So
while he's telling me when you got it,
it's
it's just
fine.
like God did exist. The Youth Dilemma, right? In virtue of what is God's will, God's standards, God's commands good, right? Is it independent of God or not independent of God? And in which case you have a dilemma. Either way, it's the Euthyphro dilemma.
Well, so what I'm interested in is that your prompt has a positive claim in which you assert that God.
What I'm interested in is in your claim that Blitz is doing something. No. Remember, we're rewinding too far
I got
back.
it, by the way. I got
Okay,
it.
play it.
All right, everybody, shut up. Yeah.
Like you're perfect.
No, that's why I said I probably have done something wrong before. Oh shoot!
It's just to
so yeah,
bring comfort.
So
Wait,
yeah,
hold
yeah,
on.
that means
YouTube
that-
can't hear it.
Okay. Right, it's fine.
Um,
While you're fixing that, I'll
I don't know if I
explain.
can.
Explain.
So when
Okay.
you
Okay.
do
Well,
something-
you said it. People can go back. All right. Right now, the topic of conversation is you told Blitz that he is doing something wrong for violating the commands, will, or values of God, his standards. Right. That is what I'm interested in talking about because that's what you said. Okay. Let's not pretend it's about anything else. Okay. So moving on, what makes God's standards good?
Well, I think Blitz is playing up the recording, so maybe we can listen to
I
that.
can't. No, I can't get the recording to play through on TikTok or on YouTube. Or no, I guess it plays on YouTube, but not on TikTok. Sorry.
TikTok. Did they hear it? Am I misremembering what happened?
So, I didn't play it. I just paused it because, Ask a Christian won't be able to hear it because he's on TikTok.
Okay. All right, but you said it. So that's what I'm interested in talking about. So again, what's your explanation for why God's standards are good?
All right. Well, you doing an internal critique of Christianity doesn't demonstrate.
No, I'm
positive
again
faith.
the topic of the conversation. This is why I don't like you. The topic of the conversation is your claim that Blitz is doing something wrong in virtue of violating God's will or something like that. That is what we're talking about. It now. I need you to acknowledge that's the topic of conversation right now.
No, the topic of conversation is, can you assert that anything is right or anything
No,
is
no,
wrong?
no. Hey. I have to watch my language. Listen, did you not tell Blitz that he was wrong in virtue of violating God's commands or something like that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now.
Okay, so then suppose that you didn't. Why would you ask whether I've done something wrong?
Essentially, I'm doing an internal critique of your worldview to demonstrate that without the Christian God, you cannot have moral facts. Like you can't have like, okay, this is right, this is wrong.
Okay, so then make the argument.
You cannot
Make the argument rather than just like asking a question. Just make the argument.
Okay, so when I asked you, have you ever done anything wrong, right? You said probably. Okay.
Yep.
And then I was saying, by what standard? And so you said
I said my own.
It's okay, your own, right? Your own standard. And so given that that standard is from you, it would emanate from your mind. And being that it emanates from your mind, it would be imaginary, like it would be an imaginary standard. And since yeah. Okay.
Well, I would
And
say
so
it's subjective rather than imaginary. You can have thoughts about mathematics, like 2 + 2 = 4. I wouldn't say that that's like imaginary though, even though the thought is emanating from your mind, right?
Yeah, desires, they're not imaginary themselves. You have desires. Those are you could say they're explained by your mind or they're of the mind, whatever. They're not imaginary though. Your desires in some way real.
Right, and if it were imaginary, that would just mean that God's moral system is imaginary because it comes from his mind.
Yeah, good point.
Right. So Blitz was saying you're saying that it's subjective.
Yep.
And so to understand, like for you and me, what subjective is like, we can imagine that all of us are on a beach, a big white beautiful beach, and someone comes up to you with a stick, and they say, "Here is a stick. Draw a line in the sand between good and evil, between right and wrong." And say, okay, you like humans, you like animals, and you draw your line in the sand there. Then they take the stick and they give it to a radical vegan. The vegan's like, oh, okay, I like humans that don't eat animals, but the ones that eat animals, we need to launch them into the deep space.
Okay.
And they take the stick and they give it to like a carnivore person, and they like, those vegan people that just don't like eating meat, they're terrible. Stick them on a ship, launch them into space, and so on and such forth. They can give the stick to every single person.
Land the plane.
On Earth, and you'll get up with a bunch of lines.
Bunch of different answers. Yes, a bunch of people have different views on what is good and what is bad. You're right. That's true. Okay.
Because we know
now
that
what?
Christians don't all have a
yeah, right. Like we could talk about that,
but
but let him finish his internal critique. Okay. So yes, you're right. Sure. People have different views on what's good and bad. Sure.
All right. So which line is correct? Like, is it your?
Oh, okay. Wait, Blitz. Maybe what a good question.
Yeah.
Maybe we're just wrong. Maybe there is objective morality. Okay, why do we need God for objective morality? Go ahead.
Wait. I don't think Blitz agrees with you. I mean, I just want
And
to understand.
no, he knows where I'm
what
going
he's
though,
saying.
right?
I do.
Right. The point is that maybe you've made a good point, which you haven't, but maybe you've made a good point in saying there's something wrong with subjective morality. Okay, there's objective morality. What now?
Oh, so you affirm objective morality?
Let's grant it for the sake of argument.
So you're granting something you don't believe in?
For the sake
Yes,
of argument,
you've
yeah.
done it. I've heard you grant things before.
That's how granting things works.
Okay. All right. So
He's panicking.
What is this? What is this objective morality? Like, where is it?
I'm
Like, what are we
asking,
looking at?
why do you need theism or God for objective morality? Go ahead. Do you have an argument? If you don't, get the fuck out or talk to these two. Because I've already talked to you many times, right? You're a waste of time.
Thank you, brother.
That wasn't a compliment, dumbass.
But okay. So yeah. So I guess you. Okay. So you're saying.
Do
about
you
objective
have an
morality,
argument? Do you have an argument for why, if there is objective morality, therefore God? And if you don't, you're wasting my time.
You're saying, do I have an argument? Well, essentially, moral facts are actual, right? There are things that are actually right.
That's what it
and
means to
actually
be
wrong.
objective. Yeah.
And
That there are moral facts.
yes. Okay, so there are things that are actually right.
It's a little
actually
bit
wrong.
broader than that,
Right,
but sure.
So here's also my question.
No,
So,
I want
let's
to
say-
no questions. Argument. Give me if you don't have an argument, just be honest for once in your life and say, look, I don't have an argument. Let's talk about something else.
What's wrong with doing an internal critique?
I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in an argument.
Look,
Right? I'm showing to over
Christian.
1,000 people that you don't have anything.
Christian, the point is suppose your internal critique has successfully convinced me you're right. Subjective morality is very silly. I shouldn't believe in subjective morality. Okay, great. I believe in objective morality now. How do we get to a God?
Okay, so what is it specifically that you're pointing to that is objective? Like what?
I'm only interested in whether, unless you can talk to him. I just
Right.
want a concession here, and then you can talk to him all you want. But I want a concession, Theo, that you do not have an argument. You just have questions. That's all you ever have had. You've never had anything else but questions. Do you have an argument for the conclusion that moral realism requires theism? Do you? Answer honestly.
So an argument that moral realism requires theism. Well, I guess you'd want it in like a syllogistic form, and I think maybe
You can
if
say
give
you
me
have
some
an
time-
argument or you don't and go from there. Do you have an argument? Yes or no?
You want a logical syllogism, right?
Any argument.
just
Do you
some
have an
kind of
argument? Yes or
argument
no?
Some kind of argument that you could write down without talking to somebody.
Okay, so that's kind of like what you're asking. Well, I think if you gave me.
Do you have an? I just want a yes or no first, and then we'll proceed. Do you have an argument for this, for the conclusion that moral realism requires theism, right? Do you have an argument for that, yes or no? And then we'll move on.
All right, so moral realism requires theism.
You answer
so I
yes
guess-
or no. Answer yes or no, and then explain.
Let's see, yes or no. Well, I guess I'll say yes, and then I'll give it a shot.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I guess premise one would be that moral facts are actual. Right?
Are you writing this down,
facts are
Blitz?
actual. Well, I guess that's what it's to go through. But yeah, so premise one would be moral facts are actual. Actual moral facts would need to be grounded in ontology. Conclusion, ontology would be the perfect grounding of moral facts.
It's invalid. It's invalid, man. It's not even close to. I can't even be charitable to it, right? There's your argument is trying to resurrect a mummy.
So the actual conclusion that you get from these two premises is that moral facts are grounded in ontology. That is the correct conclusion. This is valid now. But it doesn't have anything about perfection anywhere, right?
It doesn't have anything. Remember, what was the conclusion of the argument? It was that moral realism requires theism, and that's not the conclusion here. So you didn't have an argument. I mean, maybe you thought you did. I won't say you're a liar, although I'm inclined to do that. But you did. Do you have an argument where the conclusion is moral realism requires theism? And it looks like you don't. So maybe Blitz can have your turn, Blitz.
Sure. All right. So I chat with Mr. Blitz. So
That's
I
Dr.
guess
Blitz, by the
Mr.
way.
Blitz. Oh yes, Dr. Blitz. But yes, I guess for Dr. Blitz, would you say that some countries' moral values are superior to other countries' moral values? So, for example, if you look at Afghanistan, women are no longer allowed to go to college.
Look, you've convinced me. Objective morality is real.
Okay. All right. So that means that you look to God as the source of that.
Oh,
God
no,
is
I just
good?
said objective morality is real. How did we get to God?
God would be the objective morality, right? Like, I mean, what
Well,
else?
no,
Are you gonna
no. I mean, but like,
are you looking at
I just think
God?
that there are moral facts, right? Moral facts are actual.
yeah,
I
why-
agree. You've convinced me. P1 is
Why-
true. Moral facts are actual. Okay, now what?
How do,
moral facts
how do we
are
get
actual.
to,
Okay, so
therefore,
what-
they're
what
grounded in
is-
God as opposed to
so
God
what
just
is-
giving his opinions to
what is-
us?
What is? So what's the? Yeah. How are you? What is this grounding for moral facts? Like what?
I don't
what
know.
is this grounding? Okay, so then you need God. Or you
Wait,
can't
what?
just say I don't know.
So wait a minute.
God
Wait. So
against
I don't
you?
know the answer. Therefore, God. Is that your explanation?
Well, if you say I don't know, then you can't grant moral facts because you have no source.
No.
from which you can
You've
say-
convinced me. Moral facts exist out there in the world. Even if there were no humans, there would still be moral facts. I don't know why they're there. I don't know what causes them. I don't even know if they have a cause. But you've convinced me that there are moral facts, that there are genuinely good things and genuinely bad things, and great. Okay. What next?
Okay, so then you're saying that there are moral facts, but the moral facts are unknown, and that would still
Well,
leave
no.
you
I
in the
mean, we
realm
can
of,
seek the moral facts, right? Like, I think that it's a moral fact that like grape is bad.
Okay, but how would you be able to seek it or access it? Would this be through?
That's what we're asking you.
Like
To help us figure out how
is
you
there a
determine that
specific
God is the
epistemology?
origin of these moral facts.
Is there? Yeah.
To be clear,
is there a specific theory
I'm
of
not-
knowledge that you're using?
I'm not making any claims that I actually know the moral facts. You've just convinced me that moral facts exist.
So you don't think it's a specific claim that you know any moral facts. You just convinced me that moral facts exist. Okay, so given that you're holding to that there are moral facts, there's things that are actually right and actually wrong. What is the methodology that you use to arrive at knowing what these moral facts are?
I don't know if there is a good one.
That's why we're asking you. Can you help us get to the conclusion that they are grounded in God?
So then, if you're asserting that you don't know the methodology to arrive at what these moral facts are, these moral facts
Is he
would
just
be
conceding that he doesn't have a
unknown,
way of
right?
getting
Let him go.
to
Let him go.
God?
Yeah. It would just be an unknown, right? Like these moral facts would just be.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe
question
there's a way to figure them out. I just don't know what it is.
Okay, so you're saying maybe there's a way.
Like I'm new to this whole moral. I'm new to this whole objective moral thing. You just convinced me of it 10 minutes ago. I'm new to objective morals. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to find them. So is there a way? Like how can I figure out which things are objectively morally true?
Yeah. Are you genuinely like you genuinely now you hold to moral facts and you
Yes,
won't,
absolutely. With my whole heart, I believe in moral facts now. Now, help me figure out like how do we know where they come from?
Okay. So, it would need to be grounded in the actual state of affairs, right? In ontology. So ontology is being, and it would need to be grounded in perfection, in pure light, in holiness, in divinity.
Well, I guess
Why
that's
would I
not
think
God
any of
then,
that?
because the Bible is not perfect.
But by what standard?
Wait, why would I think any of that stuff about like it has to be grounded in like holy light divinity stuff?
You're saying why would you think? I mean, by what basis would you reject that? Like,
Well,
you
no.
don't-
Look.
like,
You
what's the
just
ground?
told me that. I'm like, why should I accept that?
You're saying why why should you? Why should
Yeah.
you
Like
accept?
what's the reason for that being true?
Saying what's the reason for God being the grounds of that which is good and holy, righteous, and pure?
Yeah, like why should I think
Well,
that that's
well,
true? I
so
agree that there
so
are
so I
good and
guess
bad and objective virtue and evil.
Let me
but
guess, no progress. Same question we're asking him.
yeah.
all right. So I guess another question. I have another question.
Okay.
So I guess you're conceding that within the atheistic worldview, you have no ways to access moral facts. Like you have no way to know what's
How
actually
did you
right.
come to that conclusion? No, I'm just telling you I don't. I just don't know.
Can you just tell us how to get to therefore it must be God instead of all this nonsense front around bullshit you're doing? Please, for the love of your God, show us how you ground these moral facts in your deity.
All right, I've got another question. So how do you invoke facts?
All the questions,
without
no
specifically
fucking
God?
answers. It's wild.
Yeah,
How do I
how
invoke
do you-
facts? Well,
Yeah.
they exist. Facts exist objectively, right?
Okay, so facts exist objectively. Is
Yeah,
there
like moral
any,
facts.
like, all right.
I have a
Is there any,
question.
like,
Ask a
metaphysical
Christian.
fact? Is
I have
there
a
an
question. Ask a
ontology?
Christian, since we love asking questions around here. Why can't you actually answer the question?
The prompt is a positive claim. It says God isn't real. So since you're asserting God isn't real,
Well,
you're
no.
speaking from
The
non-God
question. The
worldview.
question was
speaking from
no.
a
The
non-God
question was
worldview,
how do you
can
ground
and
the
demonstrate
objective
how it is
morals
the
in your
case
God?
that you
No one
provide
can
for
hear
any of the
you
things
while
you
I'm
take for
talking.
granted.
No one can hear you while we're
I can
both
hear you.
talking. The
I can hear you.
question was doesn't matter. Audience can't. Now the question was how do you ground those objective morals in your God?
All right, so you're saying
He doesn't have an answer,
how
right? He's just gonna ask us questions, right? He's gonna dodge. He's not gonna.
Well, it's the impossibility of the contrary, right?
Oh,
you
there
try
it
to-
is. Here we are. We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. We have arrived.
I thought that he was
All
doing
right.
something besides tag because you.
It's gonna
poisoned the
go.
well
It's
against
always
it.
goes back to with Theo. Sorry, with I don't know what your name is now. With him, he always goes back to the impossibility of the contrary. That's where it all goes back.
It's an impossibility of the contrary. But yeah.
By the way,
so-
if you want
I
to
would love
see
a demonstration.
if you want to see Theo get he tried to how do you say it what is it when you're like playing the guitar thing for the girl, what do you call it? The serenade, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's it on Tom Rabbit's channel, YouTube channel. You can watch him serenade a girl. He tries to get this girl, which he
I've
actually
seen this.
kind of ends up he ends up stalking her. So it's not a very happy ending. But
Oh.
if anybody that wants to go watch that, I would highly recommend. It's very, very entertaining.
Oh, we should not platform stalkers. Turns out, I didn't know that. I thought he was just like a piece of shit,
I mean, stalkish in the not in a legal sense. Like he followed her in every room, or I guess is that I don't know. Like
yeah, that's probably cyber stalking. Yeah, that's probably
he was in.
illegal?
He tried to he tried to ask her out. It was very sad. It did not end
Yikes.
well.
Big oof.
Well, it's nice to know I got no closer to knowing how objective morals are grounded in God.
For the title of the video, it is the most cringe shit you'll ever watch.
You showed this to me a while ago. I remember it.
Yeah, it was so bad. Let me see.
I just didn't remember that this was him.
Let me find the vid.
I get asked all the time if I'm Tom Rabbit.
Really?
You do
Which
kind
I
of sound
get,
like him.
because the voice sounds very similar, even to me. I'm gonna make a video on this eventually, but I gotta sit down with Tom and have a conversation with him. I think it'd be just so funny.
Let me find the video.
You find
I'll
the
get
video. We have some super chats. to
Okay,
read.
it's called Cringe
Oh.
Warning, Theo Proposes to Victoria. Cringe Warning, Theo Proposed to Victoria on Tom Rabbit's channel. Have fun with that. It's 10 minutes, so you're not gonna... You're gonna
Maybe put it on 2x. It might be better.
Yeah.
All right. Let's read some super chats. From Ekapo with the €5. I've never done anything wrong. If I did something, it's because I believed it wasn't wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. I mean, that's fair. Like, but you can look back in retrospect and be like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that, or like you can be wrong about what your values are. You could act impulsively, for example, without considering your values or whatever, but maybe you don't. From Juju Penguins with the $5. Always good to have a banana man for scale during a stream. Is there a reference I'm missing here?
Banana Man? The only banana man I know is Ray Comfort.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He's the banana guy. Yep.
Yeah, that's Ray Comfort.
From I'm the Big Cheese with the $5. My core values include women have same right to vote and hold political office as men. Does Ask Christians God share this value of egalitarian rights? It's a good question.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Because of the impossibility to the contrary.
Yeah, there you go. From Daniel Delanoche with the $5. Every Christian has their own morality because they have to individually interpret what they think God prescribes, ergo subjectivism. Unless you're a Catholic, then you just have to interpret what the Pope says.
This is true. There is no such thing as the Christian worldview, everybody. There are Christian worldviews. There's as many worldviews of Christianity as there are Christians.
From Jesse James, West Coast with 2 Canuck bucks. Please, before I go, he's painful and all he has is Q? Yeah, it didn't seem like he was particularly interested in actually giving a defense of a point. This is what taggers do, by the way. Taggers only ever ask questions, they never actually provide an argument for their claims. Because it turns out that that's like we learn in school that like being asked questions is like a good way to lead someone to the right conclusion, like the whole Socratic process thing. And they're like, oh, we can just do that the whole time. We don't actually have to provide any argumentation. And so there you end up. Up from Vexy P5N with the $2. Danny equals Timothy Chalamet.
I see it.
I'm honored. Right, I'm honored. It's too much of a compliment.
You could next year. You got to dress up like Willy Wonka for Halloween.
Honestly,
I just found out about the peach scene though. That kind of that kind of shocked me a little. Oh, okay. I can't even.
Is this in the new Willy? This is in
This is old stuff from Timothy Chalamet.
Oh.
I had no idea. Does chat know?
I don't know.
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, okay. And then we have Eric S with the $2. Moral nihilism, blue screens, tag.
Yeah,
guys.
call me
It's
by.
fun.
Is it Call Me by Your Name? That's what it is. That's for the movie. Okay.
1 sec.
Wait, Sharon, you saw the video? Did y'all see the video? Oh my gosh, it's like cringe
Why was
perfection.
Theo singing? Yeah, it's pretty rough. Right, so it is just about 1 o'clock Mountain Time. It's about 3 o'clock Eastern Time, noon Pacific Time, whatever time you're in, Danny. So that does signal the end of the live stream. So I think that this is what we have. I think that's all we got. So both Dalton and Danny, Dalton being the Bible guy, they do have channels of their own. Do you guys want to shout anything out before we?
No, I'm semi-retired. I did my friends a favor. I enjoyed myself. I actually appreciate the invitation. I enjoyed myself, but I have not uploaded in like 6 months. But maybe I'll come back soon. I don't know.
And I am not retired, so go and find the Bible Guy official YouTube channel and subscribe and watch and send super chats because I'm broke as hell and this is my only job now.
Yeah, they're both linked in the description on YouTube. If you want to follow them on TikTok, you can just click on their names in the guest box here and you can follow them there, which you should do, by the way. I don't know how, but Danny somehow only has like what? You have like 20,000 followers or something?
On TikTok?
Wait, are you on an alt account? Why does it say
Only 20,000? Wow.
No, I have. I mean, not that
47,500. Okay.
Yeah,
Danny's been around far longer than you have, Dalton. That's why. Danny's been around longer than I have.
Half of those were the Peterson viral shit, right? I don't.
That's true.
Half of those were
So I gotta go on Jubilee. That's what.
Honestly, though, I mean,
everyone.
How do you think Dean got such a huge platform?
Oh, yeah, well, we'll see if that opportunity ever comes up. But yeah, I'm almost at 10K followers, so y'all follow the Bible.
Make sure to go follow Dalton, everybody. All right, y'all. So we will see you again next week. Same time, same place. Until then, have a good week.